5 years before the shot heard round that country. It was the sound of a cannon firing into a crowd of 2,000 farmers, men who had stood their ground against a disciplined army and roared back a phrase of pure Appalachian defiance: "Fire and be damned." They called themselves the Regulators, and their rebellion was drowned in blood. The history books often call it a riot. The locals know it was a war. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government, years before America was even a dream? Today, we will dig into the blood-soaked soil of Alamance and unearth the forgotten story of America's first armed uprising. To understand the fire, you must first understand the forest. Picture the Carolina backcountry in the 1760s. This wasn't the manicured world of coastal plantations with their grand houses and ships sailing for London. This was the edge of the map. It was a land of tangled forests, where ancient oaks stood shoulder to shoulder, and the ground was a web of creeks and rivers with names like the Haw and the Eno. The air here was different, thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the only authority was the changing of the seasons and the word of God. The people who carved a life from this wilderness were as rugged as the terrain itself. They were mostly Scots-Irish and German immigrants, families who had fled the famines, wars, and religious persecution of the Old World. They came here not for riches, but for something far more precious: a piece of land to call their own and the right to be left alone. They were dissenters, Presbyterians and Lutherans, who held a deep and abiding suspicion of any government that smelled of the high and mighty Anglican Church they'd left behind. Their lives were a testament to pure grit. A man would build his cabin with his own 2 hands, felling the trees and notching the logs himself. He'd clear his fields one back-breaking stump at a time, his wife working right alongside him. They hunted for their meat, grew their own corn, and spun their own wool. Survival was a daily struggle against rocky soil, harsh winters, and the ever-present threat of raids. This constant hardship forged them into something tough, fiercely independent, and loyal only to their family, their clan, and their creator. In this world, money was a ghost. A farmer might go an entire year without seeing a single silver coin. The economy ran on barter and good faith. A bushel of corn might be traded for a new axe head. A day's labor might be paid with a salted ham. A man's worth wasn't measured by the gold in his pocket, but by the strength of his handshake, the straightness of his rifle shot, and the honor of his family name. But this isolated world of sweat and scripture was not its own kingdom. It was ruled from afar, from the balmy coastal cities, by a class of wealthy English gentlemen appointed by the royal governor. These men, in their powdered wigs and silk stockings, looked upon the backcountry settlers as little more than savages, crude, uneducated, and most importantly, a resource to be squeezed. A shadow was creeping west from the coast, a shadow of tax collectors and corrupt officials who spoke the language of coin and contracts. Little did the farmers know, this modern world was about to come knocking at their cabin doors, not with a friendly hand, but with a battering ram. This explosion of rage didn't come from nowhere. Its seeds were sown in the rocky soil of Scotland and the war-torn fields of Germany generations before. These families didn't come to the backcountry with land grants from a grateful king. They came as refugees. They bought their homesteads not with royal paper, but with the sharp steel of the axe and the cold lead of the long rifle. They carved their existence directly from a hostile wilderness, fighting the land, the weather, and the native tribes for every single acre. In their minds, this land wasn't given to them by a government. It was earned through a covenant of sweat, blood, and prayer. The old scars of history ran deep, carried across the Atlantic in their very bones. The Scots-Irish in particular had a long and bitter memory of English authority. For a century, they had been used as a buffer by the British Crown in the violent plantations of Ulster, only to be squeezed by the same government with crippling rents and religious persecution. When the king's new taxman, with his arrogant sneer and his stack of legal papers, showed up at their cabin door in Carolina, they didn't just see a colonial official. They saw the same old ghost of the English landlord they thought they had finally escaped. This created a division in the colony far deeper than any river or mountain range. It was a chasm of culture. On one side were the coastal elites, who saw themselves as Englishmen, loyal to the crown, the Anglican Church, and the intricate dance of colonial politics. On the other were the backcountry settlers, who felt no loyalty to a distant king or a governor who had never walked a furrow in his life. Their allegiance was to their own kind, to the Presbyterian meeting house, and to a simple, unwritten code of honor that valued a man's word over a lawyer's contract. In these mountains, a family name wasn't just a label, it was a legacy. A name like Fanning or Tryon carried the weight of unearned privilege and a history of looking down on the common man. But a backcountry name, a hunter, a husband, a Pew, carried the heavy burden of generations of struggle. It was a quiet promise to work hard, to stand by your neighbors, and to never, ever let an outsider push you off your land. To be a backcountry farmer meant you bent the knee to God alone. To be one of the governor's men meant you expected the world to bend the knee to you. A collision was not just likely, it was inevitable. The conflict didn't begin with a gunshot. It began with a whisper. A whisper at the grist mill, a bitter complaint muttered over a fence post, an angry prayer offered in the quiet of a cabin. The ground for this rebellion was salted with years of personal insults and public humiliations, all stemming from a group of men the farmers called the Courthouse Ring. This wasn't some shadowy conspiracy, it was a cancer of corruption that operated in plain sight. At its heart was Edmund Fanning, a man who became the living symbol of everything the backcountry had come to despise. He was a Yale-educated lawyer who wore fine clothes, lived in a mansion built with stolen money, and looked at the calloused hands of a farmer with open contempt. The old wounds were everywhere, festering in nearly every family. You see, the system was designed to break a man. A farmer might ride for 2 days to register the deed to his land, only to have a clerk, Fanning's cousin perhaps, charge him a filing fee that existed in no law book. Then the sheriff, another crony, would demand the annual poll tax be paid in hard coin, knowing full well the farmer dealt in tobacco and deer hides. When the farmer couldn't produce the silver, that same sheriff would seize his plow horse or his only milk cow, selling it at a rigged auction to another member of the ring for a fraction of its worth. This venom dripped into the community through the wellspring of gossip. After the Sunday sermon, men would gather under the shade of an oak, their voices low and hard. They'd share stories of the latest outrage. One man lost 10 acres over a debt of 5 shillings that had been bloated by illegal court costs. Another had been thrown in jail for daring to question the sheriff's math. These stories spread from homestead to homestead like a fever, each telling making the injustice feel more personal, more suffocating. The courthouse ring wasn't just stealing their property, it was stealing their dignity. Slowly, the atmosphere began to change. The respectful nod once offered to the county clerk was replaced by a cold, hateful stare. A trip into the county seat of Hillsborough felt less like going to town and more like walking into a nest of snakes. Every official document, every tax notice, every court summons was now seen not as the law of the land, but as another turn of the screw. The laughter in the local tavern grew harder, edged with a bitterness that wasn't just from the corn whiskey. A land dispute between neighbors was no longer just about a misplaced fence. It was interpreted as one side currying favor with the corrupt judges. A simple fistfight at a market fair became an act of class warfare. Every small misunderstanding, every past slight, was now magnified through the dark lens of this great grudge. The air itself grew thick with suspicion and resentment, turning old friends into potential enemies and transforming the quiet valleys of Carolina into a powder keg, just waiting for a single, careless spark. Before the storm breaks, the air always goes dead still. In the hills of Carolina, that stillness was filled with a rising dread. The old women, who carried the superstitions of Scotland and Germany in their bones, began to whisper. They spoke of the panther's scream sounding less like a cat and more like a woman mourning a child not yet lost. They saw bad signs in a flock of crows that flew silently over a homestead, and they claimed the daytime hoot of an owl from the deep woods was a certain omen of death. The land itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. Then came a different kind of omen, not from the woods, but a man on horseback. His name was Herman Husband, and he was a Quaker, a man of peace. But he wasn't preaching peace now. He was a pamphleteer, a man who wielded a printing press like a weapon. His fiery, biblically charged words began to circulate through the backcountry, passed from one calloused hand to the next, read by flickering candlelight in hushed cabins. He gave their anger a voice, framing their struggle not as a squabble over taxes, but as a holy war against the forces of greed and tyranny. His pamphlets were prophecies, laying out two clear paths. One led to liberty, the other to a life of perpetual slavery to the corrupt coastal elites. This sense of impending doom settled on the men like a shroud. You can just imagine a farmer sitting on his porch at dusk, cleaning his long rifle, the familiar weight of it in his hands. The evening is quiet. The crickets are chirping their usual song, but he feels a coldness creep into his gut that has nothing to do with the evening air. He looks at his wife and children through the cabin window, bathed in the warm glow of the hearth, and then he looks out at the dark, looming tree line. For the first time, he doesn't see a source of firewood and game. He sees a place to hide, a place to fight, a place to die. It was a premonition, a gut-wrenching certainty that the time for petitions and prayers was over, and the time for powder and shot was drawing terrifyingly near. For years, the farmers had tried to fight the system with its own weapons. They wrote petitions, polite and humble, begging the colonial assembly for relief. Each one was ignored, dismissed with the contempt a lord might show a serf. They tried to sue the corrupt officials, only to find the courts were run by the very same snakes who were robbing them blind. Every legal door was slammed in their faces. The pressure had been building for years, and in September of 1770, in the town of Hillsborough, the dam finally broke. This was no spontaneous riot. It was a calculated act of defiance. 150 regulators, their faces grim and set, marched into town on court day. They weren't a disorganized rabble. They were a determined force, armed with heavy sticks, farm tools, and a righteous fury that had been simmering for a decade. Their target was the courthouse, the very symbol of their oppression. They stormed the building, a wave of muddy boots and homespun cloth overwhelming the shocked officials. Their first act was to find Edmund Fanning. They dragged the despised official from the judge's bench, his fine clothes tearing in their grip. They threw him into the dusty street and beat him, not to kill, but to humiliate. Each blow was a release of years of pent-up rage for every illegal fee, every stolen horse, every contemptuous sneer. When they were done with Fanning, they turned on his house, a mansion so luxurious the farmers called it a palace built on their tears. They didn't just vandalize it, they dismantled it, brick by brick, until nothing was left but a pile of expensive rubble. Back in the courthouse, they held a mockery of justice. They dragged the judge from his seat and put one of their own in his place, going through the court docket and striking down the cases against their fellow farmers. This was more than a protest. It was a revolution in miniature. They weren't just attacking a man, they were attacking the entire legal and political authority of the royal governor. When news of the Hillsborough riot reached the coast, it was seen as a declaration of war. Governor William Tryon, an arrogant and ambitious military man, could not let this stand. This was a direct challenge to his power and, by extension, the power of the king. The line had been crossed. There would be no more petitions. There would be no more negotiations. The only answer now would come from the barrel of a gun. The first drops of blood had been metaphorical, spilled in the beating of a corrupt official and the destruction of his home. The next would be real. On the morning of May 16, 1771, two armies faced each other across a quiet field bordering Alamont's Creek. On one side stood Governor Tryon's militia, over 1,000 men in disciplined lines, their bayonets glinting in the spring sunlight. Before them sat the dark, menacing mouths of several cannon. On the other side, scattered amongst the trees and rocks, were 2,000 regulators. They were not an army. They were a gathering of fathers and sons, armed with the old hunting rifles and farm tools they used to feed their families. When the governor's final demand for surrender was met with that thunderous cry, "Fire and be damned," the fate of them all was sealed. There was no warning shot. The first sound was a deafening physical blow that seemed to tear the very fabric of the sky. The cannon spoke, and the world dissolved into smoke and a hellish roar. For the farmers, who had only ever known the sharp crack of a squirrel rifle, it was the sound of the apocalypse. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air, which moments before had carried the scent of honeysuckle, was instantly choked with the bitter, sulphurous stink of black powder. Through the eyes of a young boy hiding behind a wagon, the battle was not a series of heroic charges, but a terrifying blur of chaos. He saw the man who had been his neighbor, a man he'd known his whole life, suddenly stagger and fall as if tripped by an invisible hand. There was no dramatic cry, just a quiet, heavy collapse into the grass. He heard the pop, pop, pop of the regulator rifles, a desperate and scattered sound, answered by the terrifying, unified crash of hundreds of militia muskets firing as one. It was the sound of a handful of pebbles thrown against a stone wall. The air itself became a lethal thing, filled with a constant, high-pitched whine. Leaves and twigs were clipped from the trees as if by an unseen scythe. Men would duck behind an ancient oak for cover, only to have the bark explode into splinters beside their head. The orderly commands of Tryon's officers were a distant, chilling murmur, while the sounds on the regulator side were a desperate chorus of individual shouts, screams of pain, and cries of encouragement that were swallowed by the unending noise. When the smoke momentarily cleared, the field was a landscape of surreal and terrible images. A farmer's broad-brimmed hat lay upside down in the grass, a small dark hole punched through its crown. A heavy iron pitchfork stood upright, its tines buried in the soft earth, its owner nowhere to be seen. The disciplined red lines of the militia advanced slowly, relentlessly, a machine of death that seemed unstoppable, firing and reloading with a terrifying, practiced rhythm. After 2 agonizing hours, the sporadic resistance finally broke. The farmers, their courage no match for cannons and disciplined volleys, fled. They melted back into the deep woods from which they had come, their retreat covered by the smoke and confusion. And then, an even more terrifying sound descended upon the field: silence. Not the peaceful silence of the morning, but a heavy, profound stillness, broken only by the low moans of those who could not run. The battle was over. The rebellion was crushed. The spring grasses of Alamont's field were trampled and stained, littered with the abandoned tools and weapons of men who had gambled everything for justice and lost. The smoke slowly drifted away, revealing not a field of... The first American Revolution had ended not with a declaration, but with a slaughter. To understand a man like Governor William Tryon, you must understand that he never once saw the regulators as aggrieved citizens. In his mind, they were simply an infection. He was not a governor responding to a protest. He was a surgeon cutting out a tumor from the body of the colony. His entire career was built on the rigid structure of the British military, a world where orders were given and followed without question. To him, the farmer's defiance was not a plea for justice. It was a breakdown in the fundamental order of civilization itself, a direct and personal insult to his authority and the king's. Tryon's logic was cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of empathy. These were not men who had lost their farms. They were traitors who had defied the law. They were not fathers trying to feed their children. They were a rabble who had assaulted an officer of the crown. In his dispatches, he referred to them as banditti and insurgents. He believed, with an unshakable conviction, that the only way to deal with such a chaotic force was with overwhelming, brutal, and public displays of power. Mercy, in his view, would be interpreted as weakness, and weakness would only invite more chaos. The switch likely flipped in his mind the moment he heard the details of the Hillsborough riot. The image of Edmund Fanning, a man of his class, a Yale-educated official, being dragged from a judge's bench and beaten in the street by a mob of coarse, uneducated frontiersmen, must have been horrifying to him. It was a vision of the world turned upside down. It was the peasants storming the castle. From that moment on, his response was not a political calculation, but a visceral, almost aristocratic rage. He wasn't just marching to restore order, he was marching to put these people back in their proper place. After the cannons fell silent at Alamance and the farmers had fled, Tryon likely felt not a shred of remorse, but a grim sense of satisfaction. The feeling would have been one of triumph, of order restored. As he rode across the silent, blood-soaked field, he wouldn't have seen the bodies of his fellow countrymen. He would have seen the evidence of a necessary and successful operation. The hanging of James Few on the battlefield without a trial was not an act of cruelty in his mind, but a necessary piece of political theatre. It was a clear, unambiguous message sent to every cabin in the backcountry. This is the price of defiance. This is the fate of those who challenge my authority. It was the cold, calculated logic of an empire that saw dissent not as a voice to be heard, but as a disease to be eradicated. When the last of the fleeing farmers had vanished into the woods, a new kind of silence fell on the Alamance battlefield. It was not a peaceful silence. It was a heavy, suffocating stillness, thick with the smell of spent gunpowder and blood. Governor Tryon's victorious militia moved across the field, their discipline holding firm even in the face of the carnage they had wrought. They collected the wounded, counted the dead, and secured a handful of prisoners who had been too slow or too injured to escape. For them, it was a clean, decisive victory. For the backcountry, it was the beginning of a nightmare. For the surviving regulators, the fight was over, but the struggle for survival had just begun. They were no longer farmers or protesters, they were fugitives. They scattered into the familiar dense wilderness of the Carolina Piedmont, the woods that had been their larder and their sanctuary now becoming their last hope of survival. Wounded men staggered through hidden ravines, while others made desperate journeys back to their homesteads, not to stay, but to grab a handful of supplies and whisper a frantic goodbye to their families before disappearing again into the shadows. They were hunted men in their own land. Tryon's vengeance was as swift as it was pitiless. He wanted to make an example, to burn the lesson of Alamance into the memory of the backcountry for a generation. Among the prisoners was a man named James Few, a simple carpenter who had been driven to rebellion. Without the pretense of a trial, without a prayer or a final word, Tryon ordered him hanged right there on the battlefield. His body was left dangling from an oak tree, a grotesque scarecrow meant to terrorize anyone who might still harbor defiant thoughts. He was a sacrifice, a bloody warning nailed to the barn door of the entire region. The battle was over, but the war on the regulator's spirit continued. Tryon turned his militia into an occupying army and unleashed them on the surrounding counties. They marched from farm to farm, a wave of red coats and cold steel, living off the land and terrorizing the populace. They were hunting for the regulator leaders, men like Herman Husband and James Hunter, and a handsome reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The soldiers interrogated wives and terrorized children, turning the once peaceful homesteads into places of fear and suspicion. This was not just a manhunt, it was a campaign of subjugation. Tryon issued a proclamation. Every man in the backcountry was to come forward and sign a binding oath of allegiance to the king and his government. To refuse was to be branded an outlaw. Over the next month, more than 6,000 farmers, their spirit broken and their leaders in hiding, were forced to make the humiliating journey to a militia camp to sign the document, effectively swearing loyalty to the very men who had crushed them. And as they did, Tryon's men were busy confiscating the property of known regulators, ensuring their families would face ruin and starvation. The ashes of Alamance had settled, and in the silence that followed, there was only fear and the cold grip of defeat. The smoke from the Battle of Alamance didn't just drift over the battlefield, it seeped into every cabin, every church, and every general store in the backcountry, poisoning the air between neighbors. The community, once united by common hardship, was now fractured, split by fear and the bitter question of who was right and who was wrong. A line had been drawn in the dirt, not by a surveyor, but by bloodshed, and every family was forced to choose which side they were on. The Presbyterian meeting houses, once the heart of the community, became cauldrons of quiet tension. Some preachers had thundered from the pulpit in support of the regulators, calling their cause a righteous one. Others, fearing the governor's wrath, now urged their congregations to submit to authority and pray for peace. Friendships that had been forged over decades of shared harvests and barn raisings now buckled under the weight of suspicion. Was the man who helped you clear your field last spring secretly reporting your movements to the militia? Was the family you shared bread with now loyal to the governor? A suffocating conspiracy of silence fell upon the region. The few who had witnessed the hangings or knew the hiding places of the regulator leaders were gripped by a primal fear. To speak the truth to the authorities was to risk being labeled a sympathizer, inviting the wrath of the occupying militia. But to stay silent was to betray their own conscience. Many chose a third option. They saw nothing, they heard nothing, they knew nothing. Their faces became blank masks, their conversations carefully pruned of any mention of the recent unpleasantness. It was a collective act of amnesia born of pure terror. Yet, even in this climate of fear, small acts of both courage and cowardice became the true measure of a person's soul. A brave farmer's wife would leave a basket of bread and salted meat at the edge of the woods, a silent signal to a husband or neighbor in hiding. A blacksmith, under the watchful eye of a militia patrol, would deliberately botch the shoeing of their horses, slowing them down just enough. But for every act of quiet defiance, there was an act of betrayal. A struggling farmer, tempted by the reward money or hoping to curry favor with the new powers, would lead a patrol to a hidden cabin. A merchant would provide a false alibi for a government loyalist, condemning an innocent man with his lie. The regulator war was no longer a battle fought with rifles on an open field. It had become a silent, vicious war fought with whispers, glances, and closed doors. It tore at the very fabric of the community, turning the backcountry into a place where the deepest loyalties were tested, and the truest nature of a man's heart was laid bare for all to see. With the rebellion crushed, the final act of Tryon's vengeance began, the hunt for the ringleaders. This was not a simple matter of law enforcement. It was a grim, relentless pursuit through the unforgiving Appalachian foothills. Tryon's militia, composed of Easterners who viewed the backcountry as a savage wilderness, formed the core of the posse. They were joined by a motley collection of local loyalists eager to prove their allegiance, and a few opportunistic bounty hunters who smelled blood money on the wind. Their mission was simple: bring back the leaders of the regulators, preferably in chains. The chase became a brutal contest between the hunters and the hunted, with the mountains themselves as the main character. The fugitives, men like James Hunter and the pamphleteer Herman Husband, knew this land like the back of their own hand. They knew every hidden valley, every secret pass, every cave where a man could disappear. They moved like ghosts through the dense forests, subsisting on wild berries and whatever game they could kill without a gunshot giving away their position. They were aided by a silent network of sympathetic farmers who would leave them food, warn them of patrols, and lead the militia on wild goose chases into impassable swamps. For the pursuers, the hunt was a descent into a green hell. The rugged terrain was their enemy. They were tormented by biting insects, venomous snakes, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched from the shadows. Their brightly colored uniforms made them easy targets, and their ignorance of the land led them into ambushes and dead ends. More than one militia patrol found themselves hopelessly lost, forced to abandon the chase and struggle back to camp, humiliated and exhausted. The mountains, which had nurtured the regulators' independence, now served as their greatest fortress. Despite the difficulties, the net slowly tightened. Herman Husband, the intellectual soul of the movement, was a writer, not a woodsman. He was captured relatively quickly, his spirit broken. Others, however, were harder to corner. The general of the regulators, James Hunter, remained at large, a phantom who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The final moment of capture for most of the key leaders wasn't a dramatic firefight in a mountain pass. It was a slow, grinding process of attrition. Exhausted, starving, and betrayed by informants, they were picked off one by one. Often, they were found not in a heroic last stand, but sleeping in a barn or accepting a meal from someone they mistakenly trusted, too worn down to run any longer. The hunt in the shadows was over, and the stage was set for the governor's final act of justice. The captured regulator leaders were dragged back to Hillsborough, the very town they had once triumphantly seized. But now, it was an armed camp. Governor Tryon's militia stood guard on every corner, their bayonets fixed, turning the colonial courthouse into a fortress. The air inside the courtroom was thick with the metallic tang of fear and the stench of foregone conclusions. On one side of the room sat the coastal gentry and loyalists, their faces smug with victory. On the other, huddled in silence, were the wives and families of the accused, their faces etched with a despair that knew there was no hope here. In the defendant's box sat the 6 captured leaders. They were not cowering criminals. They were broken, exhausted men, but their eyes held a hard, defiant glint. There was no remorse on their faces, only the quiet dignity of men who had fought for what they believed in and lost. They looked out at a courtroom where the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury were all part of the same corrupt system they had risen up against. Their trial was a piece of theater written by the victors, a legal ritual designed to give the veneer of law to an act of pure political vengeance. The proceedings were a farce. Witnesses for the prosecution, likely motivated by fear or reward, gave their testimony. Any evidence of the years of extortion and abuse that had led to the rebellion was dismissed as irrelevant. The charge was not assault or rioting, it was high treason. By firing on the king's representative, they had, in the eyes of the law, fired upon the king himself. It was a charge from which there was no escape. The verdict, when it came, was a foregone conclusion, delivered with cold, formal gravity: guilty. The sentence: death by public hanging. A wave of shock and grief washed over one side of the courtroom, while satisfied murmurs rippled through the other. 6 men, who had stood up for their neighbors against a tide of corruption, were now to be strung up like common murderers. But the story of this trial does not end with the judge's gavel. It ends on the gallows, with a man named James Pugh. As the noose was placed around his neck, he refused to play the part of the penitent traitor. Instead, he turned to the crowd and began to speak. For nearly half an hour, Pugh delivered a fiery, damning sermon from the scaffold. He condemned the cowardice of Edmund Fanning and the tyranny of Governor Tryon. He spoke of the justice they had sought and the violence they had received. He prophesied that a day of true reckoning would come for these corrupt men. He was still speaking, his voice ringing with righteous fury, when the sheriff, impatient with this final act of defiance, gave the order to cut him down. The court of law had delivered its verdict. But from the gallows, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own. The law of men had won the day, hanging its enemies and silencing dissent. But the question hung in the air, far longer than the bodies of the condemned. Was this justice? Or was it merely the law, a tool in the hands of the powerful, used to crush the powerless? The hangman's rope cast a long shadow over the Carolina backcountry, a shadow that would linger for years. For the families of the executed and the thousands of other regulators, Life after the verdict was a bitter cup to drink. Those who remained on their land lived as a conquered people. They plowed their fields and harvested their corn under the watchful eye of a government they now knew was their enemy. Every tax notice was a fresh wound. Every court summons a reminder of their powerlessness. They had been forced to sign an oath of loyalty, a piece of paper that felt like a brand on their soul, a public declaration of their own humiliation. But not everyone stayed. For many, the memory of Alamance was a poison in the soil, and the oath of allegiance was a chain they refused to wear. They saw only one path to freedom: west. In a great, silent exodus, hundreds of defeated regulator families packed their meager belongings, turned their backs on the homes they had built with their own hands, and began the perilous journey over the Appalachian mountains. They were branded as outlaws, but they saw themselves as pilgrims. They illegally settled in the river valleys of what would one day become Tennessee, forming a new society called the Watauga Association. Here, beyond the reach of Governor Tryon and his corrupt courts, they created one of America's first independent, self-governing communities, a place where the law would be their own. The spirit of the regulators was not dead, it had simply moved over the mountain. And what of the men who had crushed them? Did they face a curse, an atonement for the blood on their hands? Not at all. In the world of colonial politics, brutality was often rewarded. Governor William Tryon, his reputation enhanced by his decisive victory over the traitors, was soon promoted to the prestigious post of Governor of New York. Edmund Fanning, the architect of the farmer's misery, also left Carolina, continuing his career as a loyal servant of the crown. They faced no justice, no ostracism, no reckoning. They simply moved on, leaving a broken land behind them. Their only curse would come years later, when the fires of revolution they had helped to stoke would finally consume the entire British system they served. Back in Carolina, the community tried to heal by forgetting. The story of the Regulator War became a dangerous and painful memory, a ghost to be locked away. The word regulator itself became a whisper, a name associated with defeat and treason. People got back to the hard work of survival, focusing on the seasons and the soil, burying the trauma of Alamance under a blanket of collective silence. They tried to move on, to pretend it never happened. But a wound that deep doesn't heal just because you stop talking about it. It festers in the darkness, waiting for a chance to break open once more. Decades pass. The powdered wigs and red coats are gone, but the echoes of Alamance never truly faded. They can be found in the bloodlines of the families who fought there. Many of the sons of the regulators, raised on bitter stories of Tryon's tyranny, picked up their rifles again just 4 years later. The British made the fatal mistake of assuming these backcountry men, once crushed by a royal governor, would be loyal to the crown. They couldn't have been more wrong. The men who fled over the mountains to Watauga became the legendary Over-Mountain Men, and at the Battle of Kings Mountain, they unleashed a frontier fury that annihilated a British army and helped turn the tide of the entire Revolutionary War. It was the regulators' final, posthumous revenge. Today, if you visit the Alamance battlefield, you won't find an army. You'll find a quiet state park, a peaceful expanse of green grass where children fly kites and families have picnics. But if you stand there as the sun sets and listen to the wind in the tall oaks, you can almost hear it, the ghostly roar of cannon fire, the defiant shouts of dying farmers. Monuments now stand on that field, naming the men who were once condemned as traitors and honoring them as patriots who bled for liberty, a testament to how the truth, buried for so long, can eventually rise from the earth. The memory also clings to the land in the form of legend. For generations, people in Hillsborough would point to the spot where James Pugh and his fellow regulators were hanged. They swore that on that patch of ground, cursed by Pugh's final defiant words, no grass would ever grow. It was a physical scar on the landscape, a constant, eerie reminder kept alive not by historians, but by the folk memory of a people who refused to let the story die completely. And while the names and dates may have faded from the nation's memory, the spirit of the regulators has soaked into the very soul of Appalachia. That fierce independence, that deep and abiding distrust of distant, powerful governments, that unshakable belief that a man has the right to stand his ground against injustice, that is the true living legacy of Alamance. The textbooks might forget, the politicians may never learn, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that started our journey, the question that hangs in the smoke of the Alamance battlefield. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government? The answer, we now see, is both simple and profound. They didn't fight to create a new nation or to overthrow a distant king. They fought because the boot of a corrupt and arrogant power was pressing down on their necks. And they believed, with every fiber of their being, that a free man does not endure such a thing without fighting back. They fought for the most fundamental of all rights, the right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor and to be treated with dignity. This is a story that teaches a hard lesson about the price of liberty. It reminds us that the first people to stand up are often the first to be cut down. The regulators lost their battle, their property, and in some cases, their lives. They were branded as traitors, and their story was buried. But their spirit did not die on that field. The blood they shed at Alamance was not wasted. It seeped into the ground and watered the roots of a tree of liberty that would burst into full revolutionary bloom just a few short years later. Their defiance became a legacy, a fierce whisper of warning passed down through generations of mountain folk that the law and justice are not always the same thing. Their struggle is a testament to the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that bends for no man and bows only to God. It's a timeless reminder that when every legal door is slammed shut, when every petition is met with contempt, ordinary people will eventually seek their justice not in a courthouse, but in the open field with whatever tools they have at hand. Their voices were silenced by the rope and the cannon, but if you listen closely, you can still hear their echo in the Carolina hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Imagine you are lost, stripped of everything you love, dragged hundreds of miles from your home and forced to watch as your children are torn from your arms. Now, imagine it's October. The Appalachian winter is closing in like a fist, and your only way home is a 600-mile walk through an untamed wilderness. You have no food, no map, and no weapon but your own will to live. How far would you go to get back? Would you eat tree bark and frozen roots? Would you crawl on frostbitten feet until the bones showed through? And what would you do if the only person with you went mad from hunger and decided you were her next meal? This isn't a Hollywood script. This is the true story of Mary Draper Ingalls, a 23-year-old mother from the edge of the Virginia frontier. Her name isn't as famous as Daniel Boone's, but her journey is one of the most brutal and terrifying survival epics in American history. The official records tell us she escaped captivity and walked home. But the whispers and legends passed down through the generations tell a much darker story, one of starvation, madness, and the absolute limits of human endurance. Today, we're going to follow her bloody footprints back through time and ask a bone-chilling question. What unspeakable things did Mary have to do to survive those 43 days in a frozen hell? Before the screams, there was the quiet work of building a life from scratch. Picture it. The year is 1755, and you're standing in Draper's Meadow, a small settlement on the very edge of the known world. Today, it's near Blacksburg, Virginia, but back then, it was the last stop. Beyond it lay an ocean of trees, a wilderness so vast and ancient, it felt like it could swallow you whole. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a living, breathing entity that watched over the valley. They gave you timber for your home and game for your table, but they also held secrets, and they never let you forget how small you were. This little patch of cleared land was a fragile bubble of civilization, and at its heart were families like the Ingalls and the Drapers. William and Mary Ingalls were young, strong, and filled with the kind of hope that only pioneers can understand. They weren't looking for gold or glory. They were looking for a future. Their days were measured by the sun and the seasons. William's hands were calloused from the axe and the plough, carving a farm out of the forest. Mary, just 23 years old, ran the home, her life a steady rhythm of mending clothes, tending the garden, and raising their two little boys, 4-year-old Thomas and 2-year-old George. And as that summer sun beat down, Mary was heavy with their third child. Every stitch she sewed, every meal she prepared, was an act of faith in a future that seemed to stretch out before them, as promising as the valley itself. They weren't alone in this endeavor. A community is a fortress built of people, and Draper's Meadow was a tight-knit clan. When a new cabin needed to be raised, every man lent his back. When sickness came, the women shared remedies and watched over each other's children. They were bound together by hardship, by faith, and by the shared, unspoken understanding that their survival depended on one another. But beyond their cleared fields, the world was on fire. The French and Indian War wasn't some distant conflict fought by men in red coats. Here, on the frontier, it was a phantom war fought in the shadows. The French, desperate to halt the westward push of the British colonies, had forged alliances with native tribes, including the powerful Shawnee. They armed them, paid them, and pointed them east, urging them to unleash chaos on the remote settlements. Draper's Meadow, isolated and miles from any fort, was a perfect target, a lone candle flickering in a gathering storm. The people of the meadow knew the danger, of course. It was a low hum of anxiety beneath the surface of their daily lives. Every strange sound from the woods, every rumor that trickled in from the east, was a reminder of their vulnerability. Yet, life had to go on. The corn was growing tall, the harvest needed to be brought in, and a new baby was on the way. They held on to the comforting routines of their existence, praying that the war would remain a distant thunder. They didn't know that the storm was already upon them, and that in a matter of hours, their entire world was about to be washed away in blood. To understand the blood that was spilled in Draper's Meadow, you have to understand the ink that was used to claim the land. That valley wasn't empty when the first settlers arrived. For generations, it had been a thoroughfare, a seasonal hunting ground for the Shawnee and other tribes. It was a part of their world, a land not owned but used, a place woven into the fabric of their memory and their survival. The streams had their names, the mountains held their spirits. Then, men from the east arrived with pieces of paper issued by a distant king that claimed this ancient land was now theirs. The architect of this push into the wilderness was a man named Colonel James Patton. He was an Ulster Scot, tough as a hickory root and driven by a relentless ambition. He'd secured a massive land grant from the British Crown, 100,000 acres, with the mission to settle the Virginia frontier. He was a land speculator, a military man, and a politician. To the colonial government, he was a visionary, building a buffer against the French and their native allies. To families like the Drapers and the Ingalls, he was the man who offered them a dream, a piece of land to call their own, a chance to build something that would last. They were the human bricks in the wall he was building against the wilderness. But this grand vision was built on a foundation of betrayal. Just over a decade earlier, at the Treaty of Lancaster, colonial officials had made a deal with the Iroquois Confederacy, who, in a move of political power, sold off the rights to the Ohio Valley, land they didn't truly control and that the Shawnee considered their own. The Shawnee never signed that treaty. They never agreed to it. In their eyes, every cabin razed, every tree felled, every field plowed in places like Draper's Meadow was an invasion. Colonel Patton's land grant wasn't a legal document to them. It was a declaration of war written on sheepskin. In these mountains, a family name was everything. For the Ingalls and the Drapers, Their name was a seed they were planting in new soil, a legacy they hoped would grow into a dynasty of farmers and families. Their identity was tied to the deed in their pocket and the sweat on their brow. But for the Shawnee, a name like Cornstalk carried the weight of ancestors, the sacred duty to protect the hunting grounds that fed their people. Their identity was inseparable from the land itself. So when these two worlds collided, it wasn't just a dispute. It was a clash of destinies. The settlers saw themselves as pioneers taming a savage land. The Shawnee saw themselves as patriots defending their home from invaders. Draper's Meadow was the fault line, and the tremor was about to begin. In a place as isolated as Draper's Meadow, news traveled on foot and was paid for in whispers. Every few weeks, a lone trapper or a circuit rider would appear out of the woods, a ghost from the outside world, and the community would gather to drink in his words like water. But in the summer of 1755, the news they brought was poison. They told stories of homesteads on the Greenbrier River burned to ash, of families vanished from their cabins without a trace. These tales spread through the settlement like a fever, leaving a chill that the summer heat couldn't touch. The names of the Shawnee leaders were no longer abstract. They became specters that haunted the daylight. The settlers spoke of a warrior named Killbuck, whose ferocity was legendary. And they spoke of a young chief named Cornstalk, a man whose reputation was already growing into myth. They said he was a brilliant strategist, a man who could move his war parties through the dense forest like a silent wind, striking and disappearing before a proper defense could be mounted. He wasn't some distant enemy. He was a neighbor whose land they now occupied, and his grudge was as deep and personal as the valleys themselves. The tension wasn't just based on far-off rumors. It was in the air they breathed. A few months prior, a hunter from a nearby settlement had been found dead by a stream, his rifle gone, his body bearing the unmistakable marks of a tomahawk. It was a clear and brutal message. You are not safe here. The men started carrying their rifles with them even to the fields, and the women kept the children closer to the cabins. Every snapped twig in the woods, every owl's call that sounded just a little too human, sent a jolt of ice through their veins. This constant fear began to fray the edges of their small community. Some whispered that Colonel Patton had been too bold, that his relentless push westward had painted a target on all their backs. Others argued that his was the only way, that to show fear was to invite attack. A quiet suspicion could curdle a lifelong friendship. A glance held a second too long could be mistaken for an accusation. The very silence that had once been a source of peace for these settlers now felt menacing, as if the endless forest was holding its breath, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim what it had lost. And Mary Ingalls felt it all. As a mother with two small boys and another life growing inside her, her senses were sharpened to a razor's edge. She watched her sons, Thomas and George, playing in the dirt near the cabin, their laughter a fragile sound in the heavy, watchful air. She would feel a kick from within her womb, and her hand would instinctively go to her belly, a gesture not just of love, but of a fierce, desperate desire to protect her children from a world that felt like it was closing in. A world where the line between a peaceful home and a slaughterhouse was as thin as a cabin wall. The people of the mountains have always known that the world speaks in signs if you're quiet enough to listen. And on the morning of July 30th, 1755, the signs were all there. They said later that the birds in the forest had fallen silent just before dawn, a heavy, unnatural hush that replaced the usual morning chorus. The air was thick and still, refusing to stir, holding its breath. It was the kind of oppressive quiet that comes before the sky tears open in a storm, a silence that felt heavier than any sound. The human omen arrived on horseback. Colonel James Patton rode into the settlement that morning, his face etched with a gravity that chilled everyone who saw it. He wasn't there for a social call. He was the embodiment of the war, the walking, talking proof that the conflict was no longer a distant rumor. He was there to deliver ammunition and warnings, to speak of organizing the militia, to put a hard edge on the fears that had been whispered in the dark. His presence was meant to be reassuring, a symbol of colonial authority, but it had the opposite effect. It was like planting a lightning rod in the middle of the cabins. He was a magnet for the very violence he was trying to prevent. And Mary felt it. She felt it deep in her bones, a cold dread that coiled in her gut. She was at her sister-in-law Betty Draper's cabin, going through the familiar motions of the day with the other women. But her hands felt clumsy, her mind distant. A wave of profound unease washed over her, so strong it almost made her dizzy. She looked out the cabin door at her sons, Thomas and George, playing near the edge of the woods. In that moment, their small, innocent forms seemed terribly fragile, like ghosts already fading into the deep green shadows. She tried to dismiss the feeling, blaming it on the heat and the weight of her unborn child. But the premonition was a physical thing, a cold hand gripping her heart, whispering that the world as she knew it was about to end. The men of Draper's Meadow were in the fields, their backs bent to the harvest. The rhythmic swing of the scythe, the feel of the sun on their necks. It was the hard, honest work that had defined their lives. They were far enough from the main cabins that the sounds of the settlement were just a faint murmur on the summer air. William Ingalls worked alongside his brother, his mind on the harvest, on the coming winter, on the new baby his wife Mary was due to deliver any day. Suddenly, a sound ripped through the tranquility. It wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. It was the unmistakable, terrifying crack of a rifle shot, followed instantly by another, and then a chorus of them. But it was the sound that came next that froze the blood in their veins. A human scream. A woman's scream, high and sharp with pure terror, cut short. Then another, and the chilling war cries of the Shawnee warriors, a sound they had only heard in frightened tales around the fire. William dropped his scythe. For a heart-stopping second, he was paralyzed, his mind refusing to process the horror. Then instinct took over. He and the other men broke into a desperate sprint toward the cabins, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They were farmers, not soldiers. Some had rifles, but they were leaning against a fence line 100 yards away, useless. All they could do was run, fueled by a primal terror and a desperate need to protect their families. They burst through the tree line just in time to see hell itself. Their homes were wreathed in smoke and flame. The Shawnee warriors, their bodies slick with sweat and paint, moved with brutal efficiency. William saw it all in a horrifying slow-motion tableau. He saw Colonel Patton fall, a tomahawk cleaving his skull. He saw his neighbor, Caspar Barger, cut down as he tried to flee. But the image that would be burned into his memory forever was of his wife, Mary. He saw her being dragged from a cabin, her face a mask of shock and terror. He saw his two little boys, Thomas and George, crying, being herded like livestock by the warriors. And he saw his home, the cabin he had built with his own two hands, beginning to burn. He was 100 yards away, unarmed, helpless. To charge forward was suicide. To stay was to witness the end of his world. He could only watch in impotent agony as the raiding party gathered its terrified captives and melted back into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind a scene of carnage, silence, and smoke. The first drops of blood had become a flood, and for the survivors of Draper's Meadow, there was no going back. Inside Betty Draper's cabin, the world was small and safe. The women worked, their movements familiar, the air filled with the quiet sounds of domestic life. Then, the sound came. It wasn't thunder. It was the sharp, flat crack of a rifle, so close it made the floorboards vibrate. Before a single question could be asked, another shot echoed it, and the outside world erupted into a symphony of terror. The cabin door didn't open. It was obliterated, kicked in with a single violent motion. It was as if the forest itself had burst into the room, a whirlwind of painted faces, dark eyes, and the glint of steel. There was no negotiation, no warning. It was a storm of pure, calculated violence. Time seemed to stretch and warp. A minute of chaos felt like an eternity. The air filled with the coppery smell of gunpowder and fear. Betty Draper instinctively clutched her infant child to her chest, a desperate, futile shield of a mother's love. A warrior moved towards her with a terrifying, fluid speed. There was a swift, brutal motion, a blur of action that the mind couldn't properly track, followed by a hollow thud against the cabin's log wall. The infant's desperate cry was instantly and unnervingly silenced. Betty's mouth opened in a scream that made no sound, her arms, suddenly light, falling empty to her sides. Outside, Colonel James Patton, a man who had faced down governors and generals, met his end not in a formal battle, but in his own front yard. He was a pillar of colonial strength, but against the lightning speed of the raid, he was just a man. He managed to draw his sword, a flash of silver in the chaos, but he was overwhelmed in an instant. He fell face down into the very dirt he had fought so hard to claim, his authority dissolving into the bloody earth. Mary saw it all in disconnected flashes of nightmare logic. She saw a painted hand clamp down on her son Thomas' small arm, yanking him forward. She saw George, just a toddler, his face a mask of tears and utter confusion as he was lifted from his feet. Her own body was frozen, trapped between the ferocious instinct to fight for her children and the paralyzing absolute certainty of death. She was no longer a wife or a pioneer, and she was a terrified animal, watching as her young was stolen from the den. The chaos subsided as quickly as it had begun. The screams faded into whimpers, and the sharp crack of gunfire was replaced by the hungry roar and crackle of flames as the cabins began to burn in earnest. This was not a battle, it was a harvest, a human harvest. In the middle of the path, a small corn-husk doll lay face down in the dirt, a solitary, innocent witness to a horror it could not comprehend. The life they had built was gone, reduced to ash and silence in less time than it takes to say a prayer. To us, sitting here centuries later, the men who stormed Draper's Meadow were monsters, pure and simple. But to understand the true horror of that day, you have to do something deeply uncomfortable. You have to try, just for a moment, to see the world through their eyes. In their own minds, they were not criminals. They were soldiers, patriots. They were the righteous hand of vengeance for a people being systematically erased from their own lands. Imagine a young Shawnee warrior, perhaps even Cornstalk himself, lying on a ridge overlooking the settlement the night before. He doesn't see cozy cabins filled with hopeful families. He sees an infection. He sees a scar on the land that his ancestors had hunted for 1,000 years. Every puff of smoke from a settler's chimney is a signal of his people's slow death. Every ring of an axe is the sound of his world being torn apart. The laughter of the children playing in the dirt is the sound of his own children's future being stolen. Their logic was as cold and hard as a river stone. These people are the vanguard of an endless wave that will not stop until the Shawnee way of life is nothing but a memory. They believed that to stop a flood, you must break the dam. The switch didn't flip for them on that July morning. It had been flipped years before, in council houses where they heard of broken treaties and stolen land. The raid on Draper's Meadow wasn't an act of passion. It was a calculated act of war, a political statement written in blood and fire. When a warrior struck down Colonel Patton, he wasn't just killing a man. He was striking down the symbol of the government that had betrayed them. When another committed that unspeakable act against Betty Draper's infant, in his mind, it was a terrifying but logical act of total war. It was a message sent with brutal clarity. We will not just kill your men. We will erase your future. We will burn the memory of you from this land. There is no safe place for you here. After the slaughter, as they melted back into the forest with their terrified captives, there was likely no remorse. There was grim satisfaction. The objective was complete. The enemy outpost was destroyed. The captives were a valuable prize. Women and children could be adopted into the tribe to replace their own people lost to war and disease. The boys, like Thomas and George, were a blank slate, young enough to be molded into Shawnee warriors. Mary, with her skills, was a useful asset. To them, this was not a massacre. It was a successful military operation. They were not filled with a chilling emptiness, but with the grim purpose of a people fighting a desperate war for their very survival. And that, my friends, is a far more terrifying truth than simple, mindless evil. For a long time, no one moved. The surviving men stood frozen at the edge of the tree line, watching the black smoke curl into the indifferent blue sky. The silence that fell over Draper's Meadow was louder than any scream. It was a dead, hollow quiet, punctuated only by the hungry crackle of the fires that were consuming their homes, their past, and their future. Finally, cautiously, William Ingalls and the others began to walk forward, moving like old men into the ruins of their own lives. The scene that met them was one of biblical devastation. The ground was littered with the refuse of the attack, spent wadding from the rifles, a discarded tomahawk, and the bodies of their friends and neighbors. They found Colonel Patton, his silver hair matted with blood. They found Caspar Barger. They found the others who hadn't been fast enough. Every step was a new horror, a new confirmation of the nightmare they had just witnessed. William's heart hammered in his chest as he searched for his family, a desperate, sickening prayer on his lips that he wouldn't find them here, among the dead. He reached the spot where his cabin had stood. It was now just a collapsing skeleton of burning logs. His wife and 2 sons were not there. A wave of something that was part relief and part a deeper, more profound terror washed over him. They weren't dead. They were taken. He sank to his knees in the dirt, the reality of it crashing down on him. Mary, 9 months pregnant. Little Thomas and George, dragged into that endless, hostile wilderness. The image of their terrified faces was a brand on his soul. The other survivors gathered in the smoking clearing, a small, dazed band of broken men. Their shock was a physical thing, a heavy blanket that smothered thought. But as the sun began to dip toward the mountains, shock curdled into a white-hot rage. Philip Barger, seeing his brother's body, grabbed his rifle and swore an oath of vengeance. He wanted to go after them, right now, to plunge into the forest and hunt them down. For a moment, a wild, suicidal energy gripped them all. The primal need to do something was overwhelming. But William Ingalls, his heart shattered, forced himself to think. The Shawnee were expert woodsmen on their own ground. They had a massive head start. To charge blindly into the forest at dusk was not a rescue mission. It was suicide. They were farmers, not trackers. Their grief was a fire, but it would not light their way in the dark. A grim, terrible reason prevailed. They had to get help. As night fell on the smoldering remains of Draper's Meadow, one of the men mounted the least injured horse and galloped east, a messenger of horror, to raise the alarm and summon a posse. For William Ingalls, the hunt had already begun, but it would be a hunt of agonizing patience, of staring into the dark woods and praying for a miracle that felt impossible. The news of the Draper's Meadow massacre traveled faster than any horse. It was a poisoned arrow shot into the heart of the frontier, and it spread a sickness of fear through every isolated cabin and fortified settlement along the New River. The fragile illusion of safety that these pioneers clung to was shattered. If a community as established as Draper's Meadow could be wiped out in broad daylight, then no one was safe. Absolutely no one. In the days that followed, settlers from the surrounding area gathered at the small, palisaded fort that served as the local strongpoint. They came for safety, but they brought their terror with them, and it filled the cramped space like a thick smoke. The community, once a fortress built on mutual reliance, began to crack under the strain. You see, my friends, a tragedy like this doesn't just unite people, it can also tear them apart, exposing the fault lines of fear and self-preservation that run beneath every society. Lines were drawn in the dirt, right there in the muddy courtyard of the fort. On one side were men like Philip Barger, their eyes burning with grief and rage. They demanded immediate bloody retribution. They wanted to form a war party right then and there, ride into the Ohio country and burn every Shawnee village they found. To them, caution was just another word for cowardice. On the other side were the older, more pragmatic men. They understood the futility of such a plan. They argued that a small, vengeful posse charging into the wilderness would be an ant marching into a hornet's nest. It would only lead to more death and leave their own homes defenseless. They urged patience, waiting for the official colonial militia for a proper, organized campaign. And then there was the third group, the largest group of all, the silent. They didn't argue, they didn't make speeches, they just watched with hollow eyes. And at night, they would whisper to their wives about packing up and heading back east, back over the mountains where the hand of the law was stronger. The Shawnees' raid had been a brutal act of psychological warfare, and it was working perfectly. It had planted the seeds of terror, and now they were watching them grow, choking out the courage of an entire region. A conspiracy of silence began to take hold. Many knew the trails the Shawnee used. Some had even traded with them before the war. But to share that knowledge, to offer help to William Ingalls, was to mark your own family for the next attack. The fear was a physical presence. People who had been friends for years now avoided each other's gaze. They barred their doors earlier, shushed their children's play, and prayed that the trouble would pass them by. In a handful of cabins, there were small acts of quiet courage. A woman leaving a loaf of bread and a slab of bacon on the doorstep of a family who had lost everything. But these were flickering candles in a vast and encroaching darkness. For William Ingalls, this was a special kind of hell. He had lost his family, and now he was losing his community. He was a man crying for help in a room full of people who were pretending to be deaf. William Ingalls could not wait. The colonial militia was a slow, lumbering beast, and every hour that passed was an hour that took his family deeper into an enemy world. He knew, with the chilling certainty of a husband and father, that he had to go now. A small, grim-faced posse formed around him. This wasn't an army. It was a handful of men bound by grief and rage, his brother John, Philip Barger, who thirsted for vengeance for his own brother, and a few others from the settlement. They were farmers and hunters, not soldiers, armed with long rifles, leather pouches of shot, and a desperate, burning hope. They plunged into the forest, following the trail of chaos left by the Shawnee war party. For the first few days, the trail was brutally clear. The warriors, confident in their head start, had made little effort to hide their tracks. The posse found the campsites, the ashes of small fires still warm. They found discarded items dropped by the captives, a woman's comb, a torn piece of a shirt. Each discovery was a double-edged sword, a spark of hope that they were on the right path, and a fresh stab of pain, a tangible reminder of the terror their loved ones were enduring. William would pick up these small things, his hands trembling, imagining Mary or his sons just hours ahead, just beyond the next ridge. But the Appalachian wilderness is not a neutral ground. It is a fortress of tangled rhododendron, steep ravines, and confusing mist-shrouded peaks. It was a home to the Shawnee and a deadly maze to the settlers. The posse was strong, driven by adrenaline and fury, but the mountains began to wear them down. The easy trail became a phantom. The Shawnee, knowing they were now being pursued, began to use every trick of their ancient craft. They walked for miles in the rocky beds of streams, leaving no footprints. They split their party, creating false trails that led to nowhere, then regrouped miles away. The hunt became an ordeal against nature itself. The men's provisions dwindled. Exhaustion settled into their bones, a cold, heavy weight that even their rage couldn't burn away. They were chasing ghosts. The mountains seemed to swallow the trail whole. One afternoon, after days of grueling pursuit, they came to the edge of a wide, stony creek bed. The tracks, which had been their only physical connection to William's family, simply ceased to exist. They had vanished. The men cast about for hours, wading through the cold water, scanning the opposite bank, but found nothing. The trail was gone. The silence that fell over the small band of men was profound. They stood in the middle of an infinite forest, defeated. The fire of their vengeance had been starved of air, and all that was left was the cold ash of despair. For William Ingalls, this was a moment of absolute soul-crushing failure. He had come so close, but the wilderness had chosen a side, and it was not his. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic rescue. There was only the quiet, brutal realization that he had lost. The walk back to the ruins of Draper's Meadow was a funeral march. The men who had charged into the woods fueled by a righteous fury now stumbled home, hollowed out by their defeat. William Ingalls had lost his family in the massacre, and now, standing at the edge of that cold stream, he had lost them all over again. He returned not as a rescuer, but as a man condemned to wait and to wonder, a ghost haunting the edge of a wilderness that had swallowed his entire world. And so, my friends, if you're waiting for the part of the story where a sheriff slaps iron cuffs on the guilty men and hauls them before a bewigged judge, I have to tell you, that story doesn't exist. There was no grand trial for the warriors who fell upon Draper's Meadow. In the eyes of the colonial government, this wasn't a crime to be prosecuted. It was an act of war. The Shawnee weren't fugitives hiding within the law. They were an enemy nation with its own territory, its own leaders, and its own reasons for fighting. Cornstalk and Kilbuck would never see the inside of a Virginia courtroom. The only justice the law of men could offer was slow, clumsy, and distant. A reward was eventually posted for the return of the captives, a piece of paper that was meaningless hundreds of miles away in the Ohio wilderness. The militia, when it finally mustered, was more concerned with defending against the next raid than avenging the last one. The wheels of colonial justice turned with the speed of a dying glacier, while for the captives, every tick of the clock was an eternity. For William Ingalls, the verdict was clear. The system had failed. The law was a distant abstraction, useless against the immediate brutal reality of his loss. But in the mountains, there is another kind of court, another kind of justice. And in the fall of 1755, Mary Draper Ingalls found herself standing trial in it. Her captors were not on trial, she was. The courtroom was the vast, unforgiving landscape of the Ohio Valley. The judge was the coming winter. The jury was hunger, fear, and exhaustion. The verdict would be simple and final, life or death. While William was hunting shadows in the east, Mary was enduring the verdict of her captors. She had been judged not as a criminal, but as an asset. Her skill with the needle and thread spared her from the brutal gauntlet ritual upon her arrival at Lower Shawneetown. She was put to work, her hands making fine shirts for the very men who had destroyed her world. But this small mercy was a cage within a cage. The true sentence had already been carried out on her family. Her sons, Thomas and George, were judged young enough to be assimilated and were torn from her side, adopted into different families, their pasts to be systematically erased. Her infant daughter, Louisa, was deemed just another mouth to feed and was given away. Mary was now a prisoner, not just of the Shawnee, but of her own bottomless grief. The law of men had abandoned her. The justice of the tribe had shattered her family. In that profound darkness, she came to a realization. If there was any justice to be had, she would have to seize it for herself. It would not be a justice of punishment or revenge. It would be the justice of survival, the justice of reclaiming a life that had been stolen. The Shawnee had passed their sentence on her. Now, she was about to deliver her own. You might think this is where the story finds its happy ending. The hero has returned. The ordeal is over. But for Mary and William Ingalls, the reunion was not an end to the suffering. It was the beginning of a new kind of pain. When William finally held his wife, he was holding a stranger made of skin and bone, her eyes haunted by things he could never understand. The joy of her survival was a fragile light in the crushing darkness of their shared losses. She was alive, but her children were not with her. The verdict of her escape was life, but the price was a lifetime of remembering. They could not go back to Draper's Meadow. The place was a tomb, the very soil poisoned with memories. So they moved on, driven by the pioneers' stubborn refusal to be broken. They settled on the New River, establishing Ingalls Ferry, a vital link that would become a cornerstone of the region. They built a new home, had more children, and tried to stitch together the shredded fabric of a normal life. But a curse followed them. The knowledge that their eldest son, Thomas, was still out there, somewhere in the Ohio country, was a wound that would not heal. And the ghosts of their two youngest, George and their infant daughter Louisa, who they would later learn had both died in captivity, were a constant presence. Mary had survived, but a part of her soul had been left behind in that frozen wilderness, forever wandering. And what of the men who had brought this hell upon them? The wheels of mountain justice turn slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. The war raged on for years, a bloody, tangled ledger of raid and reprisal. The Shawnee leader, Cornstalk, would continue to be a formidable adversary to the colonists. But his fate would be a dark mirror of the violence he had unleashed. Years later, in 1777, he would go to an American fort on a mission of peace to warn them of an impending attack by other tribes. Instead of being treated as a diplomat, he was taken hostage. And when a settler was killed nearby, a vengeful mob stormed the fort and murdered the unarmed Cornstalk in cold blood. There was no trial, no judge. It was the same brutal, lawless justice of the frontier that had visited Draper's Meadow, coming full circle. The community itself tried to forget. The name Draper's Meadow was spoken in hushed tones, if at all. The site of the massacre was abandoned, the burned-out cabins slowly reclaimed by the forest, the graves of the dead sinking back into the earth. It became a haunted place, a scar that the land itself was trying to cover over. The survivors scattered, seeking new ground, trying to build lives far from the shadows of that terrible day. The story was not celebrated or memorialized. It was buried. It was a trauma so profound that the only way people knew how to deal with it was to turn their backs and walk away, hoping the silence would eventually smother the screams. But a story this powerful doesn't just fade away into the mist. It leaves echoes. It seeps into the soil and becomes part of the land itself. The most powerful echo, of course, was human. 13 years after the massacre, a treaty was signed and a teenage boy was returned to the Ingalls family. It was Thomas. But the joyful reunion was also a tragedy. He was a ghost from another world. He spoke Shawnee. He had forgotten English, forgotten his parents, forgotten the life he was born into. His reintegration was a long, painful struggle, a living testament to the chasm that had opened up between two worlds. Yet, he endured. The Ingalls family grew, and they never, ever forgot. The story of Mary's ordeal was their founding legend, passed down from parent to child, a sacred inheritance. It was preserved not in dusty history books, but in the living memory of a family, until Mary's own son, John, finally wrote it down, ensuring it would never be lost. And the physical traces are still there, hidden in plain sight. If you go to Blacksburg, Virginia today, you can find the site of Draper's Meadow. It's not a haunted ruin in the woods. It's the heart of the Virginia Tech campus. Thousands of students walk across that land every single day, their minds on exams and their futures. They sit by a quiet duck pond, a memorial to that day, many of them having no idea they are studying on ground that was once soaked in blood and terror. Travel a little further and you'll find the New River. This, to me, is the greatest monument of all. It is the silent, winding witness to her ordeal. It is the same river whose icy water she waded through, whose banks she crawled along in delirious agony. When you stand on its edge, you are standing in the exact footsteps of her 600-mile journey into hell. Its currents still whisper her name. You can even go and stand at her grave in Radford, Virginia, and touch the cold stone that bears her name. It's a tangible link, a direct connection to this woman of impossible courage. People build new lives. They pave roads and raise buildings and try to look forward. But they can never completely erase the past. It's always there, just beneath the surface. The highways and the college campuses can cover the scars, but they can't erase them. The mountains watched it all happen, and the mountains remember. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. What unspeakable things did Mary Draper Ingalls have to do to survive? The historical record, the official documents, will never tell you. They can only tell you the distance she walked and the date she returned. But the story she told her son, the story of the old Dutch woman and her descent into madness, that is the only answer we have. Did the woman truly try to kill and eat her? Or was it a terrifying hallucination brought on by starvation, Mary's own mind fracturing under the strain? In the end, my friends, it doesn't matter. The horror was real either way. Mary walked to the absolute zero point of human experience, a place where civilization is stripped away and only the primal will to live remains. The unspeakable thing she did was look into that abyss and find the strength to crawl back out. This is not just a story of survival. It is a story about two kinds of strength. There is the strength of the warrior, the strength to conquer, to take, to destroy. We saw that in the brutal efficiency of the raid. But then there is another kind of strength, a quieter and perhaps more profound kind. It is the strength of the root that holds fast to the earth in a storm. It is the strength of a mother who, having lost everything, decides that her own life is still a testament to the family she loved. Mary Draper Ingalls had that strength. She refused to be erased. Her journey home was an act of defiance, a declaration that even after the fire, after the slaughter, after the loss of her children, she was still here. This is the indomitable Appalachian spirit, forged in the crucible of stories just like this one. It's a story of heartbreak and endurance, of cruelty and unimaginable courage. It reminds us that the foundations of this country were not built on neat treaties and noble ideals alone. They were built on the suffering and the sacrifice of people like Mary, on ground consecrated by blood and tears. Her journey is seared into the very landscape, a lesson that must not be forgotten. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Imagine the deepest, darkest night in the Ozark Hills, where the silence is shattered not by a scream, but by the thunder of hooves. Riders emerge from the mist, but they are not men. They are terrifying figures in black hoods, with long, twisted horns sprouting from their heads, like demons clawing their way out of the very earth. The newspapers called them vigilantes. The outlaws called them monsters. But their neighbors called them something else, the bald knobbers. But here is the bone-chilling question history has tried to bury. What happens when the men who promised to save you from the darkness become the darkness itself? Today, we will separate the legends from the facts and find out what really happened when good men put on the devil's mask. To understand the firestorm that was coming, you first have to understand the land that would become its kindling. The Ozark Mountains of southern Missouri in the 1880s were a world unto themselves. This wasn't the manicured countryside of the East. This was a rugged, isolated land of deep hollows, limestone bluffs, and spring-fed creeks that ran clear as glass. It was a beautiful but unforgiving place, settled by fiercely independent Scots-Irish families who asked for little more than to be left alone to work their small farms and raise their children. Life here was governed by the seasons, not the clock. Men like Nat Kinney were pillars of this community. A giant of a man, a Union Army veteran with a booming voice, he was seen as a leader long before he ever took the title. You could find him at his general store, a place that smelled of coffee, leather, and kerosene, where he'd extend credit to a family down on their luck. You had decent, church-going folk, families who believed in hard work and the word of God, whose greatest dream was simply a good harvest and a peaceful night's sleep. But peace was a forgotten luxury. The Civil War had not been a distant conflict here. It was a brutal, intimate butchery that pitted neighbor against neighbor. The official surrender in 1865 meant nothing to the hills. The old hatreds didn't die. They just festered, waiting for a new excuse to bleed. The law was a ghost, a corrupt sheriff a full day's ride away who couldn't or wouldn't do a thing to help. In this vacuum, a new power had risen. A loose confederation of outlaws, horse thieves and murderers led by the notorious Taylor and Matthews clans ran Taney County as their personal kingdom. They mockingly called themselves the Anti-Law and Order League. For the ordinary farmer, life became a waking nightmare. Livestock vanished in the night, stores were robbed in broad daylight, and families were terrorized into silence. Every sunset brought a fresh wave of fear. Every knock on the door could be a gang of thugs demanding food or whiskey. The people were pushed to the absolute edge, praying for a savior. But they were about to learn a hard lesson. In the Ozark Hills, when you pray for a savior, you have to be careful what kind of angel answers your call. The roots of this conflict ran deeper than any single crime. They were anchored in the very bedrock of the Ozarks. The families who settled these hills, the Scots-Irish, didn't come here seeking gold. They came seeking freedom from kings, landlords, and any government that tried to put a bridle on them. They carved their lives out of the wilderness with an axe and a rifle, and the land they claimed wasn't just property, it was a declaration of independence. This patch of earth, this creek bottom, this ridge, it was a legacy paid for in sweat, heartbreak, and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his soul. But the most poisonous memory, the wound that never healed, was the Civil War. Here, it wasn't a war of uniforms and battlefields. It was a war of ambush and arson, fought between neighbors. Pro-Confederate bushwhackers and pro-Union jayhawkers turned the Ozarks into a slaughterhouse. A man might see the neighbor he'd helped raise a barn with the year before, riding toward his home with a torch in his hand. The official surrender at Appomattox was just a whisper from a world away. In these hills, the war never truly ended. It just went quiet. The hatreds were passed down from father to son like a family Bible. The Anti-Law and Order League wasn't born in a vacuum. It was the direct descendant of the bushwhacker gangs. Families like the Taylors and the Matthews had ridden for the Confederacy, and they saw the post-war government as a hostile, occupying force. For them, robbing and terrorizing their old Unionist neighbors wasn't just crime, it was a continuation of the war. They were settling old scores that the history books said were already settled. In this land, a family name was a heavy thing. It was your history, your allegiance, and your honor, all rolled into one. To be a Taylor or a Matthews meant you remembered the wrongs done to your kin during the war, and you never, ever let them go unavenged. To be a Kinney, a proud Union veteran, meant you believed in order, in the flag, and in the idea that the war was over and the law should be respected. The coming storm wasn't just about crime. It was the ghosts of the Civil War rising from their shallow graves, ready to fight one last time. The ground wasn't just fertile for a feud, it was salted with the blood of the last one. In a place as small and tight-knit as Taney County, there was no neutral ground. Friendships that had weathered droughts and hard winters now fractured under the weight of a single whispered question: are you for Kinney, or are you against him? The general store, the church, the blacksmith shop, these weren't just places of commerce or worship anymore. They were listening posts where every word was weighed and judged. Siding with the outlaws could get your barn burned by reformers. Siding with the reformers could get your throat cut by the outlaws. The simmering conflict gave old grudges a new, deadly purpose. A fistfight over a stray hog 10 years prior was suddenly remembered. A bitter argument over a boundary line marked by an old oak tree became a justification for violence. Men who had simply disliked each other for personal reasons now found themselves on opposite sides of a brewing war, giving their private hatred a righteous banner to fly under. The chaos was a perfect cover for settling old scores, and everyone knew it. Whispers became the currency of the hills, and they were poison. A story told at the grist mill in the morning would be a full-blown death threat by the time it reached the far hollows at dusk. Rumors traveled faster than a man on horseback, twisting and growing with every retelling. Did you hear that so-and-so was seen sharing a drink with one of the Taylor boys? Did you hear that man's wife say she thought Kinney was going too far? In this atmosphere, accusation was as good as a conviction, and suspicion was a death sentence waiting to be carried out. And then there were men like William Edens. He wasn't an outlaw. He hated the thieves and killers as much as anyone. But he was a stubborn, honest man who believed that justice delivered from the shadows was just another kind of crime. He spoke out, not in saloons, but in public, arguing that a secret committee of men acting as judge, jury, and executioner was a cure far worse than the disease. To Nat Kinney's supporters, this wasn't principled opposition, it was treason. Edens was marking himself and his family as an obstacle. He was a voice of reason in a world that was rapidly going deaf with rage. The community was no longer a community. It was a tangled web of fear, loyalty, and festering resentments. Every man was sizing up his neighbor, wondering which side he'd be on when the shooting started. The air itself felt heavy, charged with unspoken threats. It was a place holding its breath, waiting for the first man to reach for his gun. In the hollows, where old beliefs clung like moss to the north side of an oak, people felt the change in the air. The old folks would tell you the land itself was sick. They said the panthers cried with a human voice at night, a sound that meant blood was about to be spilled. A strange, unseasonable fog would roll in before dusk and refuse to burn off by morning, shrouding the hills in a ghostly silence. Women spoke in hushed tones of unsettling dreams, dreams of faceless riders and burning homes, of a darkness that had a shape and a name they couldn't quite speak. These weren't just superstitions, they were the collective dread of a community beginning to fracture under an unbearable pressure. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the woods. It was in the eyes of Nat Kinney. The man who once offered easy credit and a kind word was gone. In his place was a figure of pure, righteous fury. His voice, once used for friendly greetings, now boomed with the fire of an Old Testament prophet calling down damnation. He was the human catalyst, the gathering storm cloud. When he sent word, man by man, for a secret meeting at the schoolhouse on that treeless hill, that bald knob, it wasn't an invitation. It was a summons. It was the moment the vague, simmering anger of the people began to sharpen into a weapon. On that cold night in 1885, as a dozen men slipped away from their cabins, their wives felt a knot of dread tighten in their stomachs. They saw their husbands clean their rifles, not with the calm focus of a man going hunting, but with the grim determination of a man going to war. They didn't know the specifics of the meeting, but they understood its nature. This wasn't about building a new fence or organizing a church social. This was about blood. They were trying to cast out the devil, but they couldn't shake the terrible feeling that to do so, their husbands were about to invite a whole new kind of demon into their homes. The shadow of what was to come was already falling across their doorsteps. Inside that cold schoolhouse, by the flickering light of a single lantern, Nat Kinney's voice was a clap of thunder. He laid out the nightmare they were all living, the stolen livestock, the terrorized families, the mockery of the law. He told them that if the government had forsaken them, then they would have to become their own government. If the law wouldn't protect them, they would become the law. That night, they swore a blood oath of secrecy and allegiance. They were no longer just a dozen angry farmers. They were an army. They were the bald nobbers. And an army needs an enemy to fight. They didn't start with the hardened outlaws. Their first target was chosen carefully. A notorious wife-beater. A man despised by the community, but untouchable by the law. One moonless night, the silence of a lonely hollow was shattered by galloping hooves. The man was dragged from his bed, not by his neighbors, but by a circle of horned, silent demons. They tied him to a tree and whipped him raw with a hickory switch. They didn't speak a single word. When they were done, they melted back into the darkness, leaving him bleeding and terrified. It was a message, brutal and clear. There was a new power in the hills, a power that saw everything. The reaction was immediate. Decent folk, who had lived in fear for so long, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The whispers were no longer of fear, but of gratitude. Justice had been done. This success was like a drug to the bald nobbers. It emboldened them, swelling their ranks and hardening their resolve. They moved from punishing social outcasts to targeting the outlaws themselves. They burned down the corrupt saloons and gambling dens that served as the gang's headquarters, a direct assault on their power. The true point of no return came a few weeks later. A crude notice was nailed to the door of a known horse thief's cabin. It didn't have a signature, only a crude drawing of a horned mask. It gave the man and his associates 24 hours to leave Taney County. There was no negotiation, no trial. It was an ultimatum: leave or be found hanging from an oak tree. This was no longer about punishing a single sin. This was a declaration of war. The bald nobbers had taken it upon themselves to cleanse the entire county by force. The first drops of blood, drawn by a hickory switch, had been a test. Now, having found their power, they were promising a flood. The outlaws, for the first time, were scared. And a scared man with a gun is the most dangerous thing in the Ozark Hills. The war had begun. Power born from rage is a fire that eventually consumes the hand that wields it. The bald nobbers, once hailed as saviors, had begun to believe their own legend. Their enemy was no longer just the outlaw, it was anyone who questioned their methods. William Edens, the outspoken farmer who dared to call their shadow justice a crime, became the focus of their festering anger. On a cold night in 1887, they decided his voice would be silenced forever. This time, there were no ghostly horns, no pretense of demonic judgment. A large group of men, their faces bare in the moonlight, surrounded the small, isolated cabin. The pretense was over. This wasn't a warning, it was an execution. Inside, the Edens family and their house guest, Charlie Green, were asleep, unaware that their world was about to end. The first sound was not a knock, but a chorus of angry shouts from all sides, a predator's cry that left no room for escape. Then, the night exploded. It wasn't a single shot, but a deafening, continuous roar as dozens of rifles opened fire at once. The thin wooden walls of the cabin offered no protection. They might as well have been made of paper. The air filled with the shriek of splintering wood and the high-pitched shattering of the window panes. Inside, it was a hurricane of lead and splinters. The lantern on the table danced crazily from the impacts before its glass chimney burst, plunging the room into a terrifying darkness pierced only by the muzzle flashes from the tree line. Through the eyes of Edens' wife, it was a nightmare of incomprehensible chaos. She felt a searing pain in her own body as she fell. She heard a sharp final gasp from her husband, followed by the heavy, dull thud of his body collapsing onto the floorboards he had laid with his own hands. From the corner where their guest, Charlie Green, had been sleeping, there was a second thud, and then a profound silence. The attackers kept firing long after any movement inside had ceased, their fury needing to exhaust itself into the unresisting wood. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the shooting stopped. The silence that rushed back in was heavier, more terrifying than the noise. The only sound was the wind whistling through the new, ragged holes in the walls. The sharp, acrid smell of gunpowder hung in the air, thick enough to taste. It was the smell of murder. When the first rays of dawn finally crept into the shattered cabin, they illuminated a scene of utter devastation. The moonlight streamed through dozens of fresh holes in the walls, creating a horrifying constellation of death. There were no masks, no warnings, no hickory switches. This wasn't vigilante justice. This was a cold-blooded massacre. The bald knobbers had crossed a line from which there was no return. The heroes of the Ozarks were now just murderers. To the men who surrounded that cabin, this wasn't murder. It was a grim, necessary surgery. In their minds, William Edens was not an innocent man exercising his right to speak. He was a cancer. His words were a poison that threatened to undo everything they had accomplished. They had faced down killers and thieves. They had brought a semblance of peace to a land of terror. And now this one man, with his talk of process and law, was giving comfort to the enemy. He was making them look like villains, turning the very people they'd sworn to protect against them. Their logic was twisted but terrifyingly simple. If Edens turned the community against them, the outlaws would rise again, and the old nightmare would return. To save the county, Edens had to be silenced. The transformation from savior to killer had been gradual, almost imperceptible. It began the first time a man used his horned mask to settle a personal score. It grew each time they took a fine that felt more like extortion. The righteous fire had slowly burned down into the cold, hard ash of self-preservation. The switch flipped the moment they realized that Edens' arguments were working. The fear of losing control, of being exposed, arrested, and hanged by the very law they had replaced, became a paranoia that consumed them. The mission was no longer about saving Tiny County. It was about saving the bald knobbers from their own destruction. That is why they didn't wear their masks that night. This wasn't a symbolic act of justice. It was a personal, brutal act of elimination. But what did they feel as they walked away from that bullet-riddled cabin, leaving the smell of gunpowder and death hanging in the night air? There was no triumph. There was no righteous satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow pit in their stomachs. The adrenaline of the firefight faded, replaced by the deafening silence of what they had done. They had just slaughtered a man in his bed, in front of his wife. They had become the very monsters they once hunted, night-riding killers who brought terror to the innocent. On the dark ride home, a few might have tried to justify it with hollow bravado, muttering it had to be done. But in the quiet of their own homes, alone with their thoughts, the truth would be waiting. The image of that splintered door, the sound of the glass shattering, the memory of the final heavy silence from inside the cabin. They hadn't felt like judges or executioners. They had felt like butchers. And in that chilling private moment of self-awareness, they finally understood. The horned mask wasn't something they wore anymore. It was something they had become. The silence that followed the gunfire was a living thing, a heavy blanket of horror that smothered the hollow. Inside the cabin, the cold night air began to creep through the dozens of new holes in the walls, carrying with it the sharp, metallic smell of gunpowder and fresh blood. For what felt like an eternity, the only movement was the moonlight shifting across the floor, illuminating the two still forms and the splintered wreckage of a once peaceful home. But there was a survivor. Gravely wounded, drifting in and out of consciousness, was William Edens' wife. The pain was a fire in her body, but a colder, fiercer fire burned in her mind. The need to bear witness. She could not let them get away with this. She couldn't scream. Her lungs wouldn't obey. So she began to crawl, dragging her wounded body across the floor, past the body of her husband, out the shattered door, and into the freezing mud of the yard. Every foot was an agony, a testament to a will that refused to be extinguished by a volley of bullets. Her destination was the nearest neighbor, a lifetime away in the darkness. When the first neighbors arrived at dawn, summoned by the wounded woman's desperate gasps, they were met with a scene that would be forever seared into their minds. This wasn't the work of outlaws. This was something different, something more terrifying. The sight of William Edens, a good and honest man, lying dead on his own floor, turned the community's stomach. The awe and respect many had held for the bald nobbers curdled into pure, unadulterated horror. They hadn't just killed a man, they had murdered a neighbor in his bed. The news of the Edens massacre was a lit match dropped on a dry tinderbox. It traveled faster than any posse, a wave of shock and revulsion that swept through the Ozark Hills. The story was told in hushed, horrified tones at every crossroads and general store. They hadn't worn masks. They had shot the house to pieces. Mrs. Edens had survived. The killers' identities, long whispered in secret, were now spoken openly, names attached to an unforgivable crime. This was too blatant, too savage for even the corrupt local authorities to ignore. The flimsy shield of public support for the bald nobbers had been utterly shattered. The state was finally forced to act. The governor of Missouri, his hand forced by the public outcry, authorized the use of the state militia and hired the famous Pinkerton Detective Agency to hunt the killers down. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, turning friends into potential informants. The hunt was on, not just by a local sheriff, but by the full, vengeful power of the law they had so arrogantly replaced. The hunters had officially become the hunted. The murder of William Edens was not a stone dropped in a pond. It was an earthquake that split Taney County right down the middle. There was no more gray area, no room for neutrality. The invisible lines of allegiance that had been forming for months were now drawn in blood. You were either for the bald nobbers, believing they were the only thing standing between order and chaos, or you were against them, believing they had become a murderous tyranny. The question was whispered over fence posts, argued in hushed tones in the back of the general store, and sometimes settled with fists in the dusty street. Families who had shared pews for generations now glared at each other over the tops of their hymnals, the preacher's words about forgiveness ringing hollow and meaningless. The community, once a source of strength, was now a web of suspicion. Every shadow could hold a spy, and every friendly greeting could be a test. A conspiracy of silence fell over the hills, but it wasn't the silence of ignorance. Everyone knew who pulled the triggers that night. The killers were their neighbors, their cousins, the men they'd helped raise barns with. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own family's door. Fear was a gag in the mouth of justice. In response to this new terror, an opposition finally took shape. They called themselves the Anti-Bald Nobbers. This wasn't a formal army, but a desperate coalition of the outlaws' families, old enemies of Kinney, and decent men who were simply horrified by the Edens massacre. The hills erupted into a full-scale guerrilla war. A bald nobber's barn would mysteriously catch fire in the night. An anti-bald nobber would be ambushed on a lonely road. Shootouts became common, turning the quiet mountain trails into killing grounds. Amid the terror, there were quiet acts of breathtaking courage. A neighbor, knowing the risk, would leave a basket of food on the porch of the surviving Edens family under the cover of darkness. Another, his conscience finally outweighing his fear, would slip away to meet with the Pinkerton detectives, his whispered testimony the first crack in the wall of silence. But for every act of courage, there was an act of cowardice. Men who knew the truth would provide false alibis for the killers, choosing the bonds of kinship or the safety of their own skin over the rule of law. The community was eating itself alive, and the war for the soul of the Ozarks had begun in earnest. The law that had been a ghost in Taney County for a generation finally arrived, and it arrived as an army. The state militia, disciplined and impersonal, marched into the hills, their blue uniforms a stark contrast to the greens and browns of the Ozarks. Alongside them came the Pinkerton detectives, quiet, observant men in city clothes who missed nothing. They weren't swayed by old loyalties. and they weren't intimidated by local reputations. They brought with them the cold, methodical logic of the ledger book and the arrest warrant. An unlikely and dangerous posse was formed. It was a volatile mix of state troopers, professional detectives, and the raw, vengeful fury of the anti-bald nobbers. For the lawmen, these local guides were a necessary evil, men who knew the secret paths and hidden hollows. For the anti-bald nobbers, this was their chance for revenge, now sanctioned by the state. They hunted their own kin, leading the militia to the doorsteps of men they had known their entire lives. The chase that followed was a brutal ordeal against the land itself. The wanted men were not fools. They were sons of these mountains. They knew every cave, every rock outcropping, every spring that could hide a man. They could melt into the dense woods like smoke. For the pursuing militia, many of them flatlanders, the Ozarks became a green hell of steep ridges, sudden drop-offs, and thorny thickets that tore at their uniforms and their resolve. Days turned into weeks of grueling patrols, of false leads and near misses. The mountains, which had been the bald nobbers' fortress, were now their last, desperate sanctuary. But the real weapon that brought them down wasn't the rifle, it was the whisper. The governor's reward money was a powerful temptation, but it was the presence of the militia that truly broke the spell of fear. For the first time, people who knew the truth felt safe enough to speak it. A farmer, his conscience gnawing at him, would secretly meet a detective and trade a name for a promise of protection. A woman, tired of the bloodshed, would leave an anonymous note detailing a hiding spot. One by one, the cracks in the wall of silence began to spread. The end came not in one epic firefight, but in a series of swift, merciless raids. Acting on the new intelligence, the militia would surround a cabin in the pre-dawn darkness, their rifles appearing like a thorny crown around the house. Some men were taken from their beds, blinking in confusion as the cold steel of handcuffs snapped onto their wrists. Others tried to fight, their defiance ending in a brief, desperate exchange of gunfire. A few, run to ground in a remote cave, simply gave up, their faces gaunt with hunger and the knowledge that the game was over. The once feared night riders, the horned demons of the hills, were rounded up by the dozens, their reign of terror ending not with a thunderclap, but with the quiet, final click of a jail cell door. The trials of the bald nobbers were not a quiet legal proceeding. They were the final battle of the war, fought not with rifles, but with testimony and lies. The entire county descended on the small town of Ozark, Missouri, turning it into an armed camp. State militia with bayonets fixed stood guard on the courthouse steps and at the doors, their stoic presence a thin wall against the seething tension in the streets. Inside, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a stifling, airless space filled with the families of the accused, the families of the victims, and curious onlookers, all watching each other with a mixture of hatred and fear. The air was thicker than summer molasses, heavy with the unspoken threat that the violence outside could erupt within these walls at any moment. This was a clash of two worlds. In the dock sat the accused, hardened hillmen, their weathered faces looking utterly out of place against the polished wood of the court. Facing them was the machinery of the state, slick, confident lawyers from the city whose legal arguments felt like a foreign language in a place where disputes were settled with a handshake or a shotgun. Witnesses were called to the stand, their hands trembling as they swore on the Bible. You could see the terror in their eyes. As they spoke, their gaze would drift to the gallery, where the kin of the accused sat in stony silence, a silent but powerful reminder that after the judge and jury were gone, the mountains and their long memories would remain. Witness intimidation didn't require a single word, only a steady, unblinking stare. The defendants themselves showed no remorse. Led by Dave Walker and his son, they carried themselves not with the shame of murderers, but with the defiant pride of captured soldiers. They rarely looked at the judge or the jury. Their eyes were fixed on their own people in the crowd, a silent exchange of loyalty that defied the authority of the court. In their minds, they were being tried by a foreign power for an act of war, for executing a traitor who threatened their cause. They did not recognize this law, and they would not bow to it, even with the shadow of the gallows falling over them. The great captain, Nat Kinney himself, was not among them in the dock for this final judgment. He had a solid alibi for the night of the Eden's murder and was acquitted in a separate trial, a legal technicality that felt like a dagger in the heart of true justice. The mastermind, the voice that had summoned the demons in the first place, would walk free. The state needed convictions, and it focused its full weight on the men whose triggers had been pulled that night. The jury, a group of terrified local men, deliberated under immense pressure, knowing their decision could make them heroes to one half of the county and targets to the other. Finally, they filed back in, their faces grim. The foreman stood, his voice shaking slightly as he read the verdict. Guilty. 4 men, Dave Walker, his son Bill, John Matthews, and Tubal Matthews, were sentenced to be hanged by the neck until dead. A collective gasp sucked the air from the room, followed by a single piercing sob from the Walker family pew. The condemned men did not flinch. They simply stood, their faces like granite, and were led away. The law of men had spoken. The gallows would have its due. But as the crowd shuffled out into the tense evening air, the question hung unspoken between them. With dozens of others who fired into that cabin walking free, with the leader of the whole movement absolved, was this justice? Or was it just a sacrifice, a few lives taken by the state to pretend that the war was finally over? On a bright spring day in May of 1889, a gallows was built in the town of Ozark. A crowd gathered, not to cheer, but to watch in grim silence as Dave Walker, his son Bill, John Matthews, and Tubal Matthews were led to the platform. The trapdoors fell, the ropes snapped taut, and the law of men had its final, brutal word. But for the Ozark Hills, this was not an ending. It was simply the beginning of a long and bitter reckoning. The great captain, Nat Kinney, had walked out of the courtroom a free man, but the Ozark Code of Justice he had unleashed had a long memory. In August of 1888, months before the hangings, he was standing in his own general store. His sworn enemy, Billy Miles, walked in, raised a shotgun, and fired. There was no fiery speech, no final plea, just the deafening roar of a shotgun and the thud of the giant falling behind his own counter. The man who had sought to bring his own law to the mountains died by that same law. For the dozens of other bald knobbers who were acquitted or never charged, there was no gallows, but there was a different kind of sentence. They returned to their farms to find themselves living in a prison without walls. They faced the silence of a neighbor turning his back in the street, the sudden chill in a once friendly general store. Their names were now a poison in the well of their reputation. Some found their crops failing, their livestock sickening, and whispered it was a curse. Others, unable to endure the shame and the constant accusing stares, simply sold their land for pennies on the dollar and vanished, their families swallowed by the westward migration. And what of the survivors? For Mrs. Edens, the woman whose will to live had brought the whole machine of justice down on the bald knobbers, there could be no peace in Taney County. Every ridge, every creek, every familiar tree held the ghost of her husband and the memory of that terrible night. The land was tainted. Soon after the trials, she and her family packed what little they had left into a wagon and left the Ozarks forever, becoming refugees from their own home. The creak of their wagon wheels on the dusty road was the sound of a final, heartbreaking goodbye. The community, ripped apart by the violence and the trials, did not heal. It simply scarred over. A thick, heavy blanket of silence was pulled over the whole affair. People stopped talking about it. The names Bald Knobber and Edens became words spoken only in hushed whispers. It was a shared, unspoken agreement to forget. The story was too ugly, the wounds too deep. They buried the history, hoping that if they piled enough dirt on it, the ghosts would eventually stay down. For generations, the official history of Taney County was a story with a missing chapter. But the past never truly dies. It just goes to ground. Today, the descendants of both the bald knobbers and the anti-bald knobbers still live in those hills. They are farmers, business owners, and teachers. But they carry a heavy inheritance. A name like Walker or Matthews still carries a faint echo of that old war, a history that is rarely, if ever, spoken of aloud. It's a private knowledge, a story kept behind closed doors, because in a place this small, the great-grandchildren of the hanged man might still live just down the road from the great-grandchildren of the men who hanged him. The physical traces are harder to find, but they are there for those who know where to look. The old schoolhouse on the Bald Knob is long gone, reclaimed by the woods. But the hill itself remains, a quiet, windswept place that feels different from the land around it. In the old cemeteries, you can still find the tombstones. There's the grave of Nat Kinney, the murdered captain, and not far away, the final resting places of the men who were hanged. The simple, weathered stones, with just a name and a date, give no hint of the firestorm that consumed their lives. The mountains have quietly swallowed the evidence, leaving only the ghosts. But the story refused to stay buried. In 1907, an author named Harold Bell Wright published a novel called The Shepherd of the Hills. The book was a sensation, one of the most widely read American novels of its time. In its pages, the raw, bloody truth of the Bald Knobbers was sanded down, romanticized, and transformed into a mythic tale of heroic mountain men fighting for justice. Wright turned the complex and brutal vigilantes into archetypes of the American frontier spirit. He gave the world a legend it could stomach, and in doing so, he cemented the name Bald Knobbers in the nation's memory forever. And then came the final, strangest chapter of their legacy. As tourism came to the Ozarks and the town of Branson began its transformation, the story was sanitized one last time. In the mid-20th century, a family of entertainers started a country music show. Looking for a memorable local name, they chose one that would echo through the hills, the Bald Knobbers Jamboree. Today, tourists clap along to fiddles and laugh at comedians, their family-friendly fun promoted by cartoon figures of men in horned masks. The terrifying night-riding demons of the 1880s have become a brand. The ghost was repackaged and sold, its bloody history washed clean for the sake of entertainment. But if you drive away from the bright lights of the Branson Strip, back into the deep, dark hollows on a moonless night, and turn off your engine, you can still feel it. A silence so deep it feels ancient. And in that silence, you can almost hear the whisper of the wind through the oak trees. People may have forgotten, the novel may have romanticized, and the show may have sanitized. But the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked in the beginning, in the cold, misty dark of the Ozark Hollows. What happens when the men who promise to save you from the darkness become the darkness itself? The story of the Bald Knobbers gives us a chilling and timeless answer. It tells us that the line between a savior and a tyrant is terrifyingly thin, a line drawn not in the dirt, but inside the human heart. It shows us that justice, when stripped of process and mercy, is no longer justice. It is merely vengeance with a righteous name. This is more than just a forgotten tale from the Missouri hills. It is a profoundly American tragedy, a cautionary tale written in blood. It is a story about the indomitable frontier spirit, that fierce, independent streak that demands order in a chaotic world. But it is also a warning about the terrible danger of that same spirit when it becomes convinced of its own infallibility, when good men decide that their rage is the only law that matters. The law may be slow, it may be flawed, and it may sometimes fail us. But the Bald Knobbers stand as a grim, horned monument to the fact that the alternative is a far more terrifying monster. Their story is a lesson that was paid for with lives, with a community torn apart, and with ghosts that still linger in the deep woods. A lesson that the masks we wear to fight monsters have a way of sticking to our skin, and that the abyss, when stared into for too long, always stares back. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The streets of Morehead, Kentucky were a slaughterhouse. For 2 terrifying hours, the town echoed with the roar of Winchesters as over 100 armed men laid siege to a hotel. When the gun smoke finally cleared, the most powerful man in the county, Craig Tolliver, lay dead in the dirt, his body riddled with bullets. The newspapers called it the end of a brutal feud. But what if it wasn't a feud at all? What if it was the final bloody battle of a war fought over politics, power, and the very soul of a county? Today, we separate the folklore from the facts and uncover the story of the Rowan County War. Before the gunfire and the blood, Rowan County was a world of 2 halves, held together by a fragile peace. Out in the hollows and on the ridges, life moved to the rhythm of the seasons. Men like Floyd Martin woke with the sun and knew their land not by deeds and property lines, but by the feel of the soil in their hands. They were farmers, patriarchs of large families, their wealth measured in livestock, healthy children, and the respect of their neighbors. Their world was one of hard work, self-reliance, and a fierce independence born from the isolation of the mountains. To them, the law wasn't written in a book down at the courthouse. It was a code of honor passed down through generations. Then there was the town of Morehead. It was the county's beating heart, and its pulse was controlled by one man, Craig Tolliver. His kingdom wasn't made of dirt and timber, but of influence and fear. From the bar of his Monarch saloon or a suite in his Galt House hotel, he orchestrated the county's politics. He was handsome, always dressed in fine clothes that stood out against the town's mud and dust, but his smile never quite reached his eyes. He was the Democratic boss, the man who could make another man rich with a handshake or ruin him with a whisper. He saw Morehead not as a home, but as a chessboard, and every person in it was a pawn. These 2 worlds brushed against each other on market days. The Martin clan and their Republican allies would ride into town, their faces weathered by the sun, their conversations quiet and watchful. They'd trade their crops, buy supplies, and endure the smirks of Tolliver's men who ran the town. In the saloons, Democrats and Republicans drank at separate tables, the air thick with an unspoken history. Everyone knew who had worn the blue and who had worn the gray, or whose father had. It was a peace, but it was the kind of quiet you get in the woods just before a storm breaks. Every handshake was a calculation. Every glance held a question. The people of Rowan County were living on a fault line, a deep crack in the earth left by the Civil War, and everyone could feel the ground trembling beneath their feet. They were proud people, both in the town and in the hills, and pride in Appalachia is a dangerous thing. It can build a home, but it can also burn one to the ground with everyone still inside it. And on the horizon, an election was coming. It was August of 1884. To the rest of America, it was just another local vote. But in Rowan County, it wasn't about choosing a representative. It was a referendum on power itself. It was the spark falling toward a powder keg that had been filling for 20 years. Little did they know, this day of voting would not be settled with ballots, but with blood, and the world they knew was about to be lost forever in a haze of gun smoke. The hatred that fueled the Rowan County War wasn't born in a saloon brawl in 1884. Its seeds were sown 20 years earlier in the blood and fire of the Civil War. Kentucky was a state torn in half, a borderland where loyalties were not to a flag, but to family and to the ground beneath one's feet. Brother fought against brother, and neighbor took up arms against neighbor. When the war ended, the soldiers returned to their farms and towns, but they brought the conflict back with them. They laid down their rifles, but they never truly laid down the fight. In the rugged hills of Rowan County, these old battle lines hardened into political identities. To be a Republican, like the Martins, was to align with the Union, with the federal government that had preserved the nation. It was the party of Lincoln, a symbol of victory and order to some, but of occupation and overreach to others. To be a Democrat, like Craig Tolliver and his faction, was to carry the banner of the old Confederacy, of states' rights and resistance to that same federal power. It was a politics of pride and grievance, a burning resentment that the world had been turned upside down. This wasn't about policy debates, it was about memory. It was about which side your father fought on at Perryville or Shiloh. It was about remembering the Union patrols or the Confederate raiders who had passed through these very hollows. The land itself held these memories. For the Martins and their allies, their farms were a testament to their own hard work and independence, a legacy carved from the wilderness. For Tolliver, the town of Moorhead was a different kind of territory, a center of power to be controlled, its commerce and law to be bent to the will of his party, his faction, his cause. In these mountains, a family name is a heavy thing. It's a coat of arms and a burden, all at once. The name Martin became a rallying cry for every Republican farmer who felt choked by the town's political machine. It stood for the country, for the hills, for the men who answered to no one but God. And the name Tolliver became the symbol of absolute democratic control, of the saloons, the courthouse, and the money that made the town run. It was a feud of ideas long before it was a feud of men. The blood of the Civil War had never truly dried. It had just soaked into the soil, waiting for a single spark to turn the ground red once more. The conflict in Rowan County didn't live in grand declarations, but in the quiet, poisonous whispers that spread from house to house. Craig Tolliver's Monarch Saloon wasn't just a place to drink. It was a spider's parlor where the web of rumor was spun. Here, his lieutenants, men who owed him their jobs or their freedom, would gather. They were the town's deputies, clerks and business owners, all bound to Tolliver by loyalty or fear. They nurtured every slight against their party, magnifying small disputes into grave insults against the Democratic cause and Tolliver himself. The Martin alliance was quieter, forged not over whiskey, but over shared meals and silent nods of understanding on the steps of a country church. Theirs was a sprawling network of kin and fellow Republicans, families like the Coopers and the Hoggers, who saw Tolliver's grip on the courthouse as a tyranny that was slowly strangling them. They were men who had been denied loans, lost court cases on technicalities, or had their businesses squeezed by Tolliver's allies. Their support for Floyd Martin wasn't just political, it was a matter of survival. The ground was already salted with old wounds. Just a few years prior, a sheriff's election had been decided by a handful of questionable ballots, installing a Tolliver man and leaving the Martins and their supporters feeling cheated and disenfranchised. There was the bitter memory of a land dispute between a Tolliver ally and a Republican farmer, a case settled in a court controlled by Tolliver's friends. These weren't isolated incidents, they were a pattern. Each one was a fresh layer of resentment, a reminder that the law in Rowan County bent to the will of the town boss. Gossip became a weapon, as dangerous as any pistol. A drunken argument at the general store was retold in the Monarch Saloon as a deliberate Republican provocation. A Martin supporter speaking too loudly about his rights was marked as a troublemaker. The air grew thick with suspicion. Men started carrying guns, not just for hunting, but for a trip into town. Friendships that had crossed party lines began to fray. The community wasn't just divided, it was curdling, turning sour with paranoia and hate. The stage was being set for a tragedy, and every rumor, every old grudge, was another nail being hammered into the coffin of peace. In the long, sweltering weeks leading up to the August election of 1884, a heavy stillness settled over Rowan County. The summer had been brutally hot and dry, cracking the creek beds and turning the dirt roads into a fine, choking powder that coated every leaf and fence post. Old-timers whispered that it was a bad sign when the katydids fell silent in the heat of the day. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. The usual sounds of the mountains, the birds, the rustle of game in the undergrowth seemed to have faded, replaced by an oppressive quiet that felt more menacing than any storm. The true omen, however, wasn't in the sky or the trees. It was in the faces of the men gathering in Moorhead. Election day was approaching, and it felt less like a civic duty and more like a muster for war. The flow of whiskey, always a tool of political persuasion in those days, began to run more freely than usual, loosening tongues and sharpening tempers. Craig Tolliver's men walked the town's boardwalks with a certain swagger, their hands resting near their hips, while the Martin men who rode in from the country were grim-faced and watchful, their eyes scanning every alley and doorway. A deep sense of dread, a cold knot in the gut, became a shared secret among the people of Rowan. Wives watched their husbands clean rifles that hadn't been fired since the last deer season, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Men who had been neighbors their whole lives now passed each other on the road with a curt nod, the old bonds of communities straining under the weight of political hatred. This wasn't just another election. It felt like a final reckoning was at hand. They couldn't have known what was coming, not exactly, but they could feel the pressure building, a charge in the air that promised not rain, but lightning. Election day, August 4th, 1884, dawned hot and suffocating. At a polling place just outside Moorhead, the air was thick with more than just summer humidity. It was charged with whiskey and years of bottled-up hatred. Men from both factions gathered, their political affiliations worn like uniforms. Votes were being bought with liquor, and every conversation was a low growl of intimidation or defiance. This wasn't democracy in action. It was a standoff, a test of nerve where everyone was waiting for the first man to flinch. The spark came in the form of a drunken slur. John Martin, Floyd Martin's own son, got into a heated argument with a fervent Tolliver supporter named Solomon Bradley. The exact words were swallowed by the noise and the heat, but they were likely the same insults that had been traded for years, taunts about the war, about family, about honor. But this time, fueled by cheap whiskey and the tension of the day, words were not enough. Shouts turned to shoves, and shoves exploded into a vicious, desperate brawl. It was over in a flash of chaotic violence. The crowd surged, men yelled, but no one dared to intervene. In the midst of the scuffle, in the dust and the confusion, Solomon Bradley fell to the ground, mortally wounded. Whether a knife flashed in the sun, or if he was simply beaten to death, the accounts would forever conflict. But the result was brutally clear. Bradley lay dying, and John Martin stood over him, his knuckles raw, the grim reality of his actions beginning to dawn on his face. The cheering and the jeering died instantly, replaced by a stunned, horrified silence. The news ripped through the county faster than a telegram. For the Martin clan, it was a tragedy, but a defensible one. They called it a fair fight, a drunken brawl that went too far, provoked by Tolliver's men and their liquor. John Martin was arrested, and his family prepared for a legal battle. But for Craig Tolliver and his faction, this was no accident. This was a declaration of war. It was the son of their political enemy striking down one of their own on election day. They saw it as a calculated act of aggression, an assassination meant to send a message. The law might have had John Martin in a cell, but the code of the mountains now demanded a different kind of justice. The political quarrel had been baptized in blood. It was no longer about who would control the courthouse, it was about vengeance. The first drop of blood had hit the dry Kentucky dirt, and a war was about to bloom from it. There was no going back now. What followed was not an open war, but a slow, creeping plague of violence that lasted for 3 years. The law of the gun replaced the law of the land, and Rowan County became a place of shadows and fear. Death could come from anywhere, at any time. A man might be ploughing his field, the only sound the harness creaking and the birds singing, when the tree line would suddenly erupt with a volley of gunfire. He would simply fall, another life erased without a word. A riderless horse returning to a barn at dusk became a common and dreaded sight, a silent messenger of another ambush. The first major act of retribution was aimed directly at the head of the Martin clan. As Floyd Martin rode along a quiet country road, a section of woods he'd passed 1,000 times before, the trees themselves seemed to explode. A hail of lead tore through the air, and Martin was thrown from his horse. He lay grievously wounded, but by some miracle, he survived. The message, however, had been delivered in smoke and lead. No one was safe, no place was sacred. The war of assassination had begun. This shadow war culminated on a blistering summer morning, June 22nd, 1887. The Martin faction, now an army of over 100 determined men, descended from the hills and laid siege to Moorhead. The morning calm was shattered by a sound like rolling thunder, a sound that sent townspeople scrambling for their lives, diving into cellars or hiding behind anything that could stop a bullet. For hours, the air was filled with a constant, deafening roar as hundreds of rounds were fired. It was a storm of lead. The high-pitched whine of bullets was everywhere. Wooden storefronts splintered, sending shards of timber flying through the air. The windows of the Galt House Hotel, where Craig Tolliver and his men were cornered, shattered one by one. Through the thick haze of gunsmoke, you could see the muzzle flashes from doorways, from rooftops, from behind wagons. The Martin men weren't brawling. They were conducting a methodical extermination, tightening a noose of rifle fire around the heart of Tolliver's power. Then came the final, desperate act. Trapped, his men falling around him, Craig Tolliver made a run for it. He burst from the hotel, a flash of motion against the chaos. It wasn't a single shot that answered him, but a deafening, instantaneous chorus of rifles firing as one. The unstoppable town boss, the man who had ruled Rowan County with an iron fist, simply collapsed in the middle of the street. And in the moment his body hit the dirt, the thunder of the guns stopped. A deafening silence fell over Moorhead, broken only by the ringing in men's ears and the sight of the dead man lying in the dust. The war was over. To understand the 3 years of terror that followed, we must try to look at the world through Craig Tolliver's cold, calculating eyes. In his own mind, he was no villain. He was a king, and Moorhead was his kingdom. The Galt House Hotel was his castle, the Monarch Saloon his throne room. He believed in order, but it was his order. He provided jobs, settled disputes, and kept the peace, all so long as his authority was never questioned. He didn't see the Martins and their allies as a political opposition. He saw them as rebels, as a disease threatening the body of his carefully controlled world. When Solomon Bradley was killed on election day, Craig Tolliver didn't see a drunken brawl gone wrong. He saw an assassination. He saw the son of his chief rival striking down one of his loyalists in a blatant act of defiance. To him, this was an insurrection, a declaration of war against his rule. A king cannot allow such a challenge to go unanswered, or the throne itself will crumble. The moment he heard the news, a switch didn't flip from anger to rage. It flipped from political maneuvering to calculated extermination. The Martins had chosen the weapon, and he would simply prove he was a master of it. The decision to ambush Floyd Martin wasn't made in a fit of passion. It was a cold, strategic move, a piece being moved on a chessboard. Tolliver would have seen it as a regrettable but necessary act of statecraft. In his logic, removing the head of the rebellion would cause the movement to collapse. After the ambush failed, he wouldn't have felt frustration or panic, but a grim resolve. It was simply a problem that now required a more thorough solution. For 3 years, as the bodies fell on both sides, it's unlikely Tolliver felt guilt. Each report of another Martin supporter shot from ambush would have been received not with glee, but with a sense of grim satisfaction. It wasn't murder, it was management. It was the slow, methodical process of cutting a cancer out of his county. He was the only man, in his own view, strong enough to do what needed to be done. This is what makes his evil so chilling. It was not the product of madness, but of a terrible, unwavering certainty that he was the hero of his own story. When the final volley of shots faded, a silence fell over Moorhead. It was a silence so deep and heavy, it felt louder than the gunfire that had preceded it. A thick, acrid haze of gun smoke hung in the humid summer air, burning the eyes and throat. For a long moment, nothing moved. The only sign that the world hadn't ended was the sight of Craig Tolliver's lifeless body lying in the dusty street, a final, stark punctuation mark at the end of a bloody 3-year sentence. Slowly, cautiously, the town began to emerge from its hiding places. Cellar doors creaked open. Shopkeepers peered out from behind barricaded windows. The faces of the townspeople were pale with shock, their eyes wide as they took in the scene. The main street looked like a battlefield. Bullet holes pocked nearly every building. Windows were shattered, and the ground was littered with spent shell casings. The bodies of Tolliver and his lieutenants lay where they had fallen, silent testament to the terrible finality of the fight. The Martin faction, victorious, did not flee back to their hollows. They were no longer an invading army. They were the new power in Rowan County. They stood in the open, rifles held loosely in their hands, their faces grim and streaked with sweat and gunpowder. They had come to Moorhead to kill a king, and they had succeeded. With Tolliver and his closest men dead, their political machine, built on years of intimidation and control, had vanished in the space of a single morning. The reign was over, but news of a private war travels fast. When word reached the state capital of Frankfurt that a county seat had been seized by an armed force and its leadership exterminated in the streets, the reaction was one of pure shock. This wasn't a feud, this was an insurrection. Governor J. Proctor Knott didn't send a sheriff. He sent the army. For the first time in Kentucky's history, the state militia was called out to quell a local war. Days later, uniformed soldiers marched down the main street of Moorhead, their polished boots kicking up the same dust that had soaked up Craig Tolliver's blood. They came with bayonets fixed, under orders to restore order by force if necessary. They were a foreign power, an outside authority that neither the Martins nor the Tollivers had ever answered to. Their arrival marked the true end of the war. The law of the mountains had finally been silenced by the law of the state. The arrival of the state militia did not bring peace to Rowan County. It simply put a lid on a boiling pot. The gunfire was replaced by a tense, suffocating quiet, enforced by the cold steel of soldiers' bayonets. But beneath this forced calm, the community was more fractured than ever. The war wasn't over. It had just moved indoors, into the whispers in the general store and the fearful glances exchanged over church pews. The town of Moorhead and the surrounding hollows broke into two camps, with a terrified majority caught in the middle. For the Republicans and the families of the Martin faction, it was a moment of liberation. They saw themselves not as killers, but as patriots who had overthrown a tyrant. They had stood up to Craig Tolliver's machine and won, restoring what they believed was true justice to the county. They were the heroes of their own story, and they expected to be treated as such. But for the friends, allies, and business partners of the dead Democrats, the Martin clan was a mob of savage murderers from the hills. They saw the great gunfight not as a battle, but as a massacre, and they now lived in mortal fear of the men who had perpetrated it. This fear gave birth to a powerful conspiracy of silence. When the state authorities began their investigation, they were met with a wall of sealed lips and downcast eyes. Men who had witnessed the entire 2-hour battle from their shop windows suddenly claimed they had been hiding in their cellars and had seen nothing. Others, who surely knew the names of every man who marched on the town, would only shrug and say they couldn't recognize anyone through the smoke. To speak the truth was to choose a side, and in the shadow of such violence, choosing a side was a potential death sentence. Fear of Martin retribution was a more immediate threat than a distant state court. Yet, in this atmosphere of terror, small acts of courage and cowardice defined the true character of the people. A former Tolliver deputy who once walked with a confident swagger would now cross the street to avoid meeting the gaze of a Martin man. But a doctor who had been a friend of Tolliver's would still ride out to a Martin farm to tend to a sick child, his oath as a healer overriding the politics of hate. A widow of a slain Tolliver man might find a sack of flour left on her porch in the dead of night, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show support in the daylight. The war had moved from the streets into the hearts of the people, and every small decision, who to trade with, who to talk to, who to help, became a declaration of allegiance in a conflict that was far from over. The hunt for the killers of Craig Tolliver was not a chase with hounds and rifles through the dark hollows. The killers weren't hiding. They were walking the streets of Moorhead in broad daylight, confident and victorious. The hunt that followed was a different kind of pursuit altogether, a methodical and dangerous game of wits waged by outsiders in a land that guarded its secrets jealously. The posse was not made of vengeful neighbors, but of state prosecutors and detectives from Frankfurt, city men who wore stiff collars and carried law books instead of Winchesters. Their prey was an entire faction, over 100 men bound by blood, politics, and the shared secret of the final gunfight. The mountains that had once hidden Tolliver's ambushes now served a new purpose. They hid the truth. The state's men rode from one isolated farm to the next, asking questions that were met with blank stares, convenient memory loss, and a steadfast, unnerving silence. The people of the hills, loyal to the Martins or simply terrified of them, created a fortress of ignorance. The investigators found themselves lost not in the woods, but in a fog of fear and clan loyalty. But the state had a power that Tolliver never did: the full weight of the law and the endless patience of bureaucracy. Slowly, painstakingly, they pieced together a list of names. Whispers were gathered, deals were offered, and cracks began to appear in the wall of silence. Finally, the state felt it had enough. Indictments were issued for the leaders of the Martin faction, charging them with murder and insurrection. The question that hung over the entire county was, would they come peacefully? Or would the state's lawmen have to fight a second war to bring them in? The moment of capture was not a bloody firefight, but a scene of quiet, surreal drama. Faced with warrants from the state, the very authority they claimed to respect, the Martin leaders made a calculated choice. One by one, they came down from their hill farms, met the lawmen, and surrendered their rifles. There was no resistance, no desperate last stand. They walked into custody with their heads held high, not as cornered fugitives, but as men who believed utterly in their own righteousness. They were confident that any jury of their peers would see them not as criminals, but as liberators who had done the county a necessary, if brutal, service. Their war was not over. It was simply moving from the battlefield to the courtroom. The courthouse in Moorhead was not a hall of justice, it was a fortress. State militia, with bayonets fixed, stood guard at every entrance and lined the courtroom walls. The room was packed to suffocation, split down the middle as if by an invisible wall. On one side sat the grim-faced farmers and families of the Martin faction, their expressions hard and unyielding. On the other, the remaining allies of Craig Tolliver, their faces a mixture of grief, fear, and a desperate hope for vengeance. Every person in that room understood this was not just a trial. It was the final battle of the Rowan County War, fought not with rifles, but with words and law books. The prosecution, sent from the state capital, laid out a clear and brutal case. This was murder, plain and simple. A conspiracy of over 100 men who had taken the law into their own hands, sieged a town, and executed their political rivals in the street. They painted the Martin faction as a lawless mob, a threat to the very fabric of civilized society. But the defense lawyers, shrewd men who understood the ways of the mountains, told a different story. They portrayed Craig Tolliver as a ruthless tyrant who ruled Rowan County through fear and corruption. The Martin men, they argued, were not murderers. They were patriots, Minutemen, who had risen up to liberate their community from a despot when the law itself had failed them. The trial became a spectacle of fear. One by one, witnesses were called to the stand. Men who had seen the whole bloody affair unfold would stare at the floor, their hands trembling, and mumble that they couldn't be sure of any faces they saw that day. The smoke, they'd say, was too thick. The chaos was too great. And you can imagine, my friends, the pressure in that room. You can imagine the silent, heavy gazes from the Martin supporters, a non-verbal promise of a long memory. The conspiracy of silence that had protected the killers in the hills now followed them right into the courthouse. Throughout the proceedings, the accused leaders of the Martin clan sat in their chairs with a quiet, unshakable dignity. There was no remorse in their eyes, no plea for mercy. They listened to the testimony with the stoicism of men who had made their peace with their actions long ago. They had done what they believed was necessary, and they put their faith not in clever lawyers, but in a jury of their peers, men who knew the land, who understood the grievances, and who had lived under the shadow of Craig Tolliver's rule. Finally, the day of the verdict arrived. The jury, 12 men from Rowan County, filed back into the silent, tense courtroom. They avoided the eyes of everyone, their faces pale and unreadable. The foreman stood, a single piece of paper trembling in his hand. He cleared his throat and spoke the words that would echo through those mountains for 100 years. On the charge of murder, on the charge of insurrection, the verdict for every single man was the same: not guilty. A roar erupted from one side of the room, a wave of triumphant relief. On the other side, there was only the dead silence of disbelief and defeat. The Martin men walked out of the courthouse as free men, acquitted by a jury of their neighbors. The law of the state had spoken, but was it justice? Or was it fear, wearing a judge's robes? The Martin men walked free from the courthouse, but the war had left a scar on every soul in Rowan County. For the allies of Craig Tolliver, the verdict was not just an acquittal, it was an eviction notice. Their leader was dead, their power was shattered, and the men who had killed him now held all the cards. There was no future for them in a county run by their mortal enemies. A quiet, grim exodus began. One by one, they sold their businesses and their land for whatever they could get, packed their families into wagons, and disappeared from the county, seeking a life in a place where their name was not a mark of defeat. For the victorious Martin faction, life after the verdict was not a simple return to peace. They had won the war, and in the following years, they took control of the courthouse and the sheriff's office, just as they had set out to do. But their victory was a heavy crown. They were no longer simple farmers. They were the men who had laid siege to a town and killed its leader. They were respected by their allies, but forever watched with fear by others. They had to live with the ghosts of what they had done, and the silence of their neighbors was a constant reminder of the blood that had been spilled. They had freed Rowan County from a tyrant, but in doing so had become figures of awe and terror themselves. The community, caught in the middle, made a silent pact to forget. It was a wound too deep to be discussed, a memory too painful to be preserved. The bullet holes in the storefronts were patched with new wood. The Galt House Hotel, the blood-soaked epicenter of the battle, stood empty and decaying for a time, a grim monument to the war, until it eventually burned to the ground, taking its ghosts and stories with it in the smoke. People stopped talking about the feud. A generation grew up knowing only a sanitized version of the story, or perhaps none at all. The great gunfight became the county's dark secret, a history that everyone knew, but no one dared to speak aloud. For the sake of peace, Rowan County buried its own past under a thick, heavy blanket of collective silence. If you walk the streets of Moorhead, Kentucky today, you won't see the scars of a battlefield. You'll see the campus of a bustling university. You'll see traffic and commerce, a modern town moving at a modern pace. The old wooden storefronts are gone, replaced by brick and pavement. The thunder of the 1887 gunfight has been replaced by the everyday sounds of life. It would be easy to think that the Rowan County War was just a tall tale, a ghost story whispered by old men. But if you look in the local phone book, you will still find the names Martin and Tolliver. The descendants of the men who fought and died in that war still live on the same land, still walk the same streets. The blood has thinned, the old hatreds have cooled into a shared, complicated history. They are no longer armies, just families. A Martin and a Tolliver might work together. Their children might sit next to each other in school, most of them knowing little of the war their great-grandfathers waged for the soul of this very ground. The physical landmarks of the war are nearly all gone. The Galt House Hotel is a ghost, its location now just a spot on a modern street. But if you know where to look, you can find the final chapter. In the Old Town Cemetery, you can find the grave of Craig Tolliver. There is no grand monument to mark the resting place of the man who was once the untouchable king of Rowan County. There is only a stone, weathered by more than a century of Kentucky rain and sun, his name slowly being erased by time. It's a quiet, humble end for a man whose life was so loud and violent. People have tried to forget. For generations they buried the story, hoping silence would heal the wounds. But in Appalachia, the land has a memory longer than any person's. The mountains that surround Moorhead stood as silent witnesses to the ambushes and the final bloody siege. The waters of Triplet Creek still flow as they did when they ran dark with rumor and fear. The buildings are gone, the guns are rust, and the men are dust, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. Was this a feud, or was it a war? The story of Rowan County gives us a clear and chilling answer. This was not a petty squabble between families. It was the final bloody battle in a political war that had been simmering since the end of the Civil War. It's a brutal lesson in what happens when the law serves one man instead of all men, and when an entire community feels it has no recourse but the rifle. The great tragedy of the Rowan County War is that there were no simple heroes. To defeat a tyrant like Craig Tolliver, who had wrapped the law around himself like a shield, the Martin faction had to become a mirror of his own ruthlessness. They had to abandon that very law and become an army, delivering a verdict with a volley of lead because they believed a jury never would. This story forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the line between a liberator and a killer can sometimes be as thin as a puff of gun smoke. This is a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit. It is a testament to a code that says a man's honor is his own to defend, and that power taken by force can be taken away by force. It is a dark and violent chapter in our history, but one we must remember, for it reminds us that beneath the quiet surface of our towns and our histories, there are sometimes wars that have never truly ended. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Can the dead speak? And more importantly, if they did, would anyone listen? In Greenbrier County, West Virginia, in 1897, this wasn't just a campfire tale, it became the basis for a murder trial. The official report said that a young woman named Zona Heaster had simply died of an everlasting faint. But her mother knew the truth was far darker. She swore that her daughter's spirit returned from beyond the grave to name its own killer. They say a ghost can't testify in court. But in the old mountains of Appalachia, the veil between this world and the next is paper thin. Before the whispers and the shadows, there was just Greenbrier County, a place carved out of the Appalachian mountains where the hollows hold the morning mist like a secret and life moves with the rhythm of the seasons. It was a hard land, but an honest one. People here knew their neighbors, they knew the old stories, and they knew that some things in this world couldn't be explained by logic or law. This was the world of Elva Zona Hista, a young woman as vibrant and untamed as the mountains she called home. Locals just called her Zona. She was a beauty, with a spirit that refused to be broken. In a time when a woman's reputation was a fragile thing, Zona had already weathered a storm, having borne a child out of wedlock. But shame wasn't in her nature. She held her head high, her laughter echoing in the hills, a testament to a soul that craved life and love without condition. She was a daughter of these mountains, and she was looking for a future as bright as her own spirit. Then a stranger rode into town. His name was Erasmus Shue, but folks called him Trout. He was a blacksmith, strong and handsome, with a smooth way of talking that could charm a bird from a tree. He was new, a man without a past, or at least without one he was willing to share. When his eyes met Zona's, a spark ignited that was too powerful for either of them to ignore. He wasn't like the local boys. He spoke of a life beyond the confines of Greenbrier, a life filled with passion and promise. Their romance was a whirlwind, a sudden fire that burned hot and fast. Trout showered Zona with affection, painting a picture of a perfect life together. For a girl who had known hardship, his words were like a sweet melody, promising a home, a name, and a love that would protect her from the world's judgment. She was completely captivated, seeing in him not just a husband, but the fulfillment of all her dreams. But one person saw not a dream, but a nightmare. Zona's mother, Mary Jane Hester, felt a chill every time Trout Shue was near. A mother's intuition is an ancient and powerful thing, and hers screamed that something was wrong. She saw a darkness behind his charming smile, a predator's stillness in his eyes. She warned Zona, begged her to be careful, but her daughter was blinded by the light of first love, deaf to the warnings of a woman who had learned to listen to the whispers of the mountains. In October of 1896, against her mother's wishes, Zona married Trout. They moved into a small house near the blacksmith shop, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed like Zona's dream had come true. She was Mrs. Shue, a wife with a home and a future. But the Appalachian winter was closing in, long and cold, and a darkness far deeper than the winter nights was gathering over that little house. The dream of a happy life, built so quickly, shattered just as fast. The Appalachian winter had settled deep into the bones of the mountains, but on January 23, 1897, a chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran through Greenbrier County. It had been only 3 months since the wedding. A young boy, sent by Trout Shue on an errand to his home, found a scene of shocking stillness. Zona was lying at the bottom of the stairs, lifeless. The boy ran, his feet pounding the frozen earth, his heart hammering against his ribs, carrying the terrible news back to town. By the time help arrived, led by the local doctor George Knapp, the scene was already changed. Trout Shue had carried his wife's body upstairs and laid her on their bed. He was wild with a grief that seemed too loud, too performative. He threw himself upon her, his sobs echoing through the small house, creating a wall of sound and sorrow that kept everyone at a distance. He was a man drowning in despair, or so it seemed. The doctor, faced with a hysterical husband and no obvious signs of a struggle, could only do so much. But as the community gathered to prepare for the funeral, Trout's behavior grew stranger, more controlling. Now, in those days, preparing a body for burial was a sacred ritual performed by family and female neighbors. It was a final act of care and respect. But Trout refused to let anyone touch his wife. He insisted on dressing Zona himself, a task he performed alone behind a closed door. When he was done, she was presented in her finest dress, a beautiful garment with one very peculiar feature, a high, stiff collar that reached all the way to her chin. As if the collar weren't enough, Trout then wrapped a large scarf around her neck, explaining tearfully that it had been her favorite. In the coffin, her head seemed oddly loose, and he propped it up with pillows on either side. Any time a mourner came close to pay their respects, to touch her hand or adjust the pillows, Trout would fly into a rage, his grief turning instantly to aggression. He hovered over the head of the coffin, weeping and wailing, physically shielding her neck from view. The whispers started then. People had seen grief before, but this was different. This felt like a man guarding a secret. Knapp, influenced by Trout's frantic behavior and the lack of an autopsy, recorded the official cause of death as an everlasting faint. He later amended it to complications from childbirth, trying to find a medical reason for such a sudden tragedy. With a doctor's signature on the certificate, there were no more questions to be asked, at least not by the law. Zona Heaster Shue was buried in the local cemetery, her high collar and scarf intact. The cold earth covered the coffin, the case was closed, and a terrible secret was seemingly buried forever. For the town of Greenbrier, the story was over. A tragedy, yes, but a closed chapter. For Mary Jane Heaster, however, the real story was just beginning. In the dead quiet of her home, her daughter's absence was a deafening roar. Grief gnawed at her, but beneath it was a cold, hard certainty. Zona had not just died. She had been taken. Mary Jane prayed, not for comfort, but for truth. She begged for a sign, any sign, to prove what her heart already knew. And in the deep, silent nights of that Appalachian winter, her prayers were answered. It started with a cold. Not the kind that seeps in from a drafty window, but a cold that rose from the floorboards, a deathly chill that settled deep in her bones. For 4 nights in a row, the same thing happened. The room would grow frigid, and a faint light would begin to glow in the darkness, coalescing into the form of her daughter, Zona. She wasn't a terrifying specter, but a figure of profound sadness, her form shimmering like moonlight through mist, her eyes pleading. And then she spoke, her voice like the rustle of frozen leaves. The ghost of Zona told a story that made her mother's blood run cold. She spoke of Trout Shue, not as the charming blacksmith the town knew, but as a man of sudden, violent tempers. On that final evening, his rage had ignited over something as simple as the evening meal. He had come home expecting meat for dinner, and when he found there was none, a storm broke inside their little house. It was an argument, like many couples have, but it was laced with a darkness that Zona had come to fear. Her daughter's spirit recounted the final horrifying moments. The argument escalated, and in a flash of fury, Trout grabbed her. The ghost didn't speak of a struggle, it spoke of a sudden, brutal finality. She told her mother that he had clamped his hands around her neck, his rage giving him an inhuman strength. Then came the part of the vision that would be seared into Mary Jane's mind forever. To show her mother exactly what had happened, the spirit of Zona slowly turned its head. It turned and turned, past the point where a living neck could go, all the way around, until a faint, dry snap echoed in the silent room. A sound that was the final punctuation mark on her daughter's life. The apparition explained everything. It explained why her head was so loose in the coffin, why Trout had propped it with pillows. It explained the high, stiff collar and the carefully placed scarf. They were all meant to hide the terrible truth of his hands. For 4 nights, the ghost returned, telling the same story, reinforcing the same horrible details, until Mary Jane was no longer just a grieving mother. She was a witness. She was the keeper of a testimony delivered from the other side of the veil, and she knew she could not stay silent. When the 4th night passed, and the ghost of her daughter did not return, a new kind of silence fell over Mary Jane Heaster's home. It was no longer the silence of grief, but the heavy silence of purpose. The story her daughter's spirit had shared was now a weight in her soul, a truth she had to carry out into the world of the living. She knew how it would sound. A woman, already half mad with sorrow, telling tales of a visitor from the grave. They would call her a fool, or worse, a liar. But the image of Zona's head turning, the ghostly echo of that final, terrible sound, it gave her a courage that no amount of ridicule could shake. With a resolve as hard as the frozen Appalachian ground, she went to the county prosecutor, John Alfred Preston. You can just imagine the scene. A man of law and logic, sitting behind a desk piled with earthly matters, suddenly confronted by a woman whose chief witness was a ghost. Preston listened, his expression unreadable, as Mary Jane recounted the 4 nights of visitations. She didn't flinch or falter, describing the icy cold, the shimmering light, and the horrifying story that came with it. On its face, the story was unbelievable, the kind of mountain folklore that had no place in a courtroom. But Preston was a thoughtful man, and he remembered the whispers that had followed Zona's funeral. He remembered the reports of Trout Shoe's bizarre, possessive grief. He remembered the high collar and the scarf. Mary Jane's tale, as wild as it was, provided a chilling explanation for all of it. It was a single strange key for a lock no one else could open. Her story wasn't just a vision, it was a theory of the crime that made perfect, terrible sense. Risking his career and his reputation, Preston made a decision. He would listen to the ghost. He went back to Dr. Knapp and, armed with Mary Jane's conviction, persuaded him that something was deeply wrong. An order was given for the exhumation of Zona Heaster Shoe. On February 22, 1897, a small group of men stood in the cold silence of the cemetery. The work was grim, the sound of shovels striking frozen earth a violation of the peace. They raised the coffin, and in a makeshift autopsy room, the truth was finally brought into the light. The high collar and scarf were removed, and there, on Zona's neck, was the proof. Bruises, shaped like fingerprints, were still visible on her skin. Dr. Knapp's examination was thorough this time. He found that her windpipe had been crushed, and then he felt her neck. The first and second vertebrae were dislocated. Her neck had been broken. Every single detail from the ghost's testimony was now cold, undeniable, physical fact. The whispers of a ghost had led them to the evidence. The law, which had been so quick to close the case, now moved with swift and terrible purpose. The charm and the tears of Erasmus Trout Shoe were now meaningless. He was no longer the tragic widower. He was the monster from his dead wife's story. The manhunt was short because the culprit had been hiding in plain sight all along. Trout Shoe was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife. The trial of Trout Shoe became a sensation. Word of the Greenbrier ghost spread through the mountains like wildfire, drawing crowds to the courthouse in Lewisburg. This wasn't just a murder trial. It was a spectacle, a clash between the modern world of law and the ancient world of mountain belief. The courtroom was packed, a sea of faces, some hungry for justice, others just hungry for a good story. Prosecutor Preston had a strong case built on the solid scientific evidence of the autopsy. He had the broken neck, the crushed windpipe, the bruises. He had the facts. But he knew the heart of the story. The thing that had brought them all here was Mary Jane Heaster's spectral visitor. The defense attorney, on the other hand, saw Mary Jane as his greatest asset. He believed her story was so outlandish, so patently insane, that he could use it to discredit the entire investigation. He thought he could paint her as an unreliable, hysterical woman whose grief had pushed her into delusion. He planned to make a mockery of her testimony and, by extension, the entire prosecution. It was a fatal miscalculation. When Mary Jane took the stand, the courtroom fell silent. The defense attorney began his cross-examination, his tone dripping with condescension. He asked her about the ghost, expecting her to become flustered, to contradict herself, to crumble under the pressure of the court's scrutiny. He asked if the ghost's feet were bare. He asked what she was wearing. He asked if she spoke in a whisper. He was trying to catch her in a lie. But Mary Jane Heaster did not crumble. With an unshakable calm and a sincerity that was spellbinding, she answered every question. She looked directly at the jury, 12 men of the mountains who understood a world that wasn't always visible to the naked eye. She told them, under oath, about the 4 nights her daughter came to her. Her testimony was filled with the small, human details that make a story real. Her voice never wavered. She was not a madwoman. She was a mother, delivering a message. The attorney's strategy backfired spectacularly. Instead of making her look foolish, he had given her the stage to tell her incredible story to the jury, who listened, captivated. Her testimony had a profound effect. While the ghost's testimony was not officially entered as evidence, it filled the courtroom with a truth that was more powerful than any legal document. It gave the cold, clinical facts of the autopsy a voice and a motive. It explained why a man would act so strangely at a funeral, why he would cover his wife's neck with such care. The jury looked at Trout Shue, sitting defiant and smirking at the defendant's table, and they saw him not just through the eyes of the law, but through the eyes of Zona's ghost. On July 11, 1897, the jury delivered its verdict. Guilty. Erasmus Trout Shue was sentenced to life in prison. The law of man had delivered its justice, but everyone in that courtroom knew it had been guided by a justice from somewhere else entirely. Trout Shue, the charming blacksmith, was sent to the state penitentiary in Moundsville, where he died just 3 years later, taking whatever was left of his secrets with him to the grave. The slam of the prison gate on Trout Shue was not the end of this story. In fact, once he was safely behind bars, the truth he had hidden for so long began to seep out like poison from a wound. Investigators, prompted by the sensational trial, started digging into his past. It turned out Zona wasn't his first wife, or even his second. A dark, terrifying pattern began to emerge. His first wife had divorced him, citing extreme and brutal cruelty. His second wife had died just a year into their marriage under circumstances that now seemed chillingly familiar, a sudden, mysterious fall. The mountains had been sheltering a predator for years. The ghost of Zona Heaster hadn't just sought justice for herself. Her voice from the grave had unmasked a man who was likely a serial abuser and murderer, a man who had used his charm to lure women to their deaths, confident that the isolation of these hills would keep his secrets buried. His conviction wasn't just a victory for one family, it was a reckoning that had been a long time coming. Today, if you travel those winding West Virginia roads into Greenbrier County, you can still find the physical traces of this story. You can visit the Soul Chapel Methodist Cemetery, a quiet, humble place where Zona Heaster Shue is buried. Her tombstone stands as a silent testament to a life cut tragically short. For decades, it has been a pilgrimage site for those who know the story, a place to stand and wonder at the power of a mother's love and the thinness of the veil. But the most incredible piece of this story's legacy stands not in the cemetery, but alongside the road for all to see. It's a historical marker, the kind you see all over the country commemorating battles and births. But this one is different. Cast in metal for the state of West Virginia to acknowledge forever, the plaque reads, "Interred in a nearby cemetery is Zona Heaster Shue. Her death in 1897 was presumed natural until her spirit appeared to her mother to describe how she was killed by her husband. An autopsy on the exhumed body verified the ghost's testimony. It ends with a sentence that still sends a shiver down the spine. The only known case in which testimony from a ghost helped convict a murderer. The court records are filed away. The people who filled that courtroom are long gone, but the mountains remember. The story of the Greenbrier ghost has become woven into the very fabric of Appalachian folklore, a tale told around fires and on front porches. It serves as a permanent reminder that in this land of mist and shadow, some bonds are stronger than death, and some truths will find a way to be heard, even if they have to cross the threshold of the grave to do it. So we come back to the question we started with. Can the dead speak? And would we listen if they did? Skeptics will say that Mary Jane Heaster was a shrewd and desperate woman, that she cleverly took the town's whispers and her own suspicions and wove them into a ghost story, the only tool she had to force the hand of a legal system that had already dismissed her daughter's death. In a world where a woman's word meant little, perhaps the word of a ghost was the only testimony that could not be ignored. But whether you believe it was a spirit returned from the grave or the manifestation of a mother's unbreakable love, the truth that was unearthed is the same. This story isn't just about a ghost, it's about a voice that refused to be silenced. It's about the fierce, primal power of a mother's intuition in a world that often trusts only what it can see and touch. It teaches us that sometimes justice doesn't come from laws written in books, but from a truth that whispers from just beyond our understanding. The story of the Greenbrier ghost has become a permanent part of the American landscape because it speaks to a fundamental hope, that love is stronger than death, that evil will ultimately be exposed, and that even in the deepest silence, a cry for justice will find a way to be heard. It is a chilling, beautiful reminder that in the old mountains, some secrets refuse to stay buried. I'm standing on the banks of a slow-moving creek in the heart of Clay County, Kentucky. It's quiet here, peaceful. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves in the poplar trees and the gentle murmur of water flowing over smooth gray stones. But this place holds a violent secret. If you stand here long enough and you listen past the wind, you can almost hear a different sound. The echo of a quiet morning being torn apart by a dozen rifles firing all at once. It was right here, on this ground, that one of the most feared men in Appalachian history drew his last breath. His name was Thomas Baker, but no one called him that. They called him Bad Tom. For years, he was a ghost in these hills, a peerless marksman who seemed untouchable. Today, we're going to piece together the lost story of how a man like that ended up here, ambushed and alone, with nothing in his hand but a bar of soap. We're here to listen to the whispers from the past. To understand the man, you have to understand the world that forged him. Let's wind the clock back, long before that morning at the creek, to the years after the Civil War. Clay County wasn't a peaceful place then. It was a hornet's nest. The war between the states hadn't washed this land clean. It had just given old grudges a new flag to hide behind. Neighbor had fought neighbor in brutal guerrilla bands, and when the official armies went home, the bitterness remained, thick and suffocating as the summer fog in these hollows. In this world, the law from the state capital was a distant rumor. The real law was kinship. Your family name was your shield, your jury, and your executioner. A man's honor wasn't just a word. It was the most valuable thing he owned, and an insult was a debt that could only be paid in blood. This was a land of hard men, where disputes were settled not with lawsuits, but with long rifles and steady hands. At the center of this world stood the Howard clan. They were a powerful family, deeply rooted in the soil of Clay County, their influence tied to the wealth of the Goose Creek salt works. They were proud, numerous, and saw themselves as the rightful leaders of the region. They were men who expected respect and were quick to answer any perceived challenge to their authority. To them, the county had a natural order, and they were at the top of it. And then there was Thomas Baker. He was a different kind of force, a Union veteran who had walked through the fire of the war and come out the other side harder than mountain stone. He wasn't loud or boastful. He was a man of few words, with what people called a cold, glittering eye that seemed to look right through you. He was a hunter, and his time in the army had perfected his aim to a terrifying degree. He moved with a quiet confidence that some saw as arrogance, a challenge to the old ways. You could feel the tension crackle in the air on court days in Manchester. The Howards and their kin would stand on one side of the dusty street, and Tom Baker and his family would stand on the other. They were like two storm fronts gathering on opposite sides of a valley, dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Everyone knew it wasn't a matter of if the storm would break, but when. All it would take was a single spark to ignite an inferno that would consume them all. Feuds like this don't just appear out of thin air. They start with a single moment, a single choice. But the real reason, the human reason, often gets buried under decades of hearsay and legend. To find the truth, you have to dig. So I went to the local archives, to the place where old stories go to be forgotten, and I started scrolling through the ghosts of old newspapers on a dusty microfilm reader. After hours of searching, I found it. It's not much to look at. A faded column in an 1888 edition of a local paper, the text blurry at the edges. The headline is simple, almost sterile. Man shot and killed at logging camp. There's no picture, just a few short paragraphs. But this small, forgotten piece of newsprint is the Rosetta Stone of the Baker-Howard feud. The article reports that a man named Abner Eversole was killed by Thomas Baker following a dispute. It mentions cards, and it mentions liquor. But the key detail, the one that tells you this wasn't just some drunken brawl, is Eversole's family name. He was a Howard kinsman. This wasn't a murder, it was an assassination. This small article is the official declaration of war, printed in black and white for all the world to see. But this yellowed paper, for all its facts, leaves the most important question unanswered. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. What was the argument really about? The paper just says a dispute, but a dispute doesn't start a war that will last for over a decade and claim dozens of lives. To find that answer, we have to go back to the logging camp itself and listen to what the official record left out. Let's travel back to that logging camp in 1888. Picture a rough-hewn bunkhouse, smelling of pine sap, sweat, and cheap whiskey. A game of cards is underway by lantern light, a circle of hard men who worked with their hands all day and gambled with their pay at night. On one side of the table sat Tom Baker, on the other, Abner Eversole and a few of his Howard cousins. The air was already thick with a tension that had little to do with the cards being dealt. The game got heated, as it always did when liquor and pride were on the table. An argument started over a disputed pot. Eversole, maybe feeling brave with his kinsman beside him, pointed a finger at Baker and accused him of cheating. The other men fell silent. It was a dangerous accusation to level against any man in that camp, but to say it to Tom Baker was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. But it wasn't just about the cards. A darker rumor had been festering in the county for weeks, a whisper that Tom Baker had stolen a pig from a Howard family homestead. In a place where livestock was a family's wealth and a man's reputation was everything, this was the gravest of insults. It branded him a common thief. And now, in the middle of the tense bunkhouse, Eversole made the fatal mistake of saying the quiet part out loud. He threw the accusation of the stolen pig right in Baker's face. The room went dead still. This was the moment, the point of no return. Tom Baker didn't shout. He didn't curse. He simply pushed his chair back and stood up. In a voice that was low and steady, a voice colder than a winter creek, he looked Eversole in the eye, denied the charge, and demanded he take it back. For a long second, Abner Eversole had a choice: swallow his pride and live, or stand his ground and die. Emboldened by his friends and the whiskey burning in his gut, he made his choice. He refused to apologize, and his hand went for the pistol at his belt. He never cleared the holster. Baker's draw was a single fluid motion, a flash of steel and a deafening roar that shook the tiny bunkhouse. Abner Eversole crumpled to the floor. The card game was over, and the story behind that brief newspaper article was written in blood. Paper records and newspaper clippings can only tell you so much. They give you the bones of a story, but not the heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. I found James Baker sitting on the front porch of his small house, tucked away on a ridge overlooking the same hills his infamous ancestor once roamed. He's a man in his 80s now, with his great-grandfather's clear, steady eyes and hands weathered by a lifetime of working this land. He offered me a seat and listened patiently as I explained what I was doing. He'd heard it all before, from reporters, from authors, from curious outsiders. He nodded slowly, a tired smile playing on his lips. "You've been reading the books," he said, his voice a low Appalachian drawl. "They all talk about a stolen pig. They make my great-grandfather out to be a common thief who killed a man over a card game. That's the story the Howards wanted everyone to believe. It's cleaner that way." Then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that spanned a century. "But the story my father told me, the one his father told him, is different. There was no stolen pig. That was a lie, a slander cooked up by the Howards because Tom was becoming too well respected, and they couldn't stand it. They wanted to tear down his name. My great-grandfather," he continued, his voice dropping, "was not a man who started fights, but he was damn sure a man who finished them. In that logging camp, Abner Eversole didn't just accuse him of stealing. He'd been drinking, and he got mean. He looked Tom square in the face, and he said something vile about his wife, Mary. An insult so foul that in those days, for a man to say that about another man's wife, there was only one possible answer. It wasn't a choice, it was a duty." Hearing him say that, the whole story shifted. The dusty newspaper article felt hollow, incomplete. This wasn't a feud over property or a card game. According to the Baker family, this was about a sacred line being crossed. A husband defending his wife's honor in the only way his world understood. Suddenly, Tom Baker wasn't just a killer. He was an avenger. Let's go back inside that cramped, smoky bunkhouse. The argument over the cards and the stolen pig was just the kindling. Abner Eversole, full of liquor and backed by his kin, decided to throw gasoline on the fire. He looked Tom Baker dead in the eye, and the words that came out of his mouth were not about cheating or theft. They were a vile personal attack aimed squarely at Tom's wife, Mary. It was a poisoned dart of an insult designed to strip a man of his dignity in front of his peers, to stain the one thing in his life he held sacred. The air in the room was sucked out in an instant. The other men froze, their eyes wide. This was no longer a squabble. This was a line being crossed, a taboo violated. In the code of the mountains, you could challenge a man's strength, his word, even his life. But you did not speak ill of his wife. To do so was to invite death to your door. Everyone in that room knew that Abner Eversole had just signed his own death warrant. Tom Baker's reaction was terrifying in its stillness. There was no explosion of rage, no shouted curses. A deep, cold calm settled over him. He slowly pushed his chair back from the rough plank table and rose to his full height. His face was a mask of stone, and that glittering eye of his was fixed on Eversole, not with anger, but with a kind of finality, like a judge who has already passed sentence. In a voice that cut through the silence, he said, "Take it back." It wasn't a request, it was an order. One last chance to step back from the abyss. But Eversole was trapped. His pride, the whiskey, and the watching eyes of his cousins had him in a corner. To back down now would be to live with the shame forever. He likely let out a sneer, a drunken laugh, and doubled down on his insult. His hand, clumsy and slow, dropped to the butt of his pistol. It was the last mistake he would ever make. Before Eversole's fingers could even get a proper grip, Tom Baker's hand moved. It wasn't a frantic motion. It was a blur of practiced economy, a movement he had honed in the chaos of war and the solitude of the hunt. The gunshot wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow that slammed into the walls of the small room. Abner Eversole was thrown backward, the look of shock permanently etched on his face as he hit the floor. Tom Baker stood for a moment in the ringing silence, the smoke curling from the barrel of his revolver. He didn't look at the other men. He simply holstered his weapon, turned, and walked out into the night. He knew what he had just done. He hadn't just ended a man's life. He had sounded the first trumpet of a long and bloody war. From that moment on, there would be no apologies, no truces, and no peace. There would only be the feud. The killing of Abner Eversole lit the fuse. What followed was an explosion of violence that turned Clay County into a war zone. The feud spilled out of the isolated hollers and into the streets, and the epicenter of it all was right here, where standing now, the town square in Manchester. Today, it's a peaceful place. Cars pass by, people go in and out of the shops. It's hard to imagine it as anything else. But if you walk with me over to the old courthouse, a proud red brick building that has seen more history than any person alive, and you run your hand along the wall facing the street, you'll feel it. The surface isn't smooth. It's dotted with small dark pockmarks, little craters where the brick has been chipped away. Most people probably walk past these scars every day and never give them a second thought. But these aren't from weather or age. Right here. This is where it happened. Each of these marks is a silent testament to the chaos, a bullet hole left from a day when this town square was a free fire zone. This place, the very symbol of law and order in the county, became a hunting ground. The courthouse steps were turned into a fortress, and men used wagons and street corners as cover while they waged their private war in public, with no regard for who was caught in the crossfire. We're about to go back to one of those days, to a moment when the gunfire was so intense its echoes are still trapped in this very brick. Imagine a stiflingly hot court day in Manchester. The town square is crowded, but it's a tense, watchful crowd. The unwritten rule on these days was that the town itself was neutral ground, but nobody believed it. Men with rifles leaned against porch posts, their eyes never still. The Bakers and their allies gathered near the livery stable. The Howards and their faction stood in a tight knot on the courthouse steps, a clear claim to the seat of power. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The spark came in the most ordinary way. A Howard man coming down the steps bumped hard into a Baker cousin going up. Words were exchanged, a curse muttered under the breath. A hand moved instinctively toward a pistol grip, not to draw, but as a warning. It was a fatal gesture. A sharp crack echoed off the brick facade, and the first man stumbled backward, a look of disbelief on his face. In a heartbeat, the square erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a maelstrom of chaos, the deep boom of rifles mixed with the sharp bark of revolvers. Men who had been neighbors dove for cover behind horse troughs and wooden wagons, which offered little protection. Wood splintered, and the high-pitched whine of ricochets filled the air. Puffs of red dust exploded from the courthouse wall as stray bullets found their mark, carving the very scars we can still see today. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder and fear. From the center of it all, Wilson Howard, the patriarch of his clan, tried to bring order to the chaos, shouting directions to his men. He was a commanding figure, a rock in the middle of a violent storm. He stood his ground, a symbol of his family's defiance and power, directing the fire from the top of the stone steps. It made him a leader. It also made him a target. Across the square, from the relative safety of a doorway, Tom Baker raised his long rifle. He was not a man for chaotic firefights. He was a hunter, a marksman. For him, this wasn't a brawl. It was a series of calculations. He rested the barrel, took a breath to steady his hands, and squeezed the trigger. There was no wasted motion. A single, heavier crack cut through the din. Wilson Howard, who a moment before had been a pillar of command, suddenly stiffened. His rifle slipped from his grasp, clattering on the stone steps. He didn't cry out. He simply looked down at his own chest with a look of profound surprise before he folded, collapsing in a heap at the feet of his kin. The sight of their fallen leader broke the Howards' charge. A stunned silence fell over their side of the fight. The firing sputtered and died out as they rushed to drag his body out of the line of fire, their retreat a panicked scramble. The Bakers held their ground, watching them go. The fight was over as suddenly as it had begun. All that was left was the thick blue haze of smoke hanging in the silent air, the glint of brass casings on the dusty ground, and the new dark holes in the courthouse wall. After a storm of violence like the one that swept through Manchester, the official machinery of the law begins to grind, slowly and often ineffectively. And it leaves behind a paper trail. I'm holding a copy of the coroner's inquest into the death of Wilson Howard. It's a formal document, written in a looping bureaucratic script that tries to impose order on a day of pure chaos. You read through the dry, legalistic language, and it feels like it's describing a different event entirely. It lists the deceased, Wilson Howard. It notes the location, the town square. Then you get to the most important part, the cause of death. It simply says, "Deceased came to his end by means of a gunshot wound." That's it. A few simple words to sanitize a brutal public execution. There's no mention of the dozens of other shots fired, of the terror, of the fact that the town's main street was turned into a battlefield. Then you look at the indictments that were handed down by the grand jury in the following weeks. And there, among a list of names from the Baker clan, is the one that mattered most. Thomas Baker. On this piece of paper, he's just another name, a defendant in a murder case. The document doesn't tell you that he was a legend, that his single calculated shot had decapitated the rival clan in broad daylight. It reduces the most dramatic moment of the entire feud to a line of ink on a page. This is the official truth, the version of the story that's written down in the county archives. But it's a sterile, bloodless truth. It's a lie by omission. Because in the mountains of Clay County, an indictment from a courthouse in Manchester was one thing. Getting a man like Tom Baker to stand for trial was another thing entirely. The law had pointed its finger at him, and now it had to come into the hills and get him. That piece of paper, the indictment, was a challenge. And so the law, slow and uncertain, sent a posse into the hills to retrieve Tom Baker. But this was not their world. They were men of the town, sent into a labyrinth of creeks and hollers where every tree could hide a rifleman and every shadow felt like a threat. They were hunting a legend in his own kingdom, and they knew it. Tom Baker wasn't hiding. He was simply gone, absorbed back into the landscape that had made him. The posse would ride for days, finding nothing but cold campfires and tracks that vanished on stony ground. The locals they questioned would meet their eyes with a vacant, unhelpful stare. No one had seen Tom Baker. No one knew anything. But the posse felt his presence everywhere. They felt it in the snap of a twig in the woods just beyond their camp at night, in the unnerving silence of the forest. They weren't the hunters here. They were the hunted, trespassing in a land that answered to a different authority. The manhunt was a failure before it even began. Then, just as the law was about to give up, Tom Baker did the last thing anyone expected. He walked out of the hills on his own. He strode into the center of Manchester, his rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm, and turned himself in to the sheriff. It wasn't a surrender, it was a strategic move. He knew he couldn't be caught, but living as a fugitive put his family in constant danger. By facing the court, he was taking control of the narrative, daring the system to try and hold him. The trial was a spectacle of fear. The small courthouse was packed, but it was divided down the middle like a church at a funeral. On one side sat the Baker clan, their faces hard and unreadable, their hands never far from the pistols concealed beneath their coats. On the other side sat the Howards, their eyes burning with a cold fire of hatred and grief. Between them sat a terrified judge and a jury of 12 local men who knew with absolute certainty that their decision would have consequences far beyond the courtroom walls. Witnesses mumbled, their memories suddenly foggy. Evidence seemed to disappear. The prosecution's case, so clear on paper, began to fall apart under the crushing weight of unspoken threats. The jury didn't deliberate for long. They were farmers and merchants, not martyrs. They had to live in this county. When they filed back in, the foreman wouldn't look at the Howard family. In a quiet, nervous voice, he delivered the verdict. not guilty. The shooting of Wilson Howard was ruled an act of self-defense. A low murmur went through the room. Tom Baker stood, nodded once to the jury, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, his legal innocence now as much a part of his legend as his marksmanship. The Howards were left with nothing but rage. The law had failed them. Their patriarch was dead, and his killer had walked away without consequence. They knew then that if they wanted justice, they would have to get it themselves, not with indictments, but with bullets. Every story eventually ends in the same place. I'm standing in a quiet cemetery on a hillside just outside Manchester. The wind whispers through the cedar trees, and the old tombstones lean at odd angles, their inscriptions softened and blurred by a century of rain and sun. This is where the old names of Clay County come to rest. The names of farmers, merchants, mothers, children, and the names of feuding warriors. Over here, beneath a thick, respectable slab of granite, lies Wilson Howard. The stone is weathered, but it was clearly expensive for its time, a final statement of his status as the patriarch of a powerful clan. It speaks of a man of substance, a leader of the community. There's an air of tragic dignity to it, the resting place of a man whose death was never truly avenged by the law. And then, if you walk just 50 yards down the slope, you'll find another stone. It's simpler, more rugged, cut from local stone. The name carved into it is clear and deep: Thomas Baker, 1845 to 1899. Seeing them here so close together is a profound and bitter irony. They lie just 100 yards apart now, these mortal enemies, closer in death than they ever were in life. They fought a war for control of these hills, and in the end, they each got a small, quiet piece of them forever. But standing here, looking at Tom Baker's grave, a critical question hangs in the air. The trial for Wilson Howard's death was years before 1899. He walked out of that courthouse a free man, legally untouchable. So why is this his final resting place? What happened in those intervening years that drove the Howards' hatred to a point where a courtroom acquittal meant nothing, and the only verdict they would accept was one delivered from the barrel of a gun? Tom Baker walked out of that courthouse a free man, but he wasn't free. The verdict was just a piece of paper. The real sentence had been passed in the hearts of the Howard family. For them, the trial wasn't an acquittal. It was a final, bitter confirmation that the law of the state was useless. Their patriarch was gone, and the man who killed him now walked the streets of Manchester with the government's blessing. Their rage didn't cool. It settled into something harder and colder, a patient hatred that would wait years for its moment. The feud entered a new grinding phase. It was no longer a war of open battles in the town square, but a war of shadows. The Howards set ambushes for Tom, but he seemed to possess a sixth sense for danger, an almost animal instinct that would make him change his path at the last second or melt back into the woods just as a trap was about to be sprung. His legend grew even larger. They said he was protected by something unnatural, that he had made a pact with the devil. But the truth was likely simpler. He was a man who had survived a war, and he knew how to live as if death was always a single step behind him. But even the most vigilant man can be worn down by time. The years passed. The open violence subsided into a tense, watchful peace. Tom Baker was still the most feared man in Clay County, but he was also a man trying to live a life. He had a home, he had a family, he was getting older. The constant threat became a part of the background noise of his life, a danger so familiar that it almost ceased to feel like danger at all. Perhaps he began to believe the worst was over, that the Howards, having failed so many times, had finally accepted that he was untouchable. He started to fall into routines, the small, daily habits that make up a normal life. And one of those routines was to walk down the familiar path from his cabin each morning to the creek, to wash the sleep from his eyes in the cool, clear water. It was a small act of peace in a life defined by violence. It was this routine, this small piece of normal life he reclaimed for himself, that would ultimately be his undoing. The Howards were watching, and they were patient. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of this feud is a living thing in Clay County. And like any living thing, it changes depending on the light you see it in. If you bring up the name Bad Tom Baker today, the answer you get depends entirely on who you ask. The war may be over, but the battle for the story continues. To the Baker family and their sympathizers, Tom is a figure of tragic frontier honor. He is the Union veteran who came home and refused to bow to the old powers of the county. He was a man who defended his wife's honor, who killed Wilson Howard in self-defense during a chaotic firefight, and who was ultimately the victim of a coward's ambush, shot down when he was unarmed and vulnerable. In their story, he is a folk hero, a testament to the mountain spirit of defiance. But if you talk to those whose families were allied with the Howards, you hear a much darker tale. In that version, Tom Baker wasn't a hero, he was a menace. A cold-blooded killer with ice in his veins and a hair-trigger temper who used his reputation to intimidate the whole county. They believe he murdered Abner Eversole over a card game, assassinated their leader in a calculated shot, and then used fear to cheat the law. To them, the final act at the creek wasn't a murder. It was an execution, the only form of justice left to them when the courts had failed. It was the necessary brutal act of putting down a mad dog to bring peace to the community. So which story is the truth? Was he a righteous avenger or a ruthless killer? A protector of his family or a predator who terrorized his rivals? The honest answer is that the real Tom Baker is likely buried somewhere in the grey space between those two extremes, lost to time and loyalties. The facts are set in stone. The men who died, the trial, the ambush. But the meaning of those facts is still at war with itself, a conflict of memory passed down from one generation to the next. When a story is this big, this soaked in blood and pride, it doesn't stay history for long. As it gets passed down around kitchen tables and late-night campfires, it starts to shed its inconvenient facts, like a snake shedding its skin. What's left behind is something harder, smoother, and far more powerful: a legend. The feud between the Bakers and the Howards is no longer just a series of events. It's a foundational myth of Clay County. The character of Bad Tom Baker, in particular, grew larger than life. People needed a way to explain how one man could be so deadly, so seemingly untouchable for so long. And so, they whispered that his skill wasn't natural. The story of his rifle was born, the one that claimed he'd had a gunsmith inlay a silver coin into the front sight. They said the silver gave it an unholy accuracy, that it guided his bullets to their targets. The gun itself became a cursed object, and to this day, people speculate about where it might be, buried with him perhaps, to keep its dark magic from the world. And it wasn't just the man who became a legend. The feud itself took on a life of its own, seeping into the folklore of the mountains. A dark superstition took root in the community, a whisper that before every killing, a hoot owl would cry near the victim's cabin the night before. People claimed it was a death omen, the voice of the mountains themselves passing judgment. It was the community's way of processing the relentless, unpredictable violence by turning it into a supernatural force, a dark fate that could be read in the signs and sounds of the night. These tales are how a community makes sense of a trauma it can't forget. They are the final stage of a story's life, the moment it dissolves from hard history into the misty realm of legend. They serve as a warning, a ghost story to tell children about the price of pride and the darkness that can rise up between neighbors. The facts may fade, but the legend of Bad Tom Baker, his silver-sighted rifle, and the crying owl of death still haunts these hills. And so, we find ourselves back where we started, on the banks of this quiet creek. The water still murmurs over these smooth grey stones, just as it did on that morning in 1899. But the silence here feels different now. It's heavier. We came here hearing only the faint echo of a rifle volley, but we've followed that sound back through time, through courthouse shootouts and smoky bunkhouses, through conflicting memories and whispered legends. This spot is no longer just a peaceful place in the woods. It's the final page of a brutal chapter in this county's history. It's a testament to a world where a man's honor was worth more than his life, and a reminder that when people feel the law has abandoned them, they will make their own with fire and lead. The story of Tom Baker shows us that history is never a simple matter of heroes and villains. He was a man forged by a hard land and a violent time, and the truth of his life lies somewhere in the shadows between the legend and the reality. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or a simple weathered tombstone on a quiet hillside, remember this place. Remember that it's not just a collection of stones or a patch of earth. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the terrible choices that can define a generation. You just have to be willing to stop and to listen to the whispers. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. In a quiet Memphis cemetery, there's a gravestone for a respectable old woman named Frida Lincoln. But the woman buried there lived another life, under another name. 60 years before her peaceful death, she was known as Laura Bullion, the thorny rose of the Wild Bunch gang. They captured her not in a hailstorm of bullets, but in a respectable city boarding house, with a fortune in stolen banknotes hidden in her luggage. Was she a ruthless outlaw, the financial mastermind for America's most wanted criminals? Or was she just a desperate woman, forged in the dust of the dying West, trying to survive in a world that gave her no quarter? The truth, as it always is buried somewhere between the legend and the law. Today, we're going to peel back the years, find the real woman behind the myth, and tell the ballad of Laura Bullion. Laura Bullion wasn't born in an Appalachian holler, but the world that made her was cut from the same rough cloth. Imagine West Texas in the 1870s. The Civil War had bled the country dry, and the land that was left was vast, empty, and unforgiving. This wasn't a place for quiet farmers and picket fences. It was a landscape of dust and desperation, where the line between the law and the outlaw was often just a puff of gun smoke. This was the world that welcomed Laura into it, a world where survival was the only sacrament. Her father wasn't a preacher or a politician. The whispers said he was a bank robber, a man with German roots who rode with his own small, forgotten gang. For young Laura, a life of crime wasn't a choice she made one day. It was the air she breathed. She didn't learn about honesty and hard work leading to prosperity. She learned that the straight and narrow path usually led straight to an early grave, and hard work just made you somebody else's mule. The lessons she learned at her father's knee weren't from any schoolbook. She learned the quiet language of a coded telegram. She learned the feel of a fast horse, the difference between the sound of a curious neighbor and a coming posse. Most importantly, she learned the cold, hard calculus of the outlaw world. That money, real money, wasn't something you earned by the sweat of your brow. It was something you took. There's no single documented event, no diary entry to point to, but you can feel it in the story of her life. You can imagine a young girl, no older than 10, looking a suspicious sheriff dead in the eye and lying with a placid calm that would make a saint sweat. A girl who learned to patch a bullet wound before she learned to properly mend a dress. She wasn't just taught this life, she had a talent for it. The ice in her veins ran colder than a winter creek. This is where her spirit finds its kin in the Appalachian Mountains. The folks in those hills understood. They understood what it meant to be forgotten by the government, to be squeezed by the coal companies, to live by a code of family and survival that outsiders called lawless. Laura Bullion may have been a daughter of the Texas plains, but her soul was forged in that same fire of defiance. It was a fire that would soon catch the attention of the most dangerous men in the country. By the time she was a young woman, Laura Bullion was no longer just a bandit's daughter. She was a legend in the making. Her path crossed with William News Carver, a man as handsome as he was deadly, a core member of Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch. In him, she found a partner, and in the gang, she found her calling. This was her prime. This was the time before the Pinkertons and the prison cells, a brief, glittering moment when she was the undisputed queen of the outlaw world. She wasn't just a camp follower who mended shirts and waited for the men to return. Laura was the gang's quiet genius. While men like Butch and Sundance were kicking in bank doors and blowing safes off trains, Laura was playing a far more delicate game. She was the one who could take a stack of scorched, blood-stained banknotes and make them clean. She was the expert scout, the ghost who could drift into a town, learn its rhythms, map its banks, and disappear without a trace. Her greatest skill was transformation. She could shed her identity like a snake sheds its skin. One week, she was a dusty figure in a remote Wyoming hideout. The next, a respectable cattleman's wife in a San Antonio hotel, turning stolen gold into legitimate currency. She was the calm eye in their hurricane of chaos, the cool-headed strategist who ensured their violent raids actually turned a profit. Without her, they were just thieves. With her, they were an empire. And with Will Carver, she had found her king. You can imagine them together, two dark-eyed, intelligent people who saw the world for what it was and decided to take their share. Theirs wasn't a romance of whispered poetry. It was a partnership forged in adrenaline and shared secrets, a bond of loyalty that was the only law they recognized. They were a team, moving seamlessly between the rugged outlaw underworld and the polite society they were bleeding dry. This was the world she had built for herself, a world of dangerous freedom, flush with money and devoid of rules. A life lived on her own terms, where her intelligence was her greatest weapon and her courage was her shield. She had respect, she had love, and she had a level of independence that most women of her time could only dream of. It was a life balanced on a knife's edge, but it was hers. But every legend has a crack in their armor, a single thread that, when pulled, can unravel everything. For Laura Bullion, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. It was a professional pride as cold and sharp as a honed knife. Her success wasn't just about the money. It was about proving she was smarter than the bankers she robbed, the lawmen who hunted her, and the Pinkerton agents who put her name in their ledgers. She didn't just want to win, she needed to dominate the game. For years, this pride was her greatest asset. It made her meticulous, patient. She would never rush a plan, never take an unnecessary risk. While the men of the Wild Bunch might get drunk and boastful, Laura remained a ghost in the machine, her movements precise and calculated. Her pride demanded perfection, and that perfection kept them all one step ahead of the gallows. It was her signature, this flawless execution. But things changed. Will Carver was killed in a shootout, a bloody end to her first great partnership. Her new man was Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan. Kilpatrick was a formidable outlaw, a giant of a man, but he lacked Carver's cool finesse. He was a hammer where Carver had been a scalpel. And in her relationship with him, Laura's pride began to shift. It morphed from a cautious professionalism into a dangerous overconfidence. Perhaps she believed she was smart enough for the both of them, that her intelligence could shield his recklessness. This is where the armor cracked. After the Great Northern train robbery, they were sitting on a fortune in stolen banknotes. The old Laura, the one whose pride was rooted in caution, would have known those notes were poison. She would have burned them or buried them. But the new Laura, the one who had outsmarted the law for years, saw a challenge. Passing those notes wasn't just a necessity, it was the ultimate proof of her superiority. It was a direct taunt to the entire system of law and order. Her pride had become hubris. She began to believe she was untouchable, that her will alone was enough to bend reality. She convinced herself that she could walk into a city like St. Louis and through sheer audacity make those hot banknotes spendable. This fatal pride, the very thing that had fueled her rise, was now blinding her to the simple, deadly truth of a telegraph wire and a circulated serial number. The boom of dynamite on July 3rd, 1901 didn't just split open a train car. It split Laura Bullion's life in two. Near Wagner, Montana, Ben Kilpatrick and the remnants of the Wild Bunch pulled off their last great score, stopping the Great Northern Express. They escaped with a fortune, over $40,000 in fresh, unsigned banknotes. When Kilpatrick brought that haul to Laura, he wasn't just bringing her money. He was bringing her a challenge that struck at the very core of her identity. Now, you have to understand, this wasn't like fencing stolen gold or laundering old bills. Unsigned banknotes from a national bank were a special kind of poison. Within hours, the Pinkerton Detective Agency, the most relentless manhunters in the country, would have telegraphed the serial numbers of every single missing bill to every major city. Every bank teller, every shopkeeper, every hotel clerk would have that list. Trying to spend one of these notes was like lighting a signal fire on a dark plain, screaming, "Here I am, come and get me." For a woman whose entire reputation was built on being smarter, quieter, and more careful than the law, this was an intolerable situation. It was a direct affront from the system she had so long outwitted. The humming of the telegraph wires was like a personal taunt. They weren't just protecting the money, they were challenging her. They were daring the great Laura Bullion, the financial wizard of the Wild Bunch, to make a move. For a lesser criminal, the answer would be simple: bury the money and run. But Laura's pride wouldn't allow it. In that moment, faced with a mountain of toxic cash, her fatal flaw took the reins. The cautious strategist was silenced by the arrogant master. This wasn't a trap to be avoided. It was a final exam to be aced. Her mind didn't see the risk. It saw the ultimate validation of her genius. The decision was made not in a heated argument, but in a cold, quiet certainty. She and Kilpatrick would go to St. Louis, a major city teeming with police and Pinkertons, and they would pass those notes. This was her point of no return. It was a declaration of war. By choosing to launder that money, she was telling the entire world that she believed she was infallible. It was the ultimate act of professional hubris, a gamble fueled by years of success. She wasn't just trying to get rich. She was trying to prove, once and for all, that no lock was too complex, no system was too smart, and no law was a match for her mind. The train ride to St. Louis was a long, slow journey into the jaws of the trap. With every mile of track they covered, the world of the Wild Bunch, a world of open plains and hidden canyons, grew more distant. They were plunging into the modern age, a world stitched together by telegraph wires that hummed with their descriptions and serial numbers. Every newspaper they passed at a station stop felt like a wanted poster. The world itself was screaming a warning, but Laura Bullion wasn't listening. You have to believe that the ghost of her old self, the cautious strategist who had survived so long, was whispering in her ear. That voice of reason must have been pointing out the folly of it all. This isn't a cattle town where a sheriff can be bought, it would say. This is a city. They have police departments, detective bureaus, and telegraph offices on every corner. The game has changed, Laura. This is a losing hand. Any other outlaw would have felt that cold dread, the instinct to turn the horse around and ride for the Badlands. But pride is a powerful anesthetic. It numbs the fear, and it silences the voice of reason. Her hubris answered every doubt with a simple, arrogant reply. They expect us to run. They expect us to hide in the dirt like animals. They will never expect us to walk right into their world, dressed in fine clothes, and look them in the eye. She was convinced that their audacity was their greatest camouflage, that her intelligence was a shield no lawman could penetrate. So they didn't hide. Arriving in St. Louis, they didn't seek out some back alley flophouse in the criminal underworld. No, that would be too obvious. Instead, they took a room at a respectable boarding house on Locust Street, playing the part of a wealthy Texas couple enjoying the city. Each decision was an escalation, a deliberate step deeper into enemy territory. She was surrounding herself not with allies, but with potential witnesses, isolating herself from any chance of a clean escape. This path of no compromise led to a single, final choice. It wasn't enough to have the money, to possess it in secret. Her pride demanded that she prove she could master it, tame it, and spend it. She stood in that quiet boarding house room, a fortune in stolen paper at her fingertips, and made the decision. She would personally go out and pass the first note. It was the ultimate act of defiance, a final rejection of every warning, both internal and external. She was no longer just breaking the law, she was daring it to stop her. And so we come to the final moment, the last quiet breath before the storm. Picture Laura in that St. Louis boarding house room. Outside, the city hums with streetcars and commerce. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of old paper and new money. The trunk full of banknotes sits in the corner like a coffin filled with treasure. She's dressed in the finest clothes money can buy, a respectable lady about to go shopping. In her hand, she holds a single, crisp, stolen bill. This is the off-ramp. This is the last chance for peace. Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan, a man who feared no gunfight, was spooked by this city. He wasn't a fool. He could feel the eyes on them, the invisible web of the law tightening around them. Imagine that giant of a man looking at her with genuine fear in his eyes. "Laura," he might have said, his voice a low rumble. "This don't feel right. Let's just burn 'em. Let's take the gold we got and ride south. We don't have to do this." For a single fleeting second, the world holds its breath. This is her final crossroads. She can hear the sense in his words. The old Laura, the ghost of the cautious girl who survived the Texas plains, is screaming at her to listen. She can see the two paths laid out before her. One leads south to Mexico, to a quiet, anonymous life, a life of survival. It's the smart play, the safe play. The other path leads right out the door and onto the streets of St. Louis. It's a path of pure ego, a path that leads either to ultimate triumph or a prison cell. She looks from Ben's worried face to the banknote in her hand. The internal struggle is a silent war. To run would be to admit defeat, to concede that the system had finally outsmarted her. It would be an admission that she was nothing more than a common thief, forced to hide in the shadows. But to walk out that door, that was to prove she was who she always believed herself to be, a master of the game, a queen in her own right. And in that quiet room, her fatal pride won the war. She gave him a look that wasn't meant to be cruel, but it was. It was the look of a queen who has already decided the fate of her kingdom, pitying the soldier who still feels fear. "They're looking for outlaws, Ben," she said, her voice calm and steady. "They're not looking for us." And then she opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, closing it quietly behind her. With that soft click, the last chance for peace was gone forever. The walk from the boarding house was the longest of Laura's life, but she felt no fear. She felt only the cold, exhilarating thrill of the final move in a long game of chess. The city of St. Louis wasn't a threat. It was a backdrop for her masterpiece. The clang of the streetcar, the drone of voices, the smell of coal smoke and roasted peanuts, it was all just noise. Her world had narrowed to the crisp, stolen banknote tucked in her purse and the mission ahead. She was a predator walking through an unsuspecting herd. She chose a small, respectable dry goods store. Not too big, not too small. A place where a woman of means might purchase a pair of fine gloves or a spool of silk thread. She walked in, the little bell over the door announcing her arrival with a cheerful jingle that felt like the opening note of her triumph. She browsed for a moment, the picture of casual wealth, her mind a steel trap of calculation and calm. She selected her item and approached the counter. The shopkeeper was a balding man with a friendly, unassuming smile. This was the moment. She laid the stolen banknote on the polished wood. The world seemed to hold its breath. For a second, the transaction was perfectly normal. The man took the bill, his eyes registering its high denomination without a flicker of suspicion. A wave of pure, triumphant pride washed over Laura. She had done it. She had beaten them all. Then the world tilted. The man's friendly smile didn't disappear, but it froze on his face. It became a mask. He looked from the bill to her face, and for a fraction of a second, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Recognition. He mumbled an excuse, something about needing to get change from the back room, and disappeared behind a curtain. The cheerful jingle of the bell had become a warning. The air in the shop grew heavy, thick, and silent. The game was over. She knew it. The bell jingled again, but it wasn't the shopkeeper. Two men, large and dressed in plain, heavy wool coats, stepped inside. They didn't look like customers. They didn't draw their weapons. They didn't need to. Their presence was a cage that had just been locked. They moved with a quiet, practiced certainty that was more terrifying than any shouted command. Her heart, which had been so steady, began to beat a frantic, trapped rhythm against her ribs. One of the men stepped forward. He didn't speak her name, the one whispered in outlaw camps and Pinkerton offices. He spoke to the shopkeeper, who had reappeared from the back room, his face pale. "Is this the woman who tried to pass the note?" The words hung in the air, absolute and final. The world, which had been a vast chessboard for her to command, had shrunk to the space between her and these two men. Then came a sound, not loud, but it echoed louder than any gunshot. It was the quiet, metallic click of a pair of handcuffs being opened, then another as they closed around her wrists. The cold steel felt like a brand, a permanent declaration of her defeat. The argument she had been having with the entire world, her silent insistence that she was smarter and untouchable, was suddenly, permanently over. The thorny rose had finally been plucked. As the cold steel of the handcuffs locked around her wrists, there was no explosion of violence, no desperate struggle. There was only a cold, quiet finality. The intoxicating pride that had carried her out the boarding house door, that had felt like an impenetrable shield, simply vanished. In its place was a vast, hollow emptiness. The world, which had seemed so sharp and clear moments before, was now a dull, grey blur. In that instant, she saw her mistake with a clarity that was more painful than any bullet. It wasn't the law that had beaten her. It was her own damn self. They led her out of the shop into the afternoon light. A small crowd had gathered, drawn by the sight of the lawmen's coats. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and judgment. But Laura Bullion did not look away. She held her head high, her back ramrod straight, and walked to the waiting police wagon. Her face was a mask of stone. This was her last performance. She would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. She would not let them see the terror and regret that was now a frozen lump in her chest. Her silence was the only weapon she had left. At the police station, the questions were inevitable. The lawmen weren't fools. They knew a score this big wasn't a solo job. They knew about the Wild Bunch, and they knew about Ben Kilpatrick. They laid it out for her in the dim light of an interrogation room. "Where is he, Laura?" For a moment, the old code of the outlaw, the code of loyalty, flickered inside her. But it was just an ember. The fire was out. The game was over. Protecting him now was pointless. It would only delay the inevitable by a few hours. For Laura, this was the last move on a board where she had already been checkmated. It was no longer a question of honor, but of cold, hard logic. The strategist in her, the part that had been silenced by hubris, made one final pragmatic calculation. With a voice devoid of emotion, a voice that sounded like a stranger's, she gave them the address on Locust Street. It was a simple statement of fact that ended an era. As she sat in a barren holding cell, the lock clicking shut, she knew what was happening across town. She could picture it with perfect, agonizing clarity. The quiet approach of the agents, the splintering wood of the boarding house door, the look of utter shock and betrayal on Ben Kilpatrick's face as he was caught completely unaware. Her capture hadn't just ended her freedom, it had been the Judas kiss that sealed his fate too. Her active role in the story was over. The thorny rose, the queen of the outlaws, was now just another name on a jailer's list. The first and most brutal ripple from Laura's capture slammed into Ben Kilpatrick. He wasn't caught in a gunfight or a desperate chase. He was caught sitting in a boarding house room, waiting for his partner to return from a shopping trip. The splintering wood of the door and the sudden rush of lawmen was an ambush he never saw coming. And in the cold silence that followed as they snapped the cuffs on his wrists, he must have understood the simple, devastating truth. She had given him up. The outlaw code, the bond of loyalty that was the only real law in their world, had been broken. Her pride didn't just cost her freedom, it cost Ben Kilpatrick his. But the wreckage spread further than one man's cell. With the capture of Bullion and Kilpatrick, the Wild Bunch, as a functioning entity in America, ceased to exist. Butch and Sundance were already ghosts on their way to South America. Will Carver was in his grave. Now, 2 more of its key figures were gone. It wasn't a spectacular end in a hail of bullets. It was a quiet, almost pathetic dismantling. Their capture was proof that the world had changed. Telegraphs and detectives had finally strangled the life out of the horse and revolver outlaw. The legend of the Wild Bunch died in that St. Louis boarding house, leaving behind nothing but a few scattered members who were now just ghosts haunting a dead campfire. The Bullion name itself became a kind of curse. Any family she had, distant cousins or even her shadowy outlaw father, were now tied to the sensational story of the outlaw queen. Her choice to live in the spotlight of infamy cast a permanent shadow over them. They would have to live with the whispers, the pointed fingers, the suspicion of every local lawman. She hadn't just sacrificed her own future. She had severed her own roots, making herself an orphan of her own creation and staining the name for anyone who had to carry it. And finally, there was the wreckage of the truth itself. The newspapers had a field day. They didn't tell the story of a complex, intelligent woman who made a fatal error in judgment. They told the story of a gunslinging queen, a caricature of a woman driven by greed and a lust for violence. The real Laura Bullion, the quiet strategist, the master of disguise, the woman who lived by a code of professional pride, was lost forever. She was replaced by a cheap headline. The tragedy wasn't just that her life of crime came to an end, but that the real story of who she was and why she did it was buried under a mountain of newsprint. When Laura Bullion stood trial, it wasn't just a woman facing a judge. It was a clash of 2 separate Americas. You can just imagine her, a creature of dust and wind, standing perfectly still in a polished St. Louis courtroom. Her world was one where justice was decided by a fast horse and a firm trigger finger. This new world was a sterile place of paper and ink, of lawyers in stiff collars speaking a language of statutes and precedents she neither knew nor respected. She faced the machinery of the modern legal system, and she did not flinch. The prosecution's case was a simple, brutal piece of clockwork. They had the stolen banknotes, they had the testimony of the shopkeeper, they had the arresting officers, and most damning of all, they had Ben Kilpatrick, captured because of the information she provided. They painted her as a parasite, a cold-hearted criminal mastermind who fed off the veins of honest society. To them, the case was black and white. A law was broken and a price had to be paid. But Laura's defense wasn't spoken by any lawyer. It was in her silence, in the cold, unblinking way she stared down the judge and jury. Her very presence in that room was an argument. She was a product of the outlaw code, a belief that the real criminals weren't the people who robbed the trains. but the railroad barons and bankers who had already stolen the country from the common man. Her silence screamed that their laws were a convenience, a set of rules made by the rich to protect their own spoils. She had simply played their game with a different set of tools. The press and the public couldn't get enough of it. They weren't seeing a common thief in the dock. They were seeing a legend. She was the outlaw queen, a dime novel heroine brought to life. To the respectable citizens of St. Louis, she was a terrifying symbol of the chaos they were trying to pave over. But to others, watching from the cheap seats or reading the breathless newspaper accounts, she was a symbol of something else. A wild, defiant freedom that was being systematically strangled out of the American West. She wasn't a martyr, not really, but she was a spectacle, a last beautiful monster from a dying age. The verdict was never in doubt. The machinery of the law is not designed to understand different codes of honor. It is designed to crush them. The jury found her guilty. The judge, looking down at this unrepentant woman, sentenced her to 5 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, like a rifle shot ending a long standoff. But was it justice? The law had been served, a criminal had been punished. But in that courtroom, one world had simply proven it was more powerful than another. The America of telegraphs and legal codes had finally, officially, conquered the America of open ranges and personal justice. Laura Bullion wasn't just sentenced for passing a stolen banknote, she was sentenced for being on the losing side of history. So what became of the great forces that Laura Bullion had provoked? What was the fate of her true antagonist? It wasn't a single man, but a vast, sprawling system. The railroads, the banks, and their relentless enforcers, the Pinkerton Detective Agency. And the chilling truth is this: while Laura's life was shattered, the system she fought against barely registered the blow. The Great Northern Railroad didn't miss a single scheduled run. The National Bank of Montana, having had its stolen banknotes taken out of circulation, simply printed more. The $40,000 that had cost Laura and the Wild Bunch their freedom was, to these corporate giants, little more than a rounding error in their ledgers, an inconvenient line item in an annual report. They were not wounded, they were annoyed. Their power didn't diminish, it grew. The very forces of industrial America that she had tried to bleed continued their march, paving over the Wild West she represented without even looking back. And the Pinkertons? They didn't celebrate a grand victory over a worthy foe. For them, Laura Bullion was not a legend or an outlaw queen. She was a case file. Her capture was a professional success, a testament to their modern methods of information sharing and relentless pursuit. They closed the file, collected their fee, and moved on to the next train robber, the next union organizer, the next threat to their clients' profits. Her personal tragedy was just a statistic that proved their system worked. This is the ultimate bitter irony of Laura Bullion's story. It was never a fair fight. She wasn't a rebel fighting a tyrant. She was a woman with a revolver and a sharp mind standing in the path of a locomotive. The outcome was never in doubt. Her antagonists, faceless, impersonal, and impossibly powerful, didn't need to seek revenge or meet some form of cosmic justice. Their victory was simply to continue existing, to keep growing while she was locked away, forgotten. It wasn't a story of good versus evil. It was the story of an individual versus an institution, and the institution always wins. In 1905, after serving 3.5 years, a woman walked out of the Missouri State Penitentiary. She was 30 years old, but the fire in her eyes had been banked to a cold ember. The world she walked back into was not the one she had left. The whine of the telegraph wire had replaced the howl of the coyote. Automobiles were starting to appear on city streets. The Wild West, her Wild West, was not just dying, it was dead and buried. The ghosts of the Wild Bunch, her only real family, were scattered to the four winds. Butch and Sundance had vanished into South America, destined for a bloody end in a Bolivian village. Ben Kilpatrick was still languishing in prison, And when he finally got out, his old instincts would lead him straight to another train robbery and a grisly death by an ice mallet. The community she had once ruled hadn't rebuilt. It had been systematically exterminated. There was nothing left to go back to. Laura Bullion understood this with a cold, absolute clarity. Her name was now a permanent fixture in the ledgers of the law. To continue as Laura Bullion was to live as a hunted animal, a relic waiting to be put in a cage for good. So she made the most audacious choice of her life. It wasn't to rob a bank or a train, it was to commit the perfect murder, the murder of her own identity. Laura Bullion died sometime in 1905. In her place, a new woman was born, Frida Lincoln. She moved to Memphis, Tennessee, deliberately choosing a quiet southern city far from the dust of her past. There, the outlaw queen, the financial genius of the Wild Bunch, became an interior designer and a seamstress. She lived a life of deliberate, crushing anonymity. She joined a church. Her neighbors knew her as a respectable, if quiet, widow. No one in her new life ever suspected that the polite woman who helped them pick out curtains had once counted scorched money for the most wanted men in America. Her past became a ghost that only she could see. Her legacy wasn't a family to carry on her name, but a silence she had to maintain every single day for over 50 years. The outlaw community hadn't buried the memory of its glory days. She had buried her own, digging a grave for it so deep that no one would ever find it. She survived, but she did it by becoming a ghost in her own life. And yet, if you go looking for Laura Bullion today, you won't find much. There is no crumbling cabin bearing her name, no remote canyon called Bullion's hideout. For 60 years, she worked tirelessly to erase every physical trace of herself from the American landscape. And she succeeded. The only tangible piece of her that remains is that quiet gravestone in Memphis, a final, perfect disguise in stone, bearing the name Frida Lincoln. But the ghost of a name is harder to kill than a person. Laura Bullion's story didn't die. It mutated. It escaped the prison of fact and became a legend. Her name is still whispered by historians of the Old West, a fascinating footnote in the saga of the Wild Bunch. She has become an archetype, the outlaw queen. In this legend, she's often stripped of her true, quiet genius, her skill with numbers and disguises, and is instead reimagined as a pistol-packing hellcat, riding alongside the men with guns blazing. It's a more exciting story, perhaps, but it's a paler version of the truth. Her life has become a different kind of cautionary tale, one not told to scare children, but one that fascinates adults. It's a story about the awesome, terrifying power of self-reinvention. It asks the question, can you ever truly bury your past? Can a life of such thunderous rebellion ever find peace in the quiet hum of anonymity? For 56 years, she proved that it could. But her death and the rediscovery of her true identity proved that the past is never truly dead. It just waits. So while the woman is gone, her spirit does haunt the landscape of our history. She haunts the gaps in the story, the spaces where women were ignored or forgotten. She is the ghost that forces us to look closer at the old photographs of the West, to look past the famous men with their guns and mustaches, and to wonder about the silent, watchful women in the background. Her story is a crack in the glossy, romantic myth of the Old West, a reminder that behind every famous outlaw, there might have been a woman who was smarter, quieter, and far more dangerous than the history books ever let on. So in the end, we come back to the question we asked at the start. Was Laura Bullion a hero or a villain? The truth is, she was neither. She was something far more rare. She was a brilliant mind born into a world that had no place for her ambition. She was a queen in a kingdom of dust and gunpowder, a kingdom that was already sinking into the sea of the modern world. To call her a hero is to ignore the wreckage she left behind. But to call her a simple villain is to ignore the courage and genius it took to live the life she did. Ultimately, this isn't just a story about robberies and getaways. It's a story about pride. It's a chilling lesson in how a person's greatest strength can curdle into their most profound weakness. Laura's meticulous, arrogant pride was the engine that drove her success, allowing her to outwit and outmaneuver the entire system. But that same pride blinded her to the fact that the system was bigger than she was, and it made her believe she was infallible. She was a master strategist, brought down not by a Pinkerton's bullet, but by a fatal move of her own making. She survived, yes, but only by killing the most vibrant part of herself. She traded a life of thunderous rebellion for one of silent, lonely penance. The story of her two lives, one as an outlaw queen, the other as a quiet seamstress, is the story of a woman who was at war not just with the world, but with her own nature. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Thorny Rose, a woman who proved you can escape the law, but you can never truly escape yourself. Im standing on a patch of grass just outside Marietta, Georgia. Today, it's nothing more than a roadside shoulder, where the sound of passing cars is the only thing that breaks the stillness. There's no monument here, no grand marker to tell you what happened. But this ground remembers. Over a century ago, in the pale light of a new day, this was a stage for a final, terrible act of what some called justice and others called murder. Right here, a man's life ended at the end of a rope, not by the hand of the state, but by the will of a disciplined, silent mob. The story of how he got here, dragged from a prison farm 100 miles away, is a dark journey into the heart of a city on edge, a courtroom ruled by fear, and a nation divided. Today, we're going to walk that path. We're going to sift through the ashes of a forgotten fire and listen to the whispers it left behind. Because the question isn't just what happened here, but why? And the answer is a story that Georgia and America has been trying to forget ever since. To understand the spark that lit that fire, we have to travel back, away from that lonely patch of grass, to the heart of Atlanta in 1913. This was the capital of the so-called New South, a city straining to build a future of smokestacks and industry on a foundation of Civil War ashes. Northern money was pouring in, and with it came Northern managers, bringing new ways that sat uneasily with the old. The air was thick with both coal smoke and resentment. It was a city holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Into this world walked two people, moving on a collision course they couldn't possibly see. The first was a girl named Mary Fagan. She was just 13 years old, a child who should have been in a schoolhouse or playing in a field. Instead, her family had been pushed by poverty from the quiet hills of Marietta into the city's grime, and she worked long, grinding hours at the National Pencil Company for 12 cents an hour. To the people of Atlanta, she was more than just a girl. She was a symbol of the innocent rural South they felt was being devoured by the machine of progress. The second was a man named Leo Frank. He was 29, the superintendent of that same pencil factory. And he was everything Mary Fagan was not. He was a northerner from Brooklyn, an engineer educated at Cornell University. He was Jewish in a world that was overwhelmingly and often fiercely Protestant. His speech was precise, his mannerisms different. He was the outsider, the face of the northern industrial power that gave girls like Mary a job, but at a cost that felt impossibly high. These two worlds met inside the brick walls of the National Pencil Company. Downstairs, the roar of machinery, the dust, and the sweat of hundreds of workers, many of them young girls from the countryside. Upstairs, the quiet order of the front office, a world of ledgers and calculations managed by Leo Frank. The two floors were separated by a staircase, but they might as well have been separated by an ocean of culture, class, and history. And the day it all came apart was no ordinary day. It was Saturday, April 26, 1913, Confederate Memorial Day. The streets of Atlanta were filled with parades, with the gray-haired veterans of a lost war marching under their faded battle flags. The city was wrapped in a defiant pride, a celebration of its past, even as it rushed toward a new future. It was on this day, with the echoes of old anthems in the air, that Mary Fagan made her way to the factory to collect her $1.20 pay from the man in the upstairs office. Him looking now at a digital copy of a photograph from the Georgia State Archives. The image is grainy, over a century old, but what it shows is chillingly clear. It's two small, crumpled pieces of paper covered in rough, almost childish pencil scrawls. These are the infamous murder notes found in the factory basement, just inches from Mary Fagan's head. They were the first and loudest voice to speak from that crime scene. Listen to what they say. The first one reads, "Ma'am, that Negro higher down here did this. I went to get water, and he pushed me down that hole, a long, tall Negro, black that who. It was long, slim, tall Negro, I write while play with me." The second is just as crude. He said he would love me and land down, play like the night witch did it, but that long, tall, black Negro did by hisself. On the surface, it's a deathbed accusation, a desperate attempt by a dying girl to name her attacker. But from the very beginning, these notes raised more questions than they answered. The police, the press, the public, they all looked at these words and saw a puzzle. The language was strange, the grammar almost nonsensical. Why would a killer, in the middle of such a brutal act, linger in the dark to carefully craft a frame-up? This wasn't just a clue, it was a performance, a piece of theater left on a dirt floor. These two scraps of paper were supposed to be a map pointing directly to the monster responsible. Instead, they became a labyrinth. The search for the hand that wrote these words would pull three men from the shadows, and in the fevered atmosphere of Atlanta, the city would have to decide which one of them was telling the truth and which one was the author of this vicious lie. The first man to be swallowed by the shadow of those notes was the night watchman, Newt Lee. Early the next morning, he made his rounds in the factory's silent, cavernous basement. His lantern cut a weak circle in the gloom, brushing over piles of coal dust and forgotten machine parts. He went to use the toilet, a crude setup in the back, and that's when his light fell upon it. A small body lying in the grime. He ran, terrified, and called the police. The discovery hit Atlanta like a lightning strike. The city's newspapers, locked in a bitter circulation war, descended on the story like vultures. They splashed lurid, sensational headlines across their front pages, painting a monstrous picture of the little factory girl's final moments. Public outrage was immediate, and it was white-hot. A villain was needed, and fast. The police, working under the immense pressure of that public fury, quickly rounded up their first suspects. There was Newt Lee, the man who found the body, the night witch seemingly named in the notes. There was Jim Conley, another black employee, a factory sweeper with a criminal record who was seen washing a stained shirt soon after the murder. And there was Leo Frank, the superintendent, the last person known to have seen Mary Fagan alive. His nervous, twitchy demeanor during questioning immediately put him on the police's radar. At first, suspicion swirled around all three, but those notes, they were the problem. They didn't feel right. To the detectives, and soon to the public, the idea that a black man would have the presence of mind to write such elaborate notes to frame another black man seemed unlikely. A new, more sinister theory began to take root in the city's mind, a theory whispered on street corners and then printed in the papers. What if the notes weren't a clumsy frame-up, but a brilliant one? What if they were a double bluff, written by an educated white man, trying to make it look like an uneducated black man had committed the crime? Suddenly, the net of suspicion began to tighten. The focus shifted away from the two black workers and toward the northern Jewish superintendent. The very things that made Leo Frank an outsider, his education, his precise way of speaking, now became evidence against him. He was the only one, they reasoned, clever enough to devise such a twisted scheme. The seeds of a narrative were being sown, one where the factory boss was not just a manager, but a monster in disguise. To find the next piece of this story, I didn't go to a crime scene or a graveyard. I went to a small, cluttered office at a local university, a room lined with books on Georgia history, each one a monument to a forgotten world. I met with a local historian, a man who has dedicated 40 years of his life to untangling the knots of the Leo Frank case. He didn't just study the documents, he'd spoken to the children and grandchildren of the people who were there, preserving the whispers that never made it into the official record. "You have to understand," he told me, his voice quiet but intense. "The trial of Leo Frank didn't really happen in that courtroom. It happened in print, for weeks beforehand, on the pages of a magazine called The Jeffersonian." He explained that its publisher, Tom Watson, was a titan of Georgia politics, a populist who spoke to the fears of the poor, rural whites who felt their world was being stolen from them by northern industrialists and city slickers. And in Leo Frank, Watson found the perfect villain. This historian showed me copies of those old papers, their pages yellow and brittle. The words printed on them were pure venom. They didn't just report on the case, they created a myth. Frank was painted as a monster, a lecherous Jew who preyed on the innocent Christian girls who worked for him. Rumors, many of them sourced from disgruntled former employees, were printed as fact. Stories of inappropriate behavior in his office, of a secret, depraved life, filled the columns, poisoning the minds of every potential juror in the state. He explained that this wasn't just about one man's crime. It was about all the simmering resentments of the New South boiling over. Frank was the symbol for everything the common man feared and hated. He was the northern boss, the wealthy intellectual, and the Jewish outsider. Tom Watson, with the power of his printing press, took these vague fears and gave them a face, a name, and a crime. The public wasn't just asked to believe Frank was a killer. They were taught to believe he was a demon, the embodiment of a corrupting evil that had invaded their land. As I left that office, I understood that the verdict wasn't decided by evidence. It was forged in the fire of this public hatred. The point of no return wasn't a single moment in a dark basement. It was a slow, deliberate campaign of character assassination that guaranteed Leo Frank would be a dead man long before he ever set foot in that courtroom. The air in the interrogation rooms of the Atlanta police station was stale with cigar smoke and frustration. For days, Jim Conley, the factory sweeper, had been a human puzzle the police couldn't solve. He'd given one rambling, contradictory statement after another. He couldn't read or write, he swore. Then, caught in a lie, he admitted he could. Each story he told was a dead end, and the investigators were ready to dismiss him as a chronic liar, a nobody caught in the blast radius of a bigger crime. But then, after nearly a week of relentless questioning, something shifted. Backed into a corner, his lies exhausted, Jim Conley didn't just confess to something, he offered the police a revelation. It was the story they and the city of Atlanta had been secretly hoping for. Yes, he admitted, he had written those murder notes, but he hadn't done it alone. He had written them at the direction and under the terrified orders of his boss, Leo Frank. Suddenly, the investigators leaned in. The frustrated scribbling stopped, and Conley, seeing he finally had their full attention, began to perform. He spun a tale that was both gruesome and cinematic. He claimed he was standing watch for Frank that Saturday afternoon, while Frank took Mary Fagan into his private office. He told them he heard a scream. A few minutes later, he said, a trembling Frank called him in and showed him the girl's lifeless body on the floor. In Conley's telling, Frank was a panicked, sweating mess, confessing the murder and begging for help. He claimed Frank dictated the notes to him, word for word, and then ordered him to help carry the body down the ladder to the basement, a detail later changed to a rickety elevator when the ladder proved impossible. He described the journey into the dark, the body slung over Frank's shoulder, and the final act of leaving the girl's body and the incriminating notes in the filth and coal dust. It was a story filled with holes, a narrative that would change and warp with each retelling. But it didn't matter. It was perfect. It had the villain the newspapers had already created. the cold, calculating Jewish mastermind. And it had the simple-minded accomplice, a black man too scared and too weak to do anything but follow orders. For the prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, this was more than a breakthrough. It was a gift. He now had his star witness. From that moment on, the search for other truths ended. The investigation snapped shut like a steel trap around a single narrative. The path was now set in stone, leading from that interrogation room directly to a courthouse, a jury, and a hangman's noose. There would be no turning back. The machinery of justice now had its fuel, and it was roaring toward a single, preordained destination. I'm standing in downtown Atlanta now, at the corner of Forsyth and Marietta Street. It's a place of steel and glass, of corporate towers that scrape the sky. Businessmen and women with briefcases and coffee cups hurry past, their footsteps echoing on polished stone plazas. You won't find the National Pencil Company here anymore. There's no plaque, no historical marker, not even a trace of the old brick and mortar. The city has paved over its memory, burying the scene of the crime under the foundations of a new, gleaming skyline. But this is the place, right here, where this glass atrium catches the afternoon sun, once stood a 4-story brick factory, its windows clouded with a fine grey dust from the graphite within. It was a place of noise and labor, filled with the roar of machinery and the shouts of children earning a few cents an hour. And it was a building of stark contrasts. The loud, chaotic factory floors, the quiet, orderly superintendent's office on the 2nd story, and down below, a basement that was little more than a dirt-floored cave, dark, damp, and forgotten. This modern plaza is a scar, a smooth, clean surface hiding a wound that never truly healed. Because we know what this ground was used for. We can trace the path, in our minds, from that 2nd-floor office, down the narrow, creaking staircase to the absolute darkness of the cellar. This is the geography of the crime. And while the building is gone, the story remains, clinging to this very spot like a ghost. Right here, beneath all this progress, in the silence of a holiday afternoon, the machinery of industry stopped, and a far more brutal machine took over. If you believe the story told in that courtroom, the story that sealed Leo Frank's fate, then this is how the world ended for Mary Fagan. The great machines of the National Pencil Company were silent for the holiday. The only sounds in the cavernous building were the ticking of a clock in the office and the distant pop of celebratory firecrackers in the streets below. Sunlight, thick with floating dust, cut sharp angles through the tall, grimy windows of the 2nd floor. It was in this strange, industrial quiet that the 13-year-old girl walked into her superintendent's office to collect her pay. The exchange, by all accounts, was brief. Leo Frank sat at his desk, a man of ledgers and figures. Mary stood before him, a child of the factory floor. He handed her the small pay envelope containing her $1.20. It was a transaction that had happened 100 times before, in this office, with 100 other girls. A routine moment. She would have turned to leave, her hand clutching the money, her mind already on the parade, the sunlight, the rest of her day. And then, according to the state of Georgia, the silence was broken. Not by a long, drawn-out struggle, but by a single, sharp sound. A cry, cut short. The sudden, ugly noise of a body striking wood, and then the floor. It was a sound that lasted only a second, but it was enough to shatter the afternoon. It was the sound of a line being crossed, of a life being erased in a flicker of brutal, incomprehensible violence. What followed was a terrible stillness. The dust motes continued their slow, silent dance in the sunbeams, but now they settled on a scene of irreversible horror. An overturned chair, a few scattered papers, and on the floor, near the leg of a heavy oak desk, a small pay envelope, its contents still neatly folded inside. The clock on the wall kept ticking, measuring out the seconds of a new, ghastly reality. The world outside, full of music and celebration, had no idea that in this quiet room, a tomb had just been created. This is the moment, Jim Conley swore, that he was called into the office. He claimed he saw a man not of cold, calculating evil, but of pure animal panic. A man whose carefully constructed world had just been obliterated by his own hands. In the frantic, hushed whispers of that office, a desperate plan was born. The evidence had to be hidden. The body had to vanish. The target was the basement, a place no one ever went, a dark, forgotten hole at the bottom of the world. The journey down was a clumsy, scraping nightmare. The state claimed they used the narrow, hand-pulled elevator, a rickety cage barely large enough for one man, let alone two men and their terrible burden. The descent into the darkness was slow, the ropes groaning under the unfamiliar weight. They reached the bottom with a dull thud. The basement was pitch black, a cellar of damp earth and coal dust, where the only light came from a few frantic, flickering matches. There, in the oppressive dark, the final act was staged. The little body was left in a corner, amidst the filth. By the trembling light of a match, Conley said he scrawled out the clumsy, accusatory notes, the pencil scratching against the paper. The words were meant to be a false trail, a clever misdirection. But they were more than that. They were the final, grotesque punctuation mark on the crime, a calculated lie left beside an unspeakable truth. Then, the match was extinguished, and two figures retreated into the gloom, leaving the basement to its profound and terrible silence. In a quiet room in the state archives, the entire tragedy is flattened, pressed, and bound into thousands of pages of brittle, yellowing paper. This is the official story, the one told in the language of law and procedure. Him looking at the trial transcript, a document thicker than a family Bible, and it feels like reading a ghost story. All the heat, the rage, and the terror of 1913 has been boiled down to a sterile series of questions and answers printed in neat black ink. You can read the coroner's report. It's a clinical inventory of a nightmare. It lists the cause of death as strangulation by ligature and notes the various wounds to the victim's body. The language is precise, medical, and utterly devoid of emotion. It reduces Mary Fagan to a collection of physical facts, a piece of evidence to be catalogued. It tells you how she died, but it cannot begin to tell you what it means for a child to be erased from the world in such a way. Then you turn to the testimony of Jim Conley. On the printed page, his story is a mess. It's a swamp of contradictions. The timeline he gives for the afternoon of the murder shifts and buckles under the slightest pressure. Key details of his story changed multiple times during his interrogations. Reading it now, in the silence of this archive, it seems almost impossible that a jury could have believed it. But this transcript, this cold collection of words, is a liar. It's a liar because it's incomplete. It cannot capture the sweat dripping from the jurors' faces in that sweltering, unair-conditioned courtroom. It cannot make you hear the roar of the mob in the streets outside, chanting for a hanging. And most importantly, it cannot show you the electrifying, charismatic performance that Jim Conley delivered on the witness stand. The jury wasn't reading a document. They were witnessing a confession, and to them, it felt like the raw, unvarnished truth. This is the great paradox of the official record. It preserves the facts, but loses the feeling. The words on these pages are the bones of the story, but the soul of it, the fever that gripped Atlanta and condemned Leo Frank, lived and died in the air of that courtroom. And that fever was about to be given the full force of the law. The trial of Leo Frank began in the suffocating heat of a Georgia July. But the real trial, the one that truly mattered, was happening on the streets outside. Every morning, the jury had to push its way through a massive, hostile crowd that thronged the courthouse square. The air was thick with sweat, tobacco smoke, and a low, guttural anger. The mob wasn't there to watch justice unfold. They were there to demand it on their terms. As the jurors passed, they were met with a chilling chant, a promise and a threat. "Hang the Jew, or we'll hang you." Inside, the courtroom was a pressure cooker. The prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, a man with his eyes on the governor's mansion, put on a masterclass of theatrical outrage. His case rested almost entirely on the shoulders of one man, Jim Conley. For 3 days, Conley sat on the witness stand, and under Dorsey's careful guidance, he gave the performance of a lifetime. He was by turns frightened, remorseful, and defiant. He acted out the murder, mimicking Frank's voice, describing the girl's final moments in lurid, horrifying detail. The defense attorneys hammered at his inconsistencies, but it was like trying to punch smoke. Conley stuck to the core of his story, and the jury was mesmerized. When it was Leo Frank's turn, his lawyers, fearing the cross-examination would play into the public's perception of him as a smug intellectual, advised him to make an unsworn statement. For over 3 hours, he stood before the court and spoke. He calmly, logically, and methodically dissected the state's case, proclaiming his innocence. But in that superheated atmosphere of emotion and prejudice, his calm came across as coldness. His logic felt like arrogance. He was speaking the language of a Cornell classroom to a jury that was fluent in the language of the mob outside. He was trying to solve a math problem while the room was on fire. The jury was out for less than 4 hours. The members could hear the crowd roaring outside, a constant, menacing reminder of the city's will. When they returned, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. Guilty. The sentence, death by hanging. The moment the word was spoken, the city of Atlanta exploded, not in relief, but in wild, triumphant celebration. Justice had been done. The law had bent to the will of the people, and Hugh Dorsey had secured his political future on the life of Leo Frank. Walking through Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta now. It's one of the city's oldest, a sprawling city of the dead, where stone angels weep over the graves of Confederate generals and forgotten pioneers. This is where Mary Fagan was laid to rest. Her grave is easy to find. It's a site of pilgrimage, marked by a handsome stone, etched with a poem calling her a little factory girl whose innocence and faith were her shield and buckler. Flowers are often left here, even now, a century later. She remains a symbol, frozen in time as the eternal victim. To find Leo Frank's final resting place, you have to travel 1,000 miles north to Mount Carmel Cemetery in Queens, New York. His body was brought home, back to the Brooklyn he left behind. His grave is marked by a simple, dignified stone bearing his name, his dates, and the words, "Truth shall spring out of the earth." Unlike Mary's grave, his is a quiet place, far from the land that condemned him. It's a stone of exile. And what of the others? Hugh Dorsey, the prosecutor, rode the fame of the trial all the way to the governor's mansion, just as he'd planned. He is buried here in Atlanta as well, remembered as a statesman. Jim Conley, the star witness, served just 1 year in jail for his role as an accessory. He faded back into the obscurity from which he came, dying of drink and disease decades later, buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. But the most tragic figure in this story of endings might be Governor John Slayton. He's buried here in Oakland Cemetery too, under a grand monument befitting a man of his stature. The stone speaks of his service, his honor, but it doesn't tell the full story. It doesn't mention that for one act of incredible moral courage, commuting Leo Frank's sentence because he believed him to be innocent, his political career was annihilated, and he and his wife had to flee their home state under the threat of death. He now lies just a short walk from the girl at the center of the storm. Enemies and saviors, victims and villains, all of them neighbors now, equals under the silent, watchful gaze of the Georgia pines. The guilty verdict was not an end. It was the beginning of a new war, a 2-year struggle fought in the highest courts of the land. The case of Leo Frank became a national scandal, a raw nerve that exposed the deep divisions between the industrial North and the defiant South. Money poured in from Jewish communities across the country to fund Frank's appeals, a fact that Tom Watson's newspapers used as proof of a vast conspiracy to subvert Georgia justice. With every failed appeal, The public's rage grew hotter, more impatient. The final battlefield was not a courtroom, but the conscience of one man, Georgia's outgoing governor, John Slayton. Slayton was a popular, respected politician at the peak of his power. All he had to do was sign a piece of paper, let the execution proceed, and his future was secure. But he couldn't. He waded through a sea of paper, the 10,000 pages of the trial record, and the inconsistencies of Jim Conley's story screamed at him from every page. He even went to the factory himself and concluded that Conley's story of moving the body was physically impossible. On June 21, 1915, just days before his term ended, Governor Slayton made a choice that would define him forever. He chose his conscience over his career. Citing his grave doubts, he commuted Leo Frank's death sentence to life in prison. He knew what was coming when he said, "I can endure the rabble's fury, but I cannot endure the death of my own conscience." He had committed political suicide to save his own soul. The rabble's fury was instantaneous. An enraged mob of thousands swarmed his mansion, forcing Slayton to declare martial law. The state's highest office became a gilded cage. He and his wife were prisoners, eventually smuggled out of Georgia under armed guard. His political career, once so bright, had been turned to ash. For his own safety, Leo Frank was taken from Atlanta in the dead of night and moved to the remote Milledgeville State Prison farm. But the shadow of the verdict followed him. Soon after arriving, another inmate, a convicted murderer, slashed Frank's throat with a butcher knife, nearly killing him. He survived that attack, but it was a clear message. The state could not protect him. And in Marietta, Mary Fagan's hometown, a group of men decided that if the state would not deliver the justice they demanded, they would deliver it themselves. This was no disorganized rabble. This was a disciplined conspiracy of vengeance, organized by some of the most powerful men in Georgia, lawyers, judges, businessmen, and politicians. They called themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan, and they began to draw up a plan, a military-style operation to finish the job the governor had interrupted. The hanging of Leo Frank on that August morning didn't end the story. It broke it in two, and for over a century those two broken halves have been at war. The event didn't create closure. It created a schism in the memory of Georgia, a wound that to this day has never properly healed. The conflict is no longer about one man's guilt or innocence, but about which version of the past we choose to believe. For a long time, and even now in the quiet corners of this state, one version of the story was held as gospel. It's the story of a community's righteous anger, of good men forced to do a terrible thing because the system had failed them. In this telling, the men who drove to Milledgeville weren't a lynch mob. They were the final jury, delivering a verdict a corrupt, city-slicker governor had tried to steal. To them, Mary Fagan is the only victim that matters, and Leo Frank got the justice he deserved, just a little later than scheduled. It's a legacy of local honor, a grim fairy tale about protecting one's own. But then there is the other legacy, the one pieced together from the flawed trial transcripts, from the tireless work of investigators decades later, and from the gnawing conscience of the state itself. This is the story of a perfect storm of prejudice, where anti-Semitism, class warfare, and tabloid journalism converged on one man, an outsider who was the perfect scapegoat. It views Leo Frank not as a monster, but as a martyr, and the Knights of Mary Fagan not as patriots, but as a well-organized death squad whose members included the community's most powerful men. These two stories cannot both be true. Leo Frank cannot be both a depraved killer and an innocent victim. The lynching cannot be both an act of popular justice and a calculated act of murder. And so, the legacy of this case becomes a choice, and that choice often depends on who you ask and where you ask them. Do you trust the story whispered from one generation to the next, a story of local pride and swift retribution? Or do you trust the story pieced together from dusty archives and a deathbed confession, a story of a horrific, unforgivable mistake? The truth of what happened that day in Frey's Gin has been buried under a century of argument and anger. The case became a mirror, And what different people see in it has always said more about them than it does about Leo Frank. In the mountains and hollows of the South, the ugliest truths don't just get written down in books, they get sung. Before the ink was even dry on the newspapers, the tragedy of Mary Fagan had been smoothed into the verses of a folk ballad. The Ballad of Mary Fagan was soon played on fiddles and sung on front porches from Georgia to Tennessee. The song was simple, heartbreaking, and brutally effective. It told the story of a little girl, an angel of innocence, who went to the city and was murdered by a monster. There was no room for doubt or ambiguity in its verses. For generations of people who never read a single page of the trial transcript, this song was the truth. History had dissolved, and a legend as powerful and unshakable as a hymn had taken its place. But the story of Leo Frank didn't just curdle into a sad song, it mutated into something far more organized and far more dangerous. The disciplined, successful lynching by the Knights of Mary Fagan was seen by some not as a crime, but as an inspiration. 3 months later, on Thanksgiving night of 1915, a man named William J. Simmons took 15 followers to the top of Stone Mountain, a massive granite dome just outside Atlanta. There, under the cold stars, they lit a towering wooden cross, its fiery arms visible for miles around. This ceremony marked the official rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. The story of Leo Frank was its founding myth, its genesis story. The Klan of the 1920s was no longer just an anti-black organization. It was now virulently anti-Jewish, anti-Catholic, and anti-immigrant. The tale of the innocent Christian girl murdered by the lecherous Jew boss became their single most powerful recruiting tool. The story was no longer a story, it was a weapon. The legend, born from the death of one girl and one man, would now be used to ignite a fire of hatred that would spread across the entire nation, casting a long, dark shadow that would take decades to fade. And so, here we are again, back where we started, on this quiet roadside shoulder just outside Marietta. The cars still rush past, their drivers oblivious, their tires humming on the asphalt. A century ago, the only sound here was the creak of a rope and the collective held breath of a crowd that had gathered to watch a man die. After our journey, this place looks different. It's no longer just a patch of anonymous ground. It's a wound in the earth, a final destination. We can almost see them now, the silent convoy of cars arriving in the pre-dawn light, the grim-faced men, the terrified figure pulled from the back seat. We have followed the whispers from this spot all the way back to their source. A dusty factory floor, a sweltering courtroom, a governor's mansion under siege. We've seen how a city's simmering anxieties about the future could be focused into a burning hatred for one man. We've seen how the power of a printing press could convict a man in the public mind long before a jury ever heard his name. And we've seen how a group of powerful men, convinced of their own righteousness, could take the law into their own hands and call it justice. This story serves as a chilling reminder. It shows us how fragile truth can be in the face of a story people want to believe. It took 70 years for a deathbed confession to surface, for a man named Alonzo Mann to finally break his silence. And it took even longer for the state of Georgia to issue a pardon, not for innocence, but for its own failure to protect a prisoner from the mob. A piece of paper issued decades too late to correct a wrong that could never be undone. So the next time you pass a forgotten spot on a lonely road, a place with no marker to tell its tale, listen. Listen for the echoes, because the oak tree they used is long gone, cut down by souvenir hunters and time. The factory has been demolished, replaced by the monuments of a new century. The people are all gone, turned to dust and memory. But the story remains.